gamers? Good morning. Good morning for noon. How's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing wonderful. I hope you guys are doing fantastic. Having a great morning for noon. It's like noon technically, so it's like technically not afternoon, but it's technically also not morning. Hello. How is our Wednesday going? It's freaking middle of the week. How has the beginning of the week been treating everybody? Fusion, thank you for the host, my friend. I appreciate you. How has the beginning of the week been treating all of you lovely humans? Talk to me. Talk to me. Forgot my headphones. Just go around blasting crumb for all the moms at Trader Joe's. Yes. Yes. Let's educate our local communities, Jackson, by playing educational streams throughout our local grocery stores. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. If you guys are a sub to the channel, if you refresh the page now, you should see a new emote. New emote just dropped, chat. New emote just dropped. If you guys want to take a look at it, take a look. It's 9 a.m. mate. Oh no, Abs is on that freaking PST. See, that's why I say morning for noon, because it's either morning or afternoon. You know how it is. Trader Joe's moms love Crubber. Trader Joe's moms are a big demo for Crubber. Mill, what's up, man? Ashers, Lemon, Dune, Fusion, Jackson, Mandy, Subspace, Simon, Ashers, Ricky. Good morning, A Fully. Look at all these lovely people. Look at all these lovely freaking human beings. Thank you for joining me today, guys. We're gonna have another kind of it's kind of a similar stream to the stream we did last week with Lachlan. We are having a good friend of mine, member of the Soot Sprites, FunWithFondue on in the next half hour or so to chat about a lot of different stuff, a lot of different things going on. Mostly like prevalent stuff in the US that's happening right now. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna get ripping here soon, and depending on how long we go, I might play some GeoGuessr after, because GeoGuessr, it's fun. It's fun to do after streams like this. It's a good time. So depending on how much time we have, we might rip it. Sauce, hello, good to see you. Let me give the homie. I gotta shout out all the homies. Sauce, I hope you're doing wonderful. Sauce, an amazing human. And fellow Soot Sprite and Star Spiller, good to see you, Sauce. I hope you're thriving. Shout out to Risky, longtime friend. Literally the reason that I play GeoGuessr on stream. Risky made my career. We love Risky. Thank you for the cozy emotes in chat, guys. Kind of looks like the cozy emote. So my artist was drawing the cozy emote, and he said, "Hey, Corub, it kind of looks like a condom. Like, you want me to change it?" And I was like, "Absolutely not." It's like, don't you dare change that. It's my entire beanie as a blanket, and I love it. I think it's great. I think it's great. Hi, Katie. How are you? Good morning. Good morning, Mill. I hope you're doing well too. Fusion, everyone. Thank you for stopping in. I really appreciate you guys coming through. I love doing these morning streams. They're my favorite part of the freaking week. So if you guys are ready to rip it, I think I'm ready to rip it too. I'm gonna throw the photosensitivity warning in chat for our flashy intro. And here we go. Good Good morning, Crub.com. Hello. The Crub.com fandom. Welcome in. Welcome. Wow, my camera. Oh, my other light's not on. Hold on. I'm not used to lighting the scene for daylight. Everything looks wrong. Okay, maybe that's better. Is that better? It still looks weirdly dark behind me. Why does it look so dark behind me right now? It looks like it doesn't look like the daytime. I've got my window open and I thought that would make things a little bit brighter in here, but it's not actually at all. It looks worse. I actually woke up early today, 7:30. Earliest I've woke up in a while, dude. Good to hear it, Mill. Freaking, it feels good to have a nice, productive day as long as you're not tired throughout the day. Abby, thank you for the retweet on Twitter on the Go Live tweet. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Telling more homies about the stream today. How are you? Too early. I go to bed. It's 9 a.m. for you right now. Hello, Liz. What is up? Good to see you. Amy, hello. Good to see you as well. So what's planned for today? I have the wrong today command up. I just realized because I forgot to change it. I typed today in. So we're going to do, while I explain it to you guys what's going on today, I'm going to be updating it in my Nightbot because the today command, I believe, is still set to from when we talked to our last guest on the show. Let me update that. Today, boom. Hello, Pixel. Hello, how's your day going? Good to see you. There we go. Today we're chatting with FunWithFondue. Let me go to my other screen here so I can actually like talk to you guys normally and turn some music on. So what's planned for today? So today, guys, we're doing a little bit of a different stream. We're doing one of I've started this series. I don't know if it's going to be a series of chatting with people about more educational topics. I guess serious is the kind of a word, but it's not necessarily like super serious. Like Fondue and I have very similar senses of humor, who's the guest we're going to be having on today, and I know that we're going to be memeing and having a good time and joking around. But I've started this series kind of chatting about things that we might not know too much about ourselves, or we might have questions about, things that could, you know, provide insight to things we're maybe unfamiliar with, maybe that I'm unfamiliar with, that Chad might be unfamiliar with, that strike questions. The last guest that I had on the show was his name was Lachlan Peters. He's a historian on the history of Cambodia. And playing GeoGuessr honestly kind of motivated me to bring him on the bring him on the show, because I thought it was really interesting to learn something about a country that I knew almost nothing about, and I figured chat probably didn't know too much about either, especially those of us that have received, you know, Western education and been in the United States. We don't learn a lot about Southeast Asia, so I thought it was really interesting. And then today we're having my friend FunWithFondue on, who streams mostly political content. He plays games on stream too. He does a nice mix. He'll do political content, and kind of talk about things from a leftist perspective, but in a way that's welcoming to questions and open to giving people an understanding who might not necessarily disagree. And I really like, or might not necessarily fully agree, and I like that a lot. And I kind of wanted to bring that perspective here because I have a similar ideology, but I'm not as articulate at expressing it. And I think it would be really interesting. I think it'd be really interesting to kind of ask him questions from the perspective. He lives in, I believe he lives in Sweden now. Ask him things from the perspective of someone who lives in the United States, to a country that tends to lean a little bit more left than the United States does, especially on their policies, and kind of get an understanding of, hey, how does it work there? Would it work here? Does it actually, so I think it's really interesting, and I think it'll be a really fun thing to talk about. So we're going to chat about that for a little bit, and then we are going to move into, depending on how long that takes, I don't really know how long we're going to be talking, but depending on how long that takes, we might play some GeoGuessr after or something else to cool down, which will be fun. Cambodia has a really rich and interesting history. Dude, Mill, we talked about it for like 3 hours on my stream last Thursday. Was it Thursday? And it does. It's absolutely wild. It was so interesting to learn so much about Cambodia. I just showed my friends the podcast, TBH, the In the Shadows of Utopia. Yeah, shout out to Lachlan, who was on who was on the show last time. That was incredible. Okay, today we're chatting with FunWithFondue. Sorry guys, I'm updating the today timer. Today we're chatting with FunWithFondue and getting an understanding of socioeconomic issues from a leftist perspective. There we go. Boom. Cool. Yeah, and we'll kind of do it the same way. You guys are welcome to ask questions, participate in the conversation. I did like an actual like submit questions redemption last time, but today like I don't think we necessarily need it too much. No copy pastas in chat, please, Julian. But yeah, I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a good conversation to have. Yo, what's up, dude? Greg, you're totally fine. Never apologize for not kicking around, man. I hope everything's going well, IRL. I hope you're doing well. But how is everybody's morning? How's everybody morning? I'm still kind of waking up myself. I've been up for a minute now, but I'm having a pretty good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. I gotta go back and watch the VOD, dude. Mill, it was great. It was great. The person we had on, Lachlan, he has a podcast called In the Shadows of Utopia. If you're big into history and like European history and Cambodian history, highly recommend you check out his podcast. He has a podcast called In the Shadows of Utopia. I actually think I have a command for it. Boom, there you go. Check that out. It's a really good podcast. It's great. I should be a Lurky Shadows Day, but still here. Thank you for the lurks, Iggy. I appreciate it. Everybody who is lurking around, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Best I can do to balance full-time school, part-time work, and stream 4 times a week. I totally get that. I totally get that, Greg. And like I said, dude, you're another content creator. I never expect people to show up. I don't take attendance. Don't worry. Not yet, at least. Not yet. I haven't reached that level of authority yet. I'm doing well this morning. Got my workout in, so I'm feeling pretty good. Heck yeah, Liz, let's go. I worked out technically in the morning. I worked out really late last night, actually. It was like 1 a.m. I went to the gym. I always go late at night because I have a 24-hour gym, and just obviously less people, especially during the pandemic, is nice. Less people in general is nice, but less people during the pandemic is extra nice. Hello, Kirsten. Good morning. How are you? Hello. Drinking my protein smoothie. Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of got protein in it. Elliot, thank you for the host. Did I thank everybody for the host? Elliot, Mandy, Dune, Fusion, thank you for the host. Showing me to so many other people. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for sharing me with your communities. And anyone who goes to your Twitch page is going to see my stupid face up there. So I really appreciate that. I'm actually super excited for tomorrow. Assassin's Creed Valhalla DLC. Really? They're releasing the first DLC for Valhalla. I never played the original game. I probably should go back and get it. I'll probably wait till it goes on sale or on Game Pass or something. Not on campus today because gas is far too expensive at the moment. But it's not bad, but I prefer on campus because I can see my professors. Yeah. Obviously, some face-to-face is nice in certain situations, right? I'm proud of you, though. Thank you, Manny. It's really fun trying this new format. And I appreciate you guys being receptive to at least trying it out, because obviously I usually get on here and, tier list things and scream on the stand, and I love doing that, and that is not going away by any means. I like doing this too, though. It just depends on where this is going to live, because I think this is going to be a series that I want to kind of cultivate, but I don't know if it's going to continue to be live on streams like this, or if it's going to be more of its own separate thing, maybe off stream. I don't know if I want to be podcast guy. I kind of like the live interaction that I get to have with you guys more, having conversations like this. So, like, I don't know if I'll ever be podcast guy, but we'll see. I'm so good, Crumb. I hope you're well, too. I'm doing good, man. Or, Mandy. I'm doing good, Kirsten. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, too. I hope you're well, it's like afternoon for you. I hope your afternoon's going well. What is the name of the song that plays whenever somebody hosts? That is Last Surprise, TGG, from Persona 5, if you're talking about the one that just played. The other one, of, like, the Chinese man singing, is, I forgot the actual name of the song, but if you type in XIA, P-I-A-O, it's like Xie Piao Piao or something like that. It'll come up. I forgot the actual name of the song, but it's like, those are like a couple of lyrics from the song. And it's a trap remix of the original song. Just a small reminder that I said you important DM started, but, oh no, you're totally fine, Kirsten. Kirsten, frick, I gotta do that. I do have to do that. How, Kirsten, when is that happening? The final thing. When is that happening from now? Like, how many hours from now? Hello, Kava. How you doing? Kitty said noodles. Hello. What kind of noodles? What kind of noodles are coming through? I had some ramen yesterday. It was great. It was fantastic. I enjoy this format. I'm glad, Ashes. I'm really glad you guys are enjoying the format. I like this little series. It's like P-I-A-O, I think is how they spell it. It's a fun format. I like to craft with a podcast on. That's awesome. I'm glad. It makes me happy. It's obviously a little bit less involved than like our normal chats where you guys are like talking a lot and I'm like engaging with you guys a lot. And I like those a lot. So like, again, that's not changing whatsoever, but I like being able to do this too. You just go TGG. You just call me Greg Grubby. I'm slowly transitioning off, Greg. Now for another 6 hours, happening at the end. Okay, like 6 hours. Okay, perfect. I will make sure I get that in, Kirsten, because Very important to me. Very important to me. Yijian, I'm gonna slaughter this. Yijian Mei. Xie Hua Piao Piao Feng Xiao Xiao. I think it's this. Yes, I think that's it as well. Yeah, it's a really good song. The original song is beautiful. Like, the original song's great, but the one that I have is like a trap remix of it, and it adds like the drums and the bass and stuff. It's actually really, that's also really good. It's a beautiful song though. I really like it a lot. I think it's super dope. Oh, what am I doing today? What did I do yesterday, guys? What did I do? Dude, okay, so I downloaded has anyone ever played The Binding of Isaac before? It's like a roguelike dungeon crawling game. So like a friend of mine mentioned a friend to me who streams it, and I started watching them play, and I'm like, Warren, thank you so much for the host and the lurk. I appreciate it. I didn't even thank you. And Mill, thanks for the host too. I don't know if I thanked you as well. Never played it, but I've heard great things about it. It's so good. It is literally so much fun. I got it a couple of days ago, and then I really dived into it last night. Dude, it is so good. It is so freaking good. I loved it. Oh my god. Like, I got kind of addicted to it yesterday, and I played it like all day. I didn't do like any. I mean, you guys saw I made the remix. I made the announcement. I made the announcement for this stream at like midnight last night because I was like, oh crap, I haven't planned anything. I need to get my shit together because I spent all day yesterday playing Binding of Isaac. It was a good time. Parker has about 1,000 hours in it, and I love that game so much. I love watching them play, and it's really fun. Yeah, it's like a randomized dungeon crawler. So like, you get into the game, and like every room is new every time you play through the game. It's not a super long game. It doesn't take a long time to get through. It takes like one playthrough will take you like 45 minutes if you win. So like you have a chance to win, but like all the items are randomized. Like you get power-ups throughout the game that like are permanent power-ups, and all the rooms are randomized. So it's a lot of fun. It has like unlimited replayability list. So that makes sense that they have your partner has over 1,000 hours because there's so much replayability. Seb's love that, dude. Seb was messaging me about it. I gotta play with him sometime because it's great. It's a remix by Andy Law. Andy Law is the one that remixed the host song. Perfect. Yeah, I think I have a link to it somewhere, but I don't have it readily available right now. Which game is this? A Subspace. I'm talking about Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac. If you guys aren't familiar with Binding of Isaac, this emote is from Binding of Isaac. Bible thumb. This bad boy. That's the main character's face. How are you, unicorns? Good morning. Good morning for noon. But yeah, Sauce, it's great. Like, it's really, really good. I freaking love it. Sad boy, little sad boy. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. Yeah, so I was talking about how I just got it and have been trying it out for the first time, Subspace, and it's so freaking. Good morning, my co-op. How are you? What co-op? What do you have What's the problem? What's the What's the Why am I getting a What does that mean? What does that mean, huh? Is there something wrong with my cozy emote? Do you have an issue with the cozy emote? Oh, it's not. Okay, you can't even see it on your screen. I thought you were judging the cozy emote. I thought you were judging it. Yes, I know it looks a little bit like a family planning product, but we're not going to talk about that. Yeah, both the remix and the original Slap Mill, 100%. Dude, I love the way this one came out though. This is the like I think we have like three more that we'll be voting on for the partner emotes. I love the way this one came out. I think it's super cute, and it also kind of looks like a condom, and that makes me really it's so funny. Lobit, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. How's your morning going? Good to see you. I actually love this. Isn't it great? Do you have a Magnum version? You can probably make it big. Twitch is acting up today? What's going on with Twitch? Abs, thank you so much for the host. Those hosts help a ton, guys. Even if you're not a streamer, I always say this. Hosts will boost streams. So if you have a host available, make sure you're always hosting one of your favorite streamers because it will boost it in the boost their stream in the Twitch algorithm. And it's really good for like engagement and stuff. Krub's Cozy Condom, the CCC, the Triple C, exactly. I did Infusion. I'll check out your stream. Twitch is acting up to. What's going on with Twitch? Is Twitch like being stinky today? My guys, my lights aren't working. My other lights, hold on. Please hold, chat. guys, my string lights aren't working. I don't know why. Hello, why aren't you working? They're being a little stinky. But yeah, Twitch has been weird over the past few weeks. I feel like something's wrong with Twitch in general. I feel like it always has some kind of problem. Like, things are weird on Twitch. A lot of stuff confuses me and just doesn't really make sense sometimes. Definitely has been weird. Yeah, it's been bizarre. Co-op, thank you for the host. Thank you for the host, lovely. Let me shout out Co-op with my Co-op. Co-op is wonderful. If you guys are not shout-outing out, if you guys are not following Co-op with my Co-op already, Co-op is hilarious. They are a couple that plays a lot of scary games usually on their stream, and they are so freaking oh my god, they're so freaking funny. We had a whole dissertation about D's nuts jokes on their stream a few weeks ago. And it was one of my favorite moments on Twitch that I've probably ever had. It was great. They took away our colored text and everything went to shit. Exactly. If only they hadn't changed it. Apparently, if you have Frankerface Z, you can change it to bring the color text back, which I heard. So I'm not 100% sure. I haven't tried it myself, but I've heard from a couple people that that's a possibility. So Twitch is having a slow morning to wake up. Sure, honestly, I get it. I can see other people post the emoji, but when I tried it too, it's just text. Really subspace. Even when you refreshed. You know what's crazy that I gotta talk to Twitch about? Is when I use my emotes on mobile, it comes up as Jolteon. It has like the wrong prefix. So instead of like, it'll say like Crub TV Cozy, for example. I'm gonna put a space so it doesn't do it. But like that's what it's supposed to look like. But the text on my mobile will change to this. It'll be like Joe1Tion Cozy. My old name on Twitch, my username, used to be Jolteon. So for whatever reason on my mobile app, whenever I click on one of my emotes, it doesn't post the emote. It posts like the text from my old username, which is so weird. And PhD's nuts. I got a pretty huge God damn it. God, dude, these nuts jokes are just so timeless, and God, it's so good. Candace and Imagine Dragons and frickin' God, there's just so many good ones. There's just so many, and it makes me so happy. I love that childish section of humor that will never go away. I plan on never losing that as I age. If I ever find these nuts jokes not funny, you guys have lost Crub to the corporate system. I've become a suit. So please use that as your measuring stick. I love that you're going to talk about minimum wage, healthcare, etc. and you're wearing a shirt that says "We don't care." No, it's from the perspective of corporations. Don't worry. We don't care. We don't have to. We're Exxon. I love this shirt. It's one of my favorite shirts that I own. But yeah, it is kind of cut off wrong. If you're a suit, then wear your suit. I gotta go put my freaking suit on during stream. Freaking change into a stream. Dude, you found a 1 hour version of that? Dude, that song slaps. It's honestly really good. I listened to that for an hour. Oh, that is good. This is like my favorite shirt that I own. It was like a custom made one that I bought from like a thrift shop. I love it. It's one of my favorite. Hello, good morning, Ball. How are you? Welcome in. How you doing? How is your morning going, friend? Sorry, I'm like troubleshooting my lights right now, guys. Live on stream. Streamer trying to, bad streamer, not prepared for stream, trying to troubleshoot problems mid-stream. Dude, I feel like I've had a tech issue for every stream for the past, like, forever. Okay, are my lights working now? No, they're still not working. Very fun. All the better for being here, sitting down and have some dinner, ready to be educated. Let's go, Ball. What are you having for dinner, dude? That's like the biggest compliment. If someone is like watching me or watching some of my content while they eat dinner, that's like biggest compliment, because dinner is such a personal, big experience for the day. So like this fact that anyone's spending time with me while they're eating dinner, that's always it always makes my brain feel really good. I can find an Exxon pin name tag for your suit. Oh my God, can you imagine? It could be like an Exxon executive. That can be my Crub, my freaking Crub My Crub is a suit persona. We don't care. We're just Joe vibing. All the better for being here. Oh, I read that already. Also, thank you for making a fitness channel in the Discord. It's motivating. Dude, yeah, of course, Co-op. Dude, I've been enjoying. It's been motivating for me, too. The fitness channel that we've had in Discord has helped me a lot to be motivated. I wasn't going to go to the gym last night, but then literally, like, people in the fitness channel were like, Crub, you said you were going to go tonight. You got to go. And I was like, fuck. All right, fine. I'll go. Fine. Have you tried Liquid IV? It's like blue packet, important water. No, I haven't, Blue, but my girlfriend is a nurse, and she doesn't get a lot of breaks to, like, drink water throughout her shift. So she does use Liquid IV. She said it's pretty good. She likes it a lot. But I haven't tried it myself. Does it taste any different? Like, does Liquid IV taste like just water, or is it flavored? I'm curious. Turkey dinosaurs and waffles. That is chicken and waffles. We love that. That's a classic. Or it's turkey, I guess. Turkey and waffles. At first, well, I was like, what is that? I was like, that sounds like a Tumblr post. Like, that's like somebody's Tumblr username from 2008. Turkey dinosaurs and waffles. 16. I was like, what is balls? Why did ball just roar XD me? I'm eating breakfast as of right now. I am having my quote unquote breakfast as well, which is my smoothie that I'm drinking right now. What did I put in my smoothie? Almonds, frozen fruit, soy milk, orange juice, spinach, vanilla Greek yogurt, and that was it. It was good. It's really good, actually. We use Liquid IV after we drink. I know a lot of people will use it for, like, alcohol as well. Like, it's kind of like Pedialyte, like an adult Pedialyte. I love your shoelaces. Not me, roar XD in public. Ball, my friend. I need breakfast still. Why are you up so early, Abby? It's so early in the morning. It's like 9. Why are you up? It's like 17:30 for me. Where's my GMT bros at? There are some GMT bros. We have some in chat. XX turkeys, dinosaurs, and waffles. XX. Like, that is such a, like, late 2000s, early 2010s Tumblr username. It's so funny to me. I'm eating curry for breakfast. Dude, I don't know how you do that. Like, wake up and eat curry? I would have heartburn so bad. Crubby blurry, BB? Is it still blurry? Or was it just blurry for a second? I had a fire bar, and now I'm eating curry. I had like I actually had a protein bar this morning, too. Because I desperately need one. Now I'm drinking my freaking 3 times strong triple shot Starbucks energy drink. I gotta drive Matt to work, so I had to be awake working on divorce now. Oh, I'm so sorry, Abby. That is terrible. That's awful. 1830 for you right now. He's blurry because his webcam is a TI-84 Plus, not even the silver edition, though. Yeah, look, man, I can't have the best equipment in the game. I'm a scuffed streamer. Y'all know this. Y'all know this. I can't be buying the best stuff. It's not on brand for me. It's not on brand. I'm gonna message Fondue, guys. I'm gonna message Fondue and see where he is. The cool thing of Fondue, being a wonderful human being, he's gathered sources for basically everything that we're going to be talking about today, and I gave him basically like a set of topics we're going to be covering today, and he did a lot of research and prepared ahead of time. So, with his permission, I'll probably be sharing those sources with you guys after the stream as well, to give you guys a little bit of perspective on kind of what we're talking about. It's going to be dope, hopefully. Corruption is the equivalent of a GLaDOS potato. I honestly do, yeah. How's it going, Rob? Good morning, Fukaze. Good morning as well. How are you? Or good afternoon, whatever. Good time zones to everyone. But Fun with Fondue, to give you guys a little bit of just a brief introduction, is a fellow streamer, member of the Soot Sprites, does a lot of leftist political streams. We're going to be talking today about a lot of socioeconomic issues in the United States. Like I said, I generally agree with a lot of what he says, but I'm much worse at articulating it. So he's coming on, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to have a little discussion. You guys are welcome to participate in the discussion. I'm excited. You tired of getting home from work? Dude, long day at work, Rob. Was it a long day at work? All right, let me give Fondue a call here. Make sure my camera works and doesn't break my stream here. I'm running 2 cameras right now, so we'll see if this works. Mr. Fondue, hello. How you doing, boss? Good. How's stream going?
Great. We just watched the latest All Gas No Brakes, aka Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan.
Heck yeah, dude. I've heard really good things about All Gas No Brakes. I actually don't think I've ever watched it though.
So good.
I need to do that. I'm gonna invite you to a squad stream because I feel like that's the easiest way to bring both of us up. So if I do it, if you go to your stream dashboard, basically it's like if you've ever used like CADGAR before. It's like if you have a partnered stream in your like group, you can squad stream, which brings both at once.
Squad.
hold on. Let me bring up. Something went wrong. Refresh the page and start again. Okay, hold on. Please hold.
Twitch.
Twitch is, yeah, my chat was telling me that Twitch is, seems like they're struggling today. So, hopefully this worked properly. Something went wrong. And okay, can we not do that?
My favorite error message is something went wrong.
Something went wrong. Try again. It's like, oh, thanks. That's really helpful. I'm glad that I can troubleshoot from my end. If you're not going to troubleshoot for me, I'm glad you're giving me the tools to do it on my end. It's great. Something went wrong. Refresh the page and try again. Okay, maybe we're not squad streaming yet. Might try it.
We're not.
Might try it again in a minute. But let me go to my screen with you and make sure. Can you see me?
Oh yeah.
Okay, good. Because I'm running 2 cameras. I found an old webcam, and I plugged that one in. So I've got 2 running, one for the stream and one for this.
It is quite pixelated.
It's good. Okay, your end's a little pixelated. Hopefully I think the one on my stream is much better looking. Hopefully, but you get the premium pixelated content. You know how it goes.
Exactly. Hold on, let me change the title that I have written here.
Bring you up here. Okay, got you a little bit cut off. Here we go. Got half your face cut off. Freaking, there we go. Pog. There we go. How do you guys hear Fondue on you guys' end? My chat. Mill says they hear Fondue.
Is everything good on my end, chat? Can you hear Crub well? Let me know.
Yeah, I'll talk again. Okay, they say Fondue is a little quiet. I'll turn you up a smidgen.
Yeah, I usually have my gain quite a little bit low because then I boost it in my mix.
Right. How is that, guys?
Sound is good, picture but pixelated. Yeah, I cannot do anything about that, unfortunately. You will have to live with the pixelated crub.
I apologize. Sorry, chat.
Okay.
I forgot you were grabbing my picture from here, or else I would have swapped cameras. Still quiet.
It's quiet. Make me loud. You can
better.
Adjust my.
I turned you up all the way on Discord, so we'll see if. But then I can turn Discord up.
All the way to the moon.
So hopefully that's.
Is it
better?
Good enough for you, chat?
Do you have the Discord volume down? I had it like 100, but I boosted it. You guys stay louder, even better. Good now, chat.
Loud enough.
Loud enough, though. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, because I can try to boost my gain a little bit.
I think you're just loud to be talking over Fondue. He's still a bit quiet. Okay, I'll turn him up even more. No problemo. All right.
I'm wondering if it
maybe one more time just to blathering for me.
Testing 1 2 1 2. I am talking in my normal voice right now.
How's that, chat? Looks good on my end. The mixer looks like it's picking Fondue up pretty well. Yes, good. That's better. Oh, that's good. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Perfect.
I appreciate it.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if there's your internet connection is prioritizing everything else except Discord, and that's why it's so pixelated.
Is it unviewable pixelated?
No, not unviewable, but it's just it freezes from time to time.
Garbage.
It's super pixelated.
Let me hold on. Let me close literally everything that I don't need right this second and see if that helps a little bit. See here. Okay, we'll see if maybe this is a little bit better. I don't know if it's helping you guys at all.
Pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same. That's so weird. Voice and video. Maybe I'll just recall you. See if maybe that'll help a little bit.
Sorry, what did you say?
I'll just recall you here.
Okay.
Yeah, here. Let's try it again. Sorry, chat. Trying to make sure everything works out. I just checked Spotify and the original and remix are on there. Are they really? Are they both on there? Heck yeah! Hop in the Discord, Cabo. Would love to have you in there. Sorry, guys. Tech issues seem to always happen when you're trying to do co-streams.
Crub.
All right. It loaded in faster for me that time.
It's way better now.
Oh, wait, okay, cool. Just weird Discord thing, I guess. Bizarre. Okay. So I'm just got to turn it off and turn it back on.
Oh, now it went bad again.
Oh, no. We spoke too soon.
It was good for a second, and then...
Is there a way you can, turn down my, Image quality? No.
Nope.
That's so weird.
Like it looks like it's something to do with the connection because at the beginning it's fine, and then it like just dips. Your
Completely falls
connection
off.
Yeah,
That's
but I
so
guess
weird.
we can just go with this.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Sorry
No
to say
worries.
crap, man. I feel
It's
bad.
okay.
Sorry, fond viewers. I appreciate it. I
They're the
appreciate your
cuties, I call them.
patience, the cuties.
Yes, it's the words that matter anyway. Yeah, sound is good, so that's the most important.
Okay, sounds good, but
And
everything
also,
else is okay.
yes,
Cool.
welcome to the stream. But yeah, I think we could like, just like introduce each other to each other's audiences. I
Yeah,
think that'll be a good place to start. So
definitely.
I can start. Hi
Give
everyone
me.
from Krubs. Mhm.
Sorry, give me 1 sec.
No worries.
I lost you on my screen for some reason.
Okay.
You just disappeared. There we go. Sorry
Is it
about
good?
that. Yeah, go ahead. Introduce
Okay, cool.
yourself.
Yes. So, hi everyone from Krubs Stream. My name is FunWithFondue. I am a leftist political streamer, so I cover politics and news from a leftist point of view, which is, I guess, easier way to say that is from an anti-capitalist point of view. I criticize capitalism very heavily, and I am all about democracy and bringing more democracy to our world in a more leftist sense. And this is my like side thing. My full time work is as a game developer. So I'm a producer at a studio called Avalanche Studios. I work on a game called Second Extinction.
Yeah, I just saw your you tweeted about that. Like I think last week or the week before. It looks awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, we released on Xbox like 2 weeks ago.
That's so exciting, dude. Is it on Game Pass or is it just for purchase?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
That's awesome. You guys heard it. Final Extinction?
Second,
Second Extinction. Make sure you guys go check that out, especially if you have Game Pass. Is that on Game Pass for PC or just Xbox?
both.
Both. Heck yeah, dude. Go check it out, guys. Go check it out. And Kava, yeah, we'll probably be reading some comments and responding, throughout as well.
for sure.
But definitely, because like I said, I want you guys to be able to have a part of the conversation as well. Oh, Fondue's quiet again. All right.
What? I didn't do anything. I'm literally
Better now, maybe.
the same.
Better now. All right, I turned you up a little bit. I think you're probably okay. To introduce everyone to me. Hello, I am Krub TV. Go by Krub though. You can call me Krub or Kruberto, whatever you want to call me. I'm a variety streamer. I do a little bit of everything here on Twitch. I am not a leftist political streamer, but I tend to have leftist ideologies in basically everything that I believe, and I just am not, as I was saying to my chat earlier, I'm not exactly as good at articulating them as Fondue is. So and also coming from the United States, we have a lot of biases that the rest of the world, I think, sees a lot differently. So I think it's really valuable to have someone like Fondue on to talk about these. Fondue, I know you live in Sweden now. Are you from Finland originally?
Yeah,
Got it.
I'm from Finland. Live in Sweden.
Got it.
But
Yeah,
I have an American accent for. I just do.
because it just happens. So I thought it was, I've been trying to do a kind of a series on my channel of different educational podcasts about various subjects. And with Fun with Fondue being a fellow Soot Sprite team member of mine, I thought it was the perfect opportunity to kind of dip our toes into something completely different that I think is really valuable to learn about.
Yeah, let's do it.
Heck
Do
yeah.
it. I think
Thank you for
like we
following
could
around.
start because we were just talking like before stream when we were doing our test, like how we got into leftism. I think that's like a fun place to start because for me it's kind of like a logical conclusion kind of. I would say like over the last like maybe 4 years I've shifted more towards leftism. I've always been more left leaning in general, but definitely in my younger age more of a lib, like more liberal in my sensibilities and like not being very critical of capitalism as it is, but like very pro minorities, that kind of stuff, but not really critical of the economic organization that we have in our world. But then started watching stuff like Philosophy Tube, H Bomber Guy, ContraPoints, so like YouTuber leftist video essayists. Like I think it was around like 4 years ago, watching them, and then slowly like seeing how the world is becoming more and more like unequal. Rich people are getting richer while poor people are getting poorer, and the gap is just growing and growing and growing. And I think the kind of final straw that really pushed me further is like the past year of COVID. Like that has just shown how unequal it really is. You know, billionaires have made great bank during the last year from COVID, while most people are suffering.
Yeah, 100%. And that's definitely, it's definitely like I was telling you earlier, it's that has definitely amplified my ideologies as well. So my perspective kind of comes from, I guess, from my upbringing. I was raised in a very hyper conservative, very religious environment. But the interesting thing about that is I lived in an area that was very diverse and very economically disadvantaged. So growing up, I saw firsthand, in my own life and in the people that my neighbors in my community, the struggles that people go through every day to just get by, to just get work. You see people working 40 plus hours a week, multiple jobs, 50, 60 hours a week, 3 jobs, trying to care for an entire family, barely able to afford transportation, and then seemingly all these systems in place to prevent them from acquiring things like transportation and things things that would allow them to work and to make a livelihood for themselves. And it started to not make sense for me, around middle school and high school. I'm like, it really doesn't seem like the people that we tend to live, my community that I'm growing up and interacting with more, tends to really help the people that actually live in my physical community where I live. So, that kind of turned me, in kind of the same way as you, into a more liberal perspective in high school, early college. And then recently over the pandemic, I have seen the failures of basically all institutions that are already established in the United States to effectively address the situation and care for people when they needed it the absolute most, and seeing the absolute inability of those institutions to deal with crises. You would see it in a more indirect, slow way in other ways. You'd see their inability to care for the poor, you'd see their inability to provide healthcare to everybody, but you didn't see it as widespread all at once as you did with the pandemic.
Yeah.
And seeing that firsthand was like, okay, yeah, this is not just me seeing this in my community. This is a nationwide thing, right?
It's very immediate, like the pandemic. It's happening to everyone at the same time, and everyone kind of fell over on their face, so to speak. Except, of course, rich people, because they have money to throw at the problem, and
right.
Who cares? Or if you're Ted Cruz, you just go to Cancun.
and then lie about it. The reason that you went is because your kids wanted to go, right?
Yeah, that's a real stand-up thing to do as a father, to throw your children under the bus when you leave your state to suffer from a almost never before seen snowstorm that knocks out power from millions of people.
Exactly.
Really stand-up thing to do as the representative of your state.
Of course, personal responsibility is cringe.
Kava says had a bunch of topics that I am prepared to discuss.
Yeah, and Kava, you said, I think Fondue can agree that the USA is being locked down and made fun of for lacking basic services like affordable healthcare. Exactly, yep. Kava, and that's exactly what we're gonna be talking about.
People in Europe laugh at the United States, and I don't know if people in the US understand how Europeans are they don't have health care. What the fuck is wrong with them?
How?
What do you mean they don't have health care? It's a normal thing to have.
Exactly.
How do you don't have that?
Right.
And then it's you mean to tell me that the hat of America, motherfucking Canada, has health care? You mean to tell me the French figured out public health care and the US didn't?
Right. I know. It's absurd. It's absurd. Yeah, Kay, why don't we enable it, Kay? If you could for me, that'd be awesome. Ollie, thank you for the host. Like a ask question redeem on my channel. Are those alerts really loud for you guys? By the way, sorry, I just realized I turned all of my volume up, so that might be insanely loud for you guys. I'm gonna turn Discord specifically up. That probably wasn't the smartest thing for me to do.
It was the fastest, though.
Exactly. I'm just my brain's going a million miles per hour. Yo, what's up, Rum? Thanks for stopping in. Okay, lords are a bit loud. Perfect. Okay, this should be good. If Fondue is quiet again, though, let me know. Okay, so yeah, the first thing that I kind of talked about, because I think this is probably the most hot button issue right this second in the United States, minimum wage. So I kind of want to play the role. I want to play devil's advocate. God, I'm not going to say. I want to. I'm going to. Putting on my intellectual hat here, but I kind of want to play the role of an American who's probably not very politically involved, doesn't really know, has just watched the news, just the average person, and kind of just ask you questions from that perspective, because I think it's a good way to articulate a lot of concerns that the normal person may have with leftism and making that shift. So minimum wage, really hot button topic in the United States. Some people are talking $15 an hour all the way up to $25 an hour, with $15 seeming to be the most popular suggestion right now. The federal minimum wage right now, I believe, is $7.25. I believe, yes. And it's different in state by state. In Michigan, I think it's like just over $9. It's like $9.
Yeah, it varies from state to state, but the federal is $7.25.
Exactly, and in most, I think the highest. Let's actually look it up. Highest. The
highest is 15, maybe, in some states.
The highest minimum wage in the U.S. is, it looks like, 15 in D.C. Just from a quick Google search, obviously,
which is not a state,
not scientific, which is not a state, which is just exactly not technically, at least not yet. So we're talking about this. So why has the minimum wage not gone up? Well, $7.25 seems extremely low, even from the perspective of someone who's probably a little bit more conservative. Why is it so low?
Well, it hasn't gone up because hasn't been a big push for it. Like, workers can't really push for it to go up because workers don't have a way to collectively bargain, because the lack of unions in the United States, and the unions have been gutted in the United States. So that's one reason. Workers don't have a unified front to push for it, and also because it's in the company's interests to pay you as little money as possible. Sure. And, it's the workers' interest to get paid as much as possible and work as little as possible. And the inverse is true for the owners of the companies. And this is like an inherent contradiction within capitalism, is that you as a worker want to work as little as possible and get paid as much as possible, and your boss wants to pay you as little as possible and work you as much as possible. And there's this conflict. So most of the politicians in the United States serve big corporations, because lobbying is a humongous industry in the United States. So that's probably the main reasons why it hasn't risen. And people should be shocked that it hasn't risen, because minimum wage has to rise with inflation. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Because $7 now is not the same as $7 in 20 years.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense that it stays stagnant. And it has stayed stagnant since 2009. It's been 12 years since it has risen anywhere. Meanwhile, inflation has risen at a rate of almost 24%. So it doesn't make sense that it should be locked into this. And in theory, if minimum wage would have kept up with productivity, it should be $24 an hour now, roughly.
That would be the equivalent.
So even 15 is not where it needs to be. And actually, if we adjust minimum wage to inflation, it is actually at its lowest point now since the 1950s.
That ratio of minimum wage versus inflation is the lowest since the 50s, right after World War II.
Or its value, how much its value is compared to in the 1950s, you made X amount of money, but then you have to adjust it for inflation, so how much it is in current money. So if we look at those numbers, this is the lowest it's been in 70 years.
Which is
which doesn't make sense.
Which is wild.
Unless it would only make sense if you had extremely strong general agreements, which is what Finland, for example, has. Finland doesn't have a minimum wage because most industries in Finland have very strong general agreements. So these are agreements that everyone in the industry has to follow, which have been fought for by unions. And hence we don't need minimum wage. We haven't needed minimum wage. Now there's discussion because there's a lot of new industries that have come up in Finland, like tech, for example, that doesn't have general agreements. So their things are a little bit more And then some industries are talking about getting rid of the general agreement. I don't think it's a good idea. It should just be amended to suit the needs, but that's a different discussion.
Right. And we got a question from my chat. Sure. I don't know if this is a dumb question or not, but what is the average minimum wage if it exists in other countries in comparison to the U.S.? So if you look at Finland or Sweden, for example.
I don't have and it's a bit hard to compare it directly because you have to take into account cost of living. That it's I don't want to say anything directly to it right now because
Right.
I would need to look up some like proper data because I could say like, well, the average income in Finland is X, but it doesn't really mean much because like you might say, oh, it's bigger in the U.S., but what is the cost of living in between these two countries? Like
Right.
in the U.S., you'll spend a shit ton of money on basic necessities or healthcare. And in Finland, you won't spend that money, so cost of living can be relatively smaller. So just looking at the average income is not enough. It's distorts because like that's actually a funny case in the game industry where if you work in the US, like just money wise, you'll make more money in the US, but your cost of living is also way higher. So usually people in Europe actually make more money in the game industry because they don't have to spend so much money on other things that cost so much in the United States that in Europe are just like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, and someone just said in my chat, this kind of raised my question from, again, kind of from what I think the average person kind of thinks in America.
Hmm.
One of the problems that we see with minimum wage being raised is, well, won't the price of everything go up? Won't companies just respond to that and raise their prices? So why will that happen? Why will that not happen?
It could happen, yes. But if we look at changes in the restaurant food pricing, for example, during the period of 1978 to 2015, research found that prices rose by just 0.36% for every 10% increase in the minimum wage.
Interesting. And that was when was that?
So this was between 1978 and 2015 in the
Interesting. Oh
restaurant
wow.
industry.
So okay, so from that's recent data as well.
Very recent data from a long period. I'm going to share this, by the way, the document I'm going through. I'm going to share it with you, Crab, later. I have all of my points here, and I have them sourced as well, so you can check the sources for all
Perfect.
the data that
And
I
that
mentioned here.
yeah, and that's awesome. I was telling my chat that you had taken the time to put all that together, so I'll probably be sharing those sources with them as well, just so they can see everything because I think that's super valuable.
Yeah. So if we were to double, like let's say it was from 7.25 to like $15, which is roughly double. Like I'm gonna do a little cutting corners with the math. So it'll be 100% more, which would mean that it wouldn't sorry, yeah, it would rise only like 3.6% would be the rising of prices. And the thing is, prices rise regardless.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter if the minimum wage is raised or not. Prices will rise nonetheless.
it's a
And
matter.
inflation happens, so, $2 now is less in 20 years because of inflation. So it doesn't really matter. And also the bulk of like recent economic research on minimum wage establishes that prior increases have little to no negative consequence and have instead had meaningfully raised the pay of low wage workforce, which is a really really good thing because when they have more money, they can spend more money on the economy, and that's good for the economy when people spend money. And working class people typically spend their money. They don't hoard it. They don't keep it because they can't. They have to spend on necessities.
Which has always confused me about that argument. It's like, why would I raise my prices? Because if minimum wage goes up, demand goes up, right? Because you
Hmm.
have people with more means to buy things. Why would I raise my prices if demand is going up? I mean, and like
Hmm.
obviously, to an extent, right? Right, demand's going up. Obviously, to keep my supply up, I have to raise prices a little bit.
Hmm.
But like you said, I think people mix it up. I think it's backwards. I think that uh, minimum wage needs to keep up with inflation, not inflation needs to
It
keep up
has
with
to.
minimum wage. And I think I think
It
that's
has to.
kind of what we're taught in the United States is that, well, inflation is always going to keep up. So if you raise minimum wage, it's going to go up again. Where I think the opposite, based on what you said and based on what I've seen, it seems the opposite is true.
Mhm.
That minimum wage
Yeah,
needs to keep
and
up with inflation.
yeah, and like increases in price following minimum wage generally have occurred like in the month the minimum wage isn't implemented, but not like before or after. And a study found that small minimum wage hikes, like in order of 5 to 15%, have didn't lead to higher prices, and they actually lead to lower prices in the long term.
Yeah, we had a question. This is perhaps a tangent, but yeah, no, it's fine. I get it. But could relate to discussion of minimum wage. What are Fondue's thoughts on the implementation of UBI?
UBI, I think, generally is a great idea. I would love to see it implemented generally everywhere. I know that it costs money, but a lot of the things that we do in our government cost money. Healthcare costs money. Maintaining roads cost money. There's a lot of things that cost money that the government does, and then it costs money. But I think universal basic income could be a very, very good thing for a lot of people because it would take a lot of monetary pressure off people. And it has been trialed in numerous places, one of them Finland. And most of these trials have found that it does not impact people's willingness to work, that it makes people less stressed and more happy, but they still work the same.
Right.
So with current data, I think it's a good idea. Of course, the practicalities of how it's implemented and how do we fund it, etc. Of course, those are important questions that need to be figured out. But I think it's a great thing.
What do you think about UBI? This is my question. What do you think about UBI versus like things that we have in America, now, like welfare, other social programs, social safety nets? Do you think UBI might be a superior program to replace those entirely because of the lack of overhead that it has, because it's just bulk payment as opposed to all the requirements that like welfare has?
It depends like how big it is. Like if it's a if it's a considerable amount of money that you can like properly live off, then it can probably supplement or even majorly replace something like unemployment benefit. Because like, why would you need unemployment benefit when you have UBI? But it of course depends on the particulars. So it can supplement or even replace stuff. It's hard to say. It depends on the details, I would say.
Right, which makes sense. So let's see so here's the other question related to minimum wage. Obviously, will prices rise because of minimum wage? We've kind of determined probably not. Data suggests,
or if they do, the rises in price will be fairly small.
Exactly. Like it can
and
happen.
You already have countries where McDonald's pays like $15 an hour. Denmark has a really high minimum wage, and McDonald's pays their employees that, and they have 5 weeks of vacation paid every year, and the price of their product is not crazy.
Yeah,
it's their normal prices.
Yeah. So it is bizarre that it doesn't happen here.
So,
and
actually, a good thing Lord Luke M said in my chat. A little example here regarding inflation. A Ford Model T was $900 in 1910. Adjusted for inflation, that would be $24,695 today.
That's why.
That's how inflation works.
Right, and it just makes sense. Strong, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. So the other concern that we hear a lot is, with minimum wage being risen, won't these companies just automate these jobs away? Won't they just get rid of these jobs, these quote unquote low skill jobs that can be so easily replaced by a machine? Won't they just be replaced?
Well, before I get into the data of stuff, they will do it anyway. Whether they have to pay less or more, it doesn't matter. If a company can automate a service, it will do that. Like, that's why jobs have been, since like NAFTA got put into place, that's why so many jobs in the US have been shipped abroad. That's why so many industries have collapsed within the United States. Industries that used to be very, very strong in the United States. Cities like Detroit that are like bankrupt.
This is where I live.
Because
I've seen, see that firsthand.
Because those jobs were shipped abroad.
Yes.
And those companies didn't do them because, the taxes here are so much and we have to pay so much. No, they did it because if the companies can save money by shipping it abroad, they will do it. If they can automate a job, they will do it, regardless of how much they have to pay people. If they can automate and save money, they will. That is their prerogative. The prerogative of business owners, big business owners, I'm talking big business owners and medium-sized business, is to maximize profit and minimize costs. And they will do that stuff. But then, getting into the study stuff, high-quality studies have looked at the impact in low-wage, high-impact areas and have yet to detect sharper job losses, even when the minimum wage is close to 80% of the local area median income. So a $15 minimum wage by 2024 would probably produce a wage at around 80% of the median wage in a state like West Virginia, for example. And they haven't found that there's like a significant change. And you have to also consider that at the same time, the risk of keeping minimum wage too low is increased poverty, inequality, racial injustice. Like these are things that will happen if the minimum wage is too low. People won't have enough money, they'll become poor, they will turn to criminal activities because people who are poor tend to do more crimes because they are desperate.
Poverty, exactly. Poverty breeds desperation. Exactly.
Yes, and crime is primarily driven by socioeconomic conditions.
Right.
So if someone is doing crime, you have to look at like, okay, what are their like economic situation? What is their social situation? What is their health, et cetera, et cetera? These are usually the things that drive crime, and poor areas tend to have more crime, unsurprisingly.
Right. Right. And so also related to minimum wage, minimum wage protects poor people, especially from the exploitation of larger corporations, medium business. Now, here's another question, coming from the U.S. If you're a small business, right? We already live in a quasi oligarchical state with the way that business is taken, large corporations have taken over.
Fully oligarchical.
In the United States. If minimum wage is raised to say $15 an hour and I'm a small business, how does that impact me? I don't have as much money to pay what these larger corporations are paying. How do I keep up?
That's generally a more difficult situation. I would say it is a bigger problem with like capitalism because capitalism has this thing called a tendency towards monopoly. So in capitalism, we're always told that, competition breeds innovation, which is true to a certain point. Up until a certain point, a company's interest is to be innovative because then they can compete and they can get more customers and grow. But after a certain point, being innovative is not the best way to be competitive. The best way to be competitive is to have a monopoly. So how you can do that is you buy companies that are trying to compete with you, to become part of you, to gain more of the market. Or you can undercut the small businesses that cannot do this type of stuff. They cannot sell at a loss where, Amazon can be like, okay, we're going to sell like for 5 years at a loss, and then we'll push out all of our competition, and then we'll raise the price again.
Right.
Which is what they do. Right. They've done this, and they've done this in several areas where they push small businesses out of existence. And that is like the bigger issue, whereas like the monopolies and the tendency towards monopoly will destroy small businesses.
Right.
More than raising the minimum wage.
Right. Which makes so you said that a big reason that the minimum wage hasn't been raised is because of the lack of unionization in the United States and the ability of unions to produce collective bargaining agreements to hold their employers accountable. Why is unionization become such a rarity in the United States, especially from a place that had a lot of strong unions back in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s when there was the big unionization surge, at least from what I've read in the past. That was a huge part of the American culture. What's caused that huge decline?
I'm not entirely sure on the history of unions in the United States, so I can't answer to what has caused the specific change. From what I recall, there was like a federal level effort to curb on unions. I don't remember which year it is right now, so I'm not the best on the history of unions in the United States. That's not my area of expertise. But in general, like I can just say like unions are an important part of the working people, because without unions, workers don't have a collective way to bargain.
Right.
So it's united we bargain, divided we beg.
So I should clarify too for anybody who might be unfamiliar with with what the heck is a union? What do they do? What's a union?
So a union is the workers, so it's not an outside force. Because that's often what anti-union messaging is trying to say, like an outside force is coming to your workplace. No, the union is the workers coming together to have a more united bargaining front for their rights and to make sure that their rights are respected. Because together, the workers can say, you need to do this for us, or we will not work. Because the workers are way more powerful than the people who own the business. There's less of them, there's way more workers. And this is really important. Without workers, there is no product. So this is a good example from the Gravel Institute. I highly recommend following them on YouTube. If you work at a burger shop, like McDonald's or whatever, and you don't buy the materials or the equipment, etc. That's, the business owner does that. So say that they buy the material for you to make the burger. That's $1,000. And then you make the burger. The burger happens. Now it's a burger. Those burgers are sold. And that brings in $3,000. Well, that's great, Sold well, which means you added $2,000 of value to that. Because without you, those burgers wouldn't have been sold because they're just raw materials and equipment.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter how much money is next to it. It doesn't turn into anything useful.
Right.
Money doesn't turn anything into anything. It's just money. So, but you're not given 2,000. The business owner wants to make a profit because they have to make a profit in order to survive. So, they give you a part. Let's say 1,000. So they steal $1,000 from you. This is why profit is theft, because profit is stolen from the workers. Now, you could argue that, you have to have profit in order to do R&D, grow the business. Okay, fair enough. I can understand that. But, the worker doesn't get to decide any of that. The worker has no say in who's making those decisions. There's no vote on, who runs the company or what the company does. You're just told, hey, this is what the company's doing with the profit. And, then these people get it.
Right. Who
are the shareholders. And you get your pittance. And it's that's stolen from you. So, stuff like that is, without unions, you're just divided. If you as a single worker are like, well, I'm not going to come to work. They're saying, okay, we're going to fire you and get someone else.
Exactly.
You don't have any power to bargain because they're going to say, well, fuck you, you're fired. Get the fuck out. But if all the workers say, this McDonald's is going to close down, and these 15 cities, which is happening actually in 1 week, are going to have the McDonald's is closed down unless you meet our demands. Suddenly, there becomes a lot more pressure for the owners to be like, maybe we should listen to them because we're losing a lot of money because we're not open.
Right. So Kay said...
This is why...
No, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, this is why unions are so important. However, I will point out, unions are not perfect.
Which is exactly what I was about to address. Kay in my chat said, speaking on experience with unions, and at least in the film industry, they end up getting a bad rep with productions because they seem to cater to large productions only, while making it impossible for small, more independent productions to even consider filming. I'm not sure where the issue lies, but they're nearly impossible to work with.
And yeah, unions are not perfect. Unions can become big institutions, and I definitely want to have unions be such that they are accountable to the members and not, the people who run the unions. But it's I would rather have a hierarchy that's main interest is the workers rather than a hierarchy that main interest is the shareholders. So it is not perfect, and we should definitely improve the current union system, absolutely. But just because it's not perfect doesn't mean we should just throw it out.
Right, of course. We should work to improve on it, exactly. So someone asked a question in my chat, Dune asked, why would an entrepreneur want to run a business in the first place and put that work in if there isn't a profit motive? What would be the motivator?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fine. A profit motive is a motivator for sure, but, why do you play video games? Why do you read books? Why do you watch TV shows? Have you done something nice to someone? Why did you do that for them? You didn't do it because someone was paying you to do that. You did that because you wanted to do that, because the escapism of playing a video game or watching a movie, because helping someone or doing something for someone makes you feel good and you're happy that they're happy and you can do something for them. So there's a lot of other motivators that we have in life than just profit. Profit is one of them for sure. Wikipedia is not profit run.
Right.
It is completely fan run. Linux was made by people and it's open source.
And those
Like,
companies, I think, I think when you say that, it sounds like, oh, they're not for profit. They don't make any money from that. The people that run things like that, they still are paid. They just don't have
yes.
excess outside of their salaries, which goes into, profiting whatever the organization, the shareholders, whatever.
And yeah, profit can be one, but like we can talk about this in a bit. But then I want to have more democratic workplaces.
Right.
We'll get to this in a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're not. But let's talk about that in just a bit, because there's still some stuff about unions. Like unions, yeah, in the U.S., I know that there's some trouble with unions, and one union that you should definitely be wary of and know that it is full of shit is the police union. The police union is absolute dog shit because the police are not part of our class traders, so to speak. They do not protect you. Police are there to protect the interest of the owners and their property. That's what they protect. And because of this, the police union is one of the strongest unions in the United States because the people who have the money have an interest for the police to be their friends and to serve them.
Right.
And therefore, that union is really strong, but it's not good.
Bolstered by institutions, right? Which makes sense.
Yeah.
Good question from my chat. How would unions work with like franchise enterprises, like a McDonald's, for example? Because since McDonald's is franchised.
I mean, then you would have, let's say, the fast food restaurant union, and then all fast foods, let's say would bargain for a general agreement. Let's say, like, we have to come up with like a hypothetical here, not to be too Ben Shapiro, but then, for example, hypothetically speaking,
Shabibo moment.
Shabibo. But then, yeah, you would have like the general agreement for the restaurant industry that all restaurants have to abide. And then, if the restaurant industry is like, we're going to strike now, then, restaurant workers strike.
Right.
That's how it would work.
Right. Yeah. Makes sense.
I mean, that's how it would be. Sorry, Lucas saying Amazon workers go on strike every Christmas here in Germany, but Amazon doesn't really care because they plan for it and just go outside, get outside contractors to do all the work rather than raising the wages. That sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
then they've lost their power essentially in that situation.
And I assume that's not possible for, most corporations to do that, but Amazon is a unique monster, that's for sure.
Indeed. But I mean, and then like people are, well, why are unions important? Do you like weekends? Do you like 40-hour work weeks? Do you like not having children work? Paid vacation, sick days? These are because of unions. Like, these things didn't fall out of the sky, and like the people who run the business were like, you know what? I'm gonna give you now the weekends. Like, no. People fought for these, sometimes bloodily.
Yeah.
Fought for these changes. Like, they were fought for hard by unionists, leftists, anarchists. Like, these things didn't just come out of nowhere. It's really important to know that these are because of unions. Again, unions are not perfect. We can improve on them, but they have done a lot of good.
Yeah, exactly. The workplace would look much more tyrannical without you. Like you said, I like that idea of unions democratize the workplace, right? They give the workers who create so much value for corporations more power to bargain and make decisions on where the corporation goes from there, which is great.
There's a really good comment in my chat. Rum Inspector is saying the rise of gig economy should be addressed, like Wolt, Uber. Wolt is like a food service app here.
Got it.
Etc. Making essentially workers into entrepreneur light and freelancers. Yes. 100%. I mean, the UK just made a change, like a law change that where Uber drivers will now be considered employees. They basically forced them.
I think they did that in the US too.
There's like a state. Was it California?
Maybe it was a single state. Let me quick Google it.
I think it was a single state that was like they're basically forcing it, and that should be how it is. Like this is, it's basically companies being, how can we pay them less?
Right.
So they're like, it's a gig economy. You have the freedom to decide your own hours, but we're not going to pay you any benefits because you're not an employee. You're a contractor.
Right. Yep. Exactly. Well, that's how Twitch works, right? Twitch is the same way. We're contractors of Twitch. I don't work for Amazon. You don't work for Amazon.
No.
We're gig workers. We're
unless you have like a really good contract with Amazon and you're like top percent.
Of course. Exactly.
But I ain't there.
Let's see here. The unions. Also, the unions people tend to think about as being this big monster that rules everything are the industries that have the biggest abuses. Exactly. Construction, teaching, nursing. These
unions
policing.
ruling everything is a ridiculous idea because 10.1% of the United States is unionized. How the fuck are they going to rule everything if no one's part of them?
Exactly.
What power do they have? They have no power. So there are certain industries that have strong unions.
Right.
SAG-AFTRA is a very strong union, which is the Screen Actors. It's the movie industry.
That's what Kay was talking about in my chat. Yeah.
That's like one of the stronger unions. But other than like outside of that, there's not a lot of unions that have power.
Right.
Like they've been gutted. They are no, which like compare this to Finland. 60.3% of the working population in Finland is unionized, and it's even higher in Norway and Denmark, closer to 70%.
Just wow, 10% in the United States. So
yeah,
I guess that gets us into some of these unions that have probably fallen over the years, or that when unions have been prevented from being created in the first place. What does it mean to union bust? What are examples of union busting? How can we identify when, oh shit, that CEO is clearly trying to union bust? Like what are red flags for, and what is it?
Not allowing workers to organize is one. Like not allowing them to talk about unions at work, for example. That's classical union busting. There was, because Amazon is having their or their employees were trying to unionize. The vote didn't go through, but there's a lot of weird shit around it happening. So one of them was that the workers were trying to organize at a traffic light stop, at Amazon, where they would get together when there was a red light and then talk about it. So Amazon changed the lighting system so that they couldn't organize, and it made their delivery less efficient because they fucked with their system.
Oh my god! So it hurt their bottom
and then
line.
One thing, but it hurts them less in the long term.
Of course, they're willing to take that.
If they unionize, it's even worse for them. Yeah, firing workers if they try to unionize, which is illegal. Like, you have to remember, a lot of union busting activities are actually illegal to do.
Yes,
they are actually like federally illegal in the United States and many other countries. Firing workers if they try to unionize. The hard part there is like proving that they fired you because you were trying to unionize. That's the hard part. Why taking a company like Amazon to court is really difficult. Yeah. Unless they like specifically in writing say we fired you because you tried to unionize, which they'll never do.
Of course.
Because they know
right.
They know that they'll get slapped like crazy. So they'll say like oh, you were not a good fit, or they'll find reasons why they fired you. Then if there is union voting, trying to tamper with that, that's very or intimidate people. So with the Amazon voting that was happening now in Alabama, they were trying to force people to go vote in person rather than by ballot. And of course, in the middle of a pandemic, that's not a great thing to do. They also installed a mailbox, or a mailbox was installed outside of the factory, but no one knew who had access to the mailboxes there, who had the keys, because, and then Amazon was encouraging people to put their ballots in that mailbox, but no one knew who has the keys. So anyone could have gotten to the ballots and just like thrown them away that you don't know.
Right.
And of course, anti-union propaganda. Hey, we're all a family here. We don't need an outside force coming in and telling us what to do. We can just figure things out together. With like this type of rhetoric, saying that you should just use your union dues to buy a new PlayStation.
I literally was Googling that as you said it, because I saw what could you do with $700? Tickets and food to a baseball game for a family aren't cheap. That $700 in union dues you'd be paying every year could sure go a long way. Delta Airlines.
Yeah. So, and then of course there's if you just YouTube search like Amazon anti-union, and you'll find like Amazon training videos that are meant for like managers and higher ups that specifically like are meant to train people to look out for people who are doing union activities. Like, what are the signs that someone might be trying to unionize, and to recognize that and to report that, which is illegal. Yeah. There was a question in my chat from Ace Tyro. Do unions functionize or organize differently in the countries that have higher percentage involvement? I would assume so. I can't speak for a lot of European countries, but yes, the more of the populace you have unionized, the working populace that is, the more power a union has, essentially, because the more people can strike. Because
Right. The more
the bigger
the
of
lower
the
your
bigger of a
workforce.
halt of work, the bigger the impact. Because
So
if like 40% of a factory are like we're gonna walk out, but if 90% of a factory walk out,
good luck contracting all
mm,
that work. Right. Exactly. Um,
yeah.
this is a good question. What role would management play in a union? Would they be an intermediary, or would they fall to either side of the business or align
Be,
with the employees?
what do you mean with you mean like managers at a company?
Like yeah, I suppose like if you had like upper management, do they, is that kind of their decision? Can they, because I
No,
guess,
it's not really their decision. No, like if the workers unionize with the union that they want to unionize with.
right.
Like it's not like the company can't decide like this is the union that we like. You can work with them. No, that's not how it
Right.
works.
I guess the question is
The
more,
workers unionize.
do the upper level, does upper, let's say you have an Amazon factory, and then you have a
Mhm,
supervisor and a regional manager. That regional
mhm,
manager that is an executive and works at the corporate offices. Well, that regional
mhm.
manager who's not doing the labor, would be probably wouldn't be associated with the labor union, right? Like they wouldn't
Probably
really
not.
I guess they probably could
Probably not.
join it, but they would probably, because the question in my
Probably
chat
not.
was, would they be an intermediary, or would they choose one side or the other?
So with when it comes to intermediaries, usually you have union representatives. So people who work at the company will be like union representatives as
Gotcha.
well. And so if there's any union related discussion that needs to happen, they will be the ones to contact the proper people at the company.
Would
And then
probably
of course if things get more heated and you need more legal backing, then they bring in people from the union.
right, which would probably the people, the union representative would probably be like an actual worker who works
Yes,
from that example, like
absolutely.
in the
And
factory.
again, the union is formed of the workers. The union is not an outside entity, a company that comes in.
Right.
The union is the workers. The people at the company, they're the union.
Right.
So some of them or one of them, depending on the size, will be like this is the person who represents the workers, the representative of the union. They represent us here at the company. So if there's something that you want to discuss regarding the workers, talk to this person because
Right.
they represent us.
Got it. Yep. Yeah, and they kind of clarified their question. They said kind of like a store manager, and I feel like on that
It's
low of a level,
it
it might be
depends.
kind of
Store manager, maybe,
yeah.
like region manager. It's like where does the line be drawn? I don't know.
Right.
It's not that specific.
Probably depends on the industry and and how much
Yeah,
power that person actually holds in the company, right?
yeah.
I would assume.
And then another union busting thing that I should mention is like trying to talk individuals out of unionization. So you have like this happened at was it Tesla or SpaceX? I forget which one, but like they specifically tried to talk three people who were unionizing like out of unionizing, like invited them into the office, and the HR manager was there with Elon Musk, and they were like, "Hey, we shouldn't do this."
I
And
watched your
that's
video
illegal.
on that. Yep. Yep.
That is illegal.
And
You cannot do that.
didn't they salary one of the employees that was leading the charge so that they could no
Yes,
longer unionize?
or
Because
they tried to salary. That was Tesla. Thanks, Luke. So they tried to salary the workers, and they're like, "We're gonna pay you more," and you'll be like the safety representative of the company, and is like, "Oh, that sounds good, doesn't it?" Well, here's the thing: if they become salaried, they can't unionize anymore. So that was just their way to try to like pay them a little bit more and give them like a little title, and then they can't unionize.
so does being salaried prevent unionization from being legal, or
I don't know how it works in the United States, and that's probably state by state
got it?
depends. Like I don't know. That's a point that I don't know.
Because that probably provides
In
some clarity.
in Finland, it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't in Finland, but I don't know how it is in the States. But in this particular case, like yeah, I don't know why it is that way, but it is. But I wanna jump to fucking democratizing the workplace.
Yeah,
Listen, I
for
wanna
sure.
talk about
I
that.
have one more question from a
Sure.
viewer really quick about you. Might kind of fall into the same discussion though. To
Mhm,
democratizing the workplace. Rissy says the
mhm.
game industry is rampant for its abuse of workers, finding ways to get around paying employee benefits, normalize crunch overtime, treating developers as disposable resources. As someone actively in the industry, is Fondue aware of efforts to promote unionization within the game industry to improve practices for workers? For as visible as these issues seem to be in every major release, I'm surprised I don't see more movement.
There is movement in the industry, but it's really, really difficult because a lot of the industries in the United States, unions have been gutted. Anti-union propaganda has basically made a generation of people be like, "Ew, unions are terrible, evil things." So it's difficult. It takes a lot of work. There is the Game Workers Unite union. I think it's called Game Workers Unite, which is a global, yeah, Game Workers Unite, which is a global labor movement for the game industry. They have chapters all around the world. The biggest one is, I think, in the U.S. There's also one in Finland that got started like 4-ish years ago, like a union for the game industry, which is part of the engineers union in Finland. But it's a new industry. It's a very young industry. Like the game industry as an industry is like 30 years old, 40 years old. Like it's a super, super young industry. And because of that, like unionization just hasn't had time to happen. And because of that, and because it's a new and sexy and very profitable industry, abuse is very rampant. And because it's passion driven also.
Right.
People are very easy to abuse because people get into video games because they love video games and they want to make video games.
Yep.
So it's really easy to abuse that passion.
Which makes sense. Yep. Yeah, and you were talking democratizing the workplace. I want you to
democratizing the workplace
will
help with this actually. So, one of the most important things that people always tout about Western civilization is that we're democratic, right? Like American people would say, like, one of the most important ideals of being American is being democratic. But the place where we spend a majority of a big part of our life, work, is not democratic. It's authoritarian by nature. Because you have a boss and, maybe they have a boss and they have a boss. But they decide who your boss is. You don't have no say in who your boss is. They decide who your boss is. They decide what you should do. They say, you do this. Here's your tasks. This is what we're going to do. You have no say in that. You have no democratic process of affecting that. You have no say in what is done with the profit. You have no say in what the goals of the company is, what the company should be doing in the long term. And I'm not saying every decision should be voted on because people are like, oh, then the janitor will vote for everything. It's like, no, that's not what I mean. But you have no say as a worker. They might listen to you if you're like, I think we should do this, but there's no process. There's no democratic process of doing this. And I think democratizing our workplaces would be incredibly important because democratizing the workplace will make people happier. There's research to show this. Did I put it here? No, let me get the research doc. So there's this great streamer called Roserist. He's a Swedish political streamer. Oops. And he made this great Google Doc that outlines research that he done, research on something called cooperatives, which is a democratic business form. It differs a little bit on how the ownership works from country to country and company to company, but it is a very, very strong indicator that worker co-ops tend to survive the first few years as a business better. People are happier in worker co-ops. They get paid better at worker co-ops. The company usually resists price shock better than traditional companies. Like, it's not perfect. Like, it has some problems for sure. But overall, like, it can be a very, very positive thing. Let me post to you in the Discord.
It's interesting hearing that because that's something that it makes sense and it's a concept that makes sense to me. But it's something that I don't think I've ever heard about living in the United States. I don't think I have ever heard about a company using something like this to make it more democratic, to give workers more power and liking who their leadership is, and things like that.
Yep. So actually, I need to dig my because I made a few videos on worker co-ops. Let me dig the research that I did for that, because one of the most famous examples that people use for co-ops is Mondragon in Spain, which is a federation of cooperatives. It is a good example. It is not perfect. It has problems. Where did I put it? Is it? No? I can't find it right now. I'm sorry.
So a worker co-op. Can you give just like a top line explanation of what a worker co-op is, because it makes sense. It's 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 a form, or it's like a voting form or something where or like a group of workers coming together to be able to vote on more higher up executive decisions, right? From what I'm understanding.
So it is kind of changing the dynamic of how a company is structured. So it is a more democratic model of working. So instead of having a board of directors and shareholders who basically decide everything, this depends on the company as well, like how it's
Right.
structured, because there are many ways to structure a worker co-op. But essentially, you could think of it as like every worker has a vote, one vote, and big decisions everyone votes on, and then for smaller decisions and like who's the manager, etc., you vote on that. You vote on who's the manager for this thing and for that thing, and then you work with that. And think of it like how our society runs now in terms of democracy. It's not perfect, granted, but it's a lot better than having kings and feudal
Of
lords.
course, of course. Which is what the current workplace environment turns into. It turns into, like you said, an authoritarian state,
Hmm.
where and that's where we spend most of our time. We don't spend most of
Yeah,
our time outside the walls of work, or
yeah.
at least our
Like we
conscious
spend a
time.
huge amount of time there, and this is also why people are alienated from their work because like you go to work and you learn it's like I just fucking work here. Who cares? It's
Yep,
because you have no stake in the company. You have
exactly,
no ownership of the company, and that's
exactly.
also an important part of worker co-ops is that the workers own the company. It's not just that they get to say in what the company is doing; they own the company. The
Exactly.
company isn't
Yes.
owned by it can be owned partially by external people. That also is like how you want to run the company. You might want to vote that this percentage
Sure.
is owned by external money,
Shareholders.
of
Exactly.
course. But it can also be like this is 100% owned by the workers.
Yes. Yes.
They own them. So when the company does well, everyone benefits from it.
Right. So you have exactly like you said. You have stake.
Because now, like, if you work for Amazon, and Amazon was like, we had a record year. Why the fuck would you care?
Yeah.
You don't
I
get
don't
to
give a
get shit
shit.
from that.
Yeah. It doesn't. It literally means nothing. No
It doesn't mean
difference.
anything to
Yep.
you. You work at a fucking factory and have to piss in bottles and shit in bags.
Yeah. Exactly.
They
Exactly.
might give they
Doesn't.
might give you like here's an extra month's salary, a pittance,
Yes. Yes.
a fucking pittance thrown your way,
Yep. Just to make
and
you
it's like
shut up.
just to make you shut up and think like, wow, they're so nice. No, they're not. Like Jeff Bezos has an insane amount of money in it that he's stealing from everyone at Amazon.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
it is just ridiculous and ludicrous to think like they're like, oh, but they're so nice. Like, no, they're literally robbing you.
Exactly. Question to my chat from Risky: is it possible to democratize a private business without completely dismantling it and starting over from scratch? How would you take a company owned by private shareholders and turn it into something owned by employees and workers?
It's a good question, and that is like, it's probably cheaper and you know better than just having to start new companies is transform current companies into worker cooperatives. How you would do that for a company would be very case by case. Like I can't say like here's the model how you do it because for different levels and for different industries it would have to work differently we would have to try different models. I mean, one of the things that we should do like right now is research more into worker cooperatives. We should fund more government research into worker cooperatives. What type of models that we could use? How could we transform from one to the other? And we should also fund and give like tax breaks for people to start worker cooperatives.
Right.
We should also educate people on worker cooperatives. How do they work? How can people get involved? How can this happen? Like we can make these types of things that can help us toward that future. We can't snap our fingers and tomorrow everything is a worker cooperative. Obviously not. That's not going to work. It would be like a disaster.
Exactly. And look,
But
yeah.
but it's a journey. You have to educate people. You have to do research into this stuff. Like there's no easy way out of it, so to speak.
It's a great point because, like I said, I would say I'm a pretty leftist person. I'm a pretty politically involved person. I try and stay up to date on socioeconomic issues. I had not heard of a co-op until today, so it's
Yep.
important.
I literally heard of it from watching Vosh, who is another leftist streamer.
Yeah.
I watched his thing, and he mentioned like, yeah, your workplace isn't democratic, and I was like, it isn't. I don't have any say at the workplace.
Right.
I have
There's
no
no real
way
stake.
to. I have no way to inform anything, and it's just like hit me. I was like, fuck, it's so true. Like I don't have any say.
No, Risky, I love the
Or maybe,
questions.
and then like people are like, oh, but what if you become the CEO one day, and then you can exploit people?
Yeah,
What the fuck kind of system? Because people are like, well, you're just jealous and you should become a CEO. Okay, then everyone becomes a CEO. Where the fuck are the workers now? There's no workers anymore, you idiot. Like
exactly.
it's not a system. It's not a systemic solution. We need systemic solutions,
Yeah.
not fucking bootstraps and personal responsibility. No, we need systemic solutions for this stuff. Not just like, well, you should just become a CEO. That's not a systemic solution.
Right. Exactly. No,
I
100%.
found my documents.
Do you know off the top of your head any examples of companies that have transformed into worker co-ops? Risky asked.
I don't. Yes, I do. It is a company called John Lewis Partnership in the United Kingdom.
John Lewis
It
Partnership.
was.
That's rings a bell for me for some reason.
It's a really big convenience store in the UK. Any Brit bongers might know of it. John Lewis is a co-op. It's not a co-op per se, AC. It is more a democratic workplace model. So it used to be just it was owned by just one person, and then his name was John Lewis, unsurprisingly. But then he died, and his son John Spuden Lewis converted the firm into a public company, and he published a 268-page constitution for the company.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
and now it has like 29 department stores. Like and it has like over 76,000 employees, at least in 2010, with like 7.4 billion pound turnover and 306.6 million pound net profit. Like it's a big company. But the structure there is more like a constitutional democracy kind of thing. Like you have this document that kind of states everything, and then you have like elections for chairmen of like different regions, and it's very organized.
Interesting. That's really interesting.
Then there's also a company called Semco in Brazil. This is
Heard
like
of Semco before.
it is
too.
owned by one person, but their structure is very interesting because they're like a manufacturing company. They make industry manufacturing stuff.
Oh, so it's not
And
it's not the
they
energy company?
sorry.
Oh no, I'm looking at I didn't bring up the Brazilian one. I'm sorry. I brought up a different company which is an energy company in Michigan.
Yeah, there are a bunch of worker-owned companies, but you don't hear about them a lot because it's not sexy for capitalism to promote this stuff.
Right. Exactly.
But yeah, so Semco, the way that it's structured, it structured itself into like cells, and each cell is like cross-disciplinary. So you'll have like people who make the stuff, you'll have sales, marketing, finance, HR, production, everyone in that cell, and then they kind of set their own goals, and they have like people who speak to other cells within them, and it has like this whole structure inside of it. Like they have coordinators who coordinate between the cells. But the interesting thing about these companies is like how they share profits. Like in Semco, each division twice a year gives 23% of the after-tax profit of the division to 3 employees elected by the workers of the division.
Wow. So they'll choose like the exemplary employees, and those employees will receive the.
And those 3 can invest the money until the division can meet and decide by majority vote what to do with the money.
That's so interesting. That's so interesting.
And usually this means dividing the money equally among the workers.
Right. Right. Wow.
Because their point is not only profit, their interest is also their salary because they own the company.
They have a stake.
And they're the workers.
Exactly.
So having a good salary is in their interest.
Yes. Yes.
For Jeff Bezos, giving good salary to your factory workers is not in your interest.
There's no interest
You
whatsoever.
don't care.
Right. Right.
It's not in your interest. It's just an extra cost.
Exactly. Exactly. Because they're at that point they're expendable, right?
And with Semco, also, it's interesting because each employee can take a salary cut up to 25%, like if the company's not doing well, and if they have a profitable year, they'll be like paid back up to 125% of their regular salary. So they can choose like, hey everyone, it's been a rough time. It's been a bad year. Let's all take a cut. We decide that together, and if it bounces back, then we get to profit from that.
Profit next year. Exactly. Yeah.
And everyone is in that. It's not like the CEO is like, well, we're going to have to fire 5,000 people now, but my salary is going to stay the same. This is
Exactly.
one of the most frustrating things about Activision. Activision will fire people. They'll fire like 900 people, and then they'll report a record year in profits. And it is disgusting
Yes.
that they do this kind of thing.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, because exactly. Because what is there's no prerogative for them to there's no prerogative for them to keep those employees, because their profit margin is all that matters, right? It's yeah. Because those and yeah, that definitely it's really interesting to me. This is a really interesting concept to me, and I'm glad you introduced it to myself in my chat, because
it's like a radical change to how our life is structured.
Exactly, and it
It's
doesn't
like completely radically changing it.
And there's this I know that there is this ideology pushed in the United States that you want to move away from a profitability incentive, and you want to move towards democratizing the workplace like this. Well, that just means people won't want to work. People, like, you're trying to get out of working harder, and it's like, no, this is going to motivate people to work harder.
Opposite.
Because
people, when they work hard, they benefit
exactly You are giving people
they own that thing. It's theirs. It's not someone's who they never see.
Yes.
They have way more of an incentive that way because they're part of it. It's their skin in the game.
Exactly.
And then there's a Norwegian company called Contega. It's fairly small, though. It's like 85 employees in 2011. So it's not that big. But what happened with that is that they used to be part of an IT company, and it was founded when there was a buyout of that IT company. So they bought part of it to themselves, and they formed their own company through that. So that is actually another way that we can incentivize co-ops, is that we give workers the right of first refusal. So if a company is getting bought out or stuff, the workers can be like, no, wait, we're actually going to buy it. Now we're going to buy it, and we own this company. We have the right of first refusal.
Right.
And that's a way you can incentivize that as well. But anyway, getting to this, it's a very small company, so this probably wouldn't work on a larger scale. But the way that it works is that there's an internal share ownership plan. And after a 6-month trial period, all employees have the right to buy shares every month. Like, you start working there after 6 months, now you can own stuff.
Own shares. Yeah.
And they've actually set up an agreement with the bank so that they can offer loans to finance buying the shares for employees that don't have a lot of money.
Oh, wow. That's really interesting. So so does the company take that loan, or do the employees take the personal responsibility for that loan?
I think it's like the employee takes the loan themselves, but they have an agreement with the bank so that they can do that easily.
Got it. Wait, so it makes sense, and protects them. Got it. That makes sense. Makes sense.
Yep.
So,
and profit sharing wise is like, profits are given to all employees through dividends because everyone owns shares.
Because everyone owns shares in the company.
Or most people own shares.
Exactly.
So, and like in 2010, they paid out a dividend of 3 Norwegian kroner per share for a maximum of 150,000 kroner, which is almost 20,000 euros per employee through dividends.
Well, per employee. Wow. That's wild. And it just makes sense. Yeah. It just makes sense.
Yes, because that huge amount of money, the profit, doesn't go to a small group of people anymore. It goes to everyone.
Exactly.
And like, hold on, where's the Mondragon stuff? I just found it. Yeah, so with Mondragon, there's a really interesting system. So it's a federation of cooperatives. It's very big now. Like, it's over 85,000 members, and it's been around since the 50s. So it's and they have like schools and a university, banks, supermarkets. Like, they have their own region where you can basically like live. And they have a decision-making body, like the General Assembly, and it gets together once a year.
Right.
And that's where they like kind of decide all the big things, who is the general manager of the company is voted on, all that kind of stuff. And, of course, your criticism might be like, well, how do people know what to vote for? And how do people know what's the right decision? They're educated on that. they have mandatory preparation meetings before the General Assembly so that they can learn about, the business side of things, on how the company has been doing, where we should invest, where we should don't invest. Like the solution to a lot of the, well, people won't know, is educate them.
Exactly. And I think
Educate them.
people have this misinterpretation that the average factory employee, for example, is too ignorant to understand how business works. I learned more working at a retail store for a couple of years than I did going to school for marketing for 4 years, right? It's like it is not that complicated. Everybody learns what they need to do on their job once they start working at their job. It's not a matter of having some kind of college education or having some kind of background, some intense academic background in order to understand the basics of how you should be, how the business should be run, or how you think the business should be run.
And for some stuff, like, you will need like more educating than other stuff.
Of course, absolutely.
And, sure, for sure. But like making decisions on the company and stuff, these can be educated.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not.
People can be educated.
Of course, that
So here's where Mondragon gets really interesting. So the way that they split up their profit is 10% of every enterprise's gross profit is put into a common fund for sustaining the system that coordinates the federation, because it requires a lot of coordination. It's big. 45% of every enterprise's gross profit is left for every enterprise to build their cooperatives. So, you put it back into the system to build the cooperatives, as you would do in a normal company as well. The last 45%, however, this is where it gets interesting. So this is distributed to all members, but it's put into a fund on the basis of each member's pension. So it becomes an extra pension for you. This is on top of the national pension of Spain. So you have that pension, and then you have your Mondragon pension separately. And at the end of each year, you get 7% as a bonus of the amount that you accumulated of the pension to that point.
So you're not only getting long-term savings, you are also getting a direct payment that year, short-term and long-term monetary benefit from holding a stake in that company.
Yep.
Which just makes sense. I think it just.
So these are some of the examples that I looked into like almost a year ago, and then the document from Rose Wrist is a lot more, like, it talks about like the benefits and how they work and what are the challenges and that kind of stuff. It's a really good document.
I'll send that document in chat, guys. If you guys want to take a look at that, I've got the link to it here.
It's a thick one though. It's like 16 pages.
Yeah, it's like it's a read. So like, it's something you're gonna sit down and read later.
But it's really
interested.
Good.
But yeah,
that's my spiel on like democratizing the workplace. Like, there will be challenges, and it's a radically different way of organizing our work life. But I think it can make people happier, more engaged in their work. It can make people more engaged with their community that they work with, because they're all in it together. And it can make everyone more money, except of course the people who are super rich, but fuck them. Right.
But it's not like, it's taking away their livelihood, right? Like it's not those people.
They're not going to become poor.
No,
they
not
will become
even close.
Part of that system.
Yes.
They will also benefit from that system.
Exactly.
They will also become workers.
The company will be more profitable because of that system. Their company will do better. Entrepreneurs will have a more successful company because their employees will actually hold stake. There
are certain areas in like research and development is one of those areas where co-ops need to be figured out. Like, how do we do that? Because
might be more of a challenge.
That's one of the weaknesses of co-ops is like research and development, where you have to put a lot of money into something without any guarantee that anything's going to come out of it.
Exactly.
That's one of the how do we solve this? And it's,
of course,
to research it. We need to try things. And that's what we need to fund now from like a government standpoint. What can we do now is fund research into cooperatives and cooperative models, give tax incentives and tax breaks for cooperatives, make it easier for cooperatives to get loans, because right now it's difficult for cooperatives to get loans because of the structure that they are built with.
Right.
And educate people.
Exactly.
Cooperatives.
Yeah.
Democratic workplaces.
I think it's really important to educate people on that. Question from my chat. Do you think we'll see anything along the lines of Corbyn's labor policy proposal to give workers funding to buy a company if an owner tries to sell it?
That would be dope. Yeah, I think that would be great. I think that would be really good. Yeah. And I think they... I forget, because... Lonerbox made a great video recently where he responded to Vosh's like workplace democracy stuff, and he talked about some like um, stuff like that that had been in place in the past. I think Italy had a thing similar to that, where if a company was being sold, there was a fund that I don't remember the details, but recommend that video. It's a good video on this topic as well.
Really interesting as well, and just goes along again. I go along with the democracy in the workplace, giving workers the ability to control the ownership if ownership decides to jump ship, right?
Because, hey, like I want democracy, and this is more democracy. This is democratic.
Exactly.
Our workplaces are not democratic. They are authoritarian,
right,
by nature, and that's just like it's hard to like get through to people because people are like, no, what do you mean? Like,
yeah, like I make decisions. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, or it's like, well, the people at the top deserve it, and it's like, well, why do they deserve it?
Right, exactly,
Why?
exactly. I think
because people will try to like justify the high pay of CEOs or the profits that they make, but the challenge that I usually want to make is like, well, what is it based on? Why do they get paid so much?
Right.
What's the metric?
Exactly.
Because it's not time, because then anyone could spend like 100 hours a week and earn their salary. Like, it's not time. If it's like the value that they bring to the company, okay, how do we measure that?
Yep.
Objectively, because it has to be objectively measurable. Otherwise, it's just arbitrary bullshit, which it is. That's the point of my prodding questions, is to point out how arbitrary it is, because there is no metric that they can give me that is objectively measurable, because it's just an arbitrary, like, because the average pay difference between a CEO and an average worker in the United States is somewhere between 200 and 400 times, depending on your source.
Yes.
Which is ludicrous, because in Mondragon they have agreed that the highest earner in a cooperative and the lowest earner can have a magnitude of difference up to maximum 9 times.
And that's still insane. If the lowest level worker is making $20,000 an hour, $20,000 a year, that's still $180,000 for the top paid employee. That is stupid money. That is stupid money. That is a lot of money. Like that is well above the livable wage.
I'm okay with some difference. Like, that's fine. I'm not saying everyone should get paid the same.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm okay. But hundreds of times more. How do you justify that?
And I think that's the barrier that people run into. It's either we keep what it's just binary, right? We keep what we have now, or everyone gets paid $20,000 an hour as poor. There is no in between that people can understand, right? People think that the implementation of systems like this immediately is going to take away all of the profit the value of this higher level work. And it's,
you want everyone to be just like Venezuela, brother.
Yeah, you want everybody to have the same house, painted the same way, living in the same clothes.
Socialism with no iPhone, brother. Sorry, Lucas saying, well, there needs to be some sort of incentive to CEOs and entrepreneurs, because if they are good, nice, or whatever, they have a lot of responsibility and normally took a high risk building their company. Sure, like, they took risk starting a company. The employee takes risk every single day. Their whole economy is tied to this one company.
Yes.
They could get fired. Their job could get shipped abroad. Their factory might get closed down any single day. They take this risk every day. So to say that the worker doesn't take risk is fallacious. They also take risk. You could be fired, like, oh, you're fired. And in the United States, oh, your healthcare is gone. Your family's healthcare is gone. Like, this is the risk that workers take every single day in the United States. So I understand that, CEOs want to see some profit for that risk. But again, I'm not saying that there doesn't need to be profit. That's not what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I'm just saying that the control and the ownership should be democratic, because democracy is important and it's more just.
Yes.
And if you look at the document that Rose Rist put together, it also seems to make for better business.
Right, exactly. Someone made a good point. Risky made a good point in my chat. A bunch of workers will fight against their best interests because they see that big number and will fantasize about getting there next as well. It is a motivator for workers, especially, and when workers don't hold stake like that, and when workers don't see the ability to profit more and have more of a stake in the company, that is probably what you strive for. You strive to be a CEO. You strive to be a successful, an entrepreneur who owns a company, because it's either that or you're in the labor force, which has no actual stake in the company, right? That is how you gain stake in a company in our current system. You have to be at the top. You have to be at the top.
Yep.
So there is no incentive.
And it's not a systemic, because by design, most people can never be there. So most people will never have a stake.
Exactly.
And they'll just be alienated from their work. They won't care about the work that they do. They'll be inefficient. They'll just like, I don't work here. What the fuck do I care?
Exactly.
But yes, I'm again, people who manage the company at a higher level, and like people who are doing like the simplest jobs, let's put it this way.
Sure.
There can be a difference.
Sure.
But it should not be magnitudes of hundreds. It should be like maybe 10 times.
Exactly. And I think that's reasonable. I think that's entirely reasonable.
Luke said only CEOs and robots in the future. Hey, if they could have that right now, they would do it like this.
CEOs and robots. Jeff
Oh,
Bezos
and that was
waking
also
up.
like that was also I forgot to say that earlier, because like you also like, well, if they have to pay more, they'll just ship jobs outside. One of the points I forgot to bring up is some jobs cannot be shipped abroad. You cannot ship abroad to the restaurant industry. That doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not possible.
Right.
The whole point is fresh food. You can't make that. You can't make the burgle in China and then ship it over and then have it.
McDonald's food, maybe. I think it might survive the journey. To be.
You do that like the microwave shit, but like restaurant doesn't work. Delivery, Amazon delivery, cannot be shipped abroad because you have to deliver it in the country.
Yes,
so
exactly.
There are certain industries that cannot be shipped abroad. Some have, some can, and they have, and they will, but some industries cannot. Yeah, McDonald's could make it work. Yeah, unfortunately, they would.
Yeah, they would. Yeah, with but yeah, well, even with things that you would think you probably could easily automate away, like for example, grocery store cashiers. You look at a store like Amazon's personless store or whatever. People still have to stock the shelves. People still have to. There are going to be people have to service the cash registers. People have to service the everything. There will be issues. There have to be janitors. It's not going to be all self-cleaning. We are not at that level of automation yet. And maybe we will get there, but it doesn't seem. I don't think we're going to be there for tens of years. So at the very least, so it's So automation is a concern, but not as much as I think people make it out to be.
I think this kind of brings us to naturally to our one of the points that you want to bring is taxes. Because a lot of people in America are like, oh, tax is bad. And it's like, no, taxes are good. They help build stuff like roads. You like roads, don't you? Infrastructure, like this is one of the most ludicrous things about the United States. The United States has an absolute dog shit railway network. It's really
it
bad.
Basically doesn't even exist. Yeah.
I've taken the train from Chicago to San Francisco. It's like 2.5 days. It's a cool trip, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But it's like, how are your trains this shit?
Yeah. When
like Japan and China have like crazy
bullet trains that freaking yeah, exactly.
I don't need rows in my 4x4 pickup truck, brother. True.
Yeah, you see that a lot in in Michigan specifically. Michigan's wild because the automotive industries are here, right? So this is just me conjecturing. I don't actually have stats for this, but my guess is that automotive industry has lobbied significantly against public transportation here because the amount of public transportation we have here is absolutely non-existent. We don't have
the reason why LA doesn't have any public transportation is because the auto industry's lobbied against it.
Yep. There is no way for me to get to Detroit unless I go to a bus stop, which is, I don't know where the nearest bus stop is. I couldn't tell you.
And that's honestly not normal. Like in Europe, we have really good public transportation. Like it's just like you don't have it. It's like, what the fuck do you mean you don't have public transportation? It's like, no, everyone drives a car. And it's like, why? That's dumb.
Right.
It's really inefficient. But like you were asking, like, are billionaires taxed enough? No, they're not. Like, just straight up, billionaires are not taxed enough.
Right.
Just 100% not. Because like this is a really important thing to remember. People forget this often. 1 billion is not 10 million. 1 billion is 1,000 million.
1,000 millions, which is just absurd.
Like, it's an absurd amount of money that everyone here in this chat, you will never have that money.
Yeah, and people will say,
everyone watching right now, you will never have that money.
That's not their liquid assets.
Well, I'm built different. No, you're not. You're not built different. You're not built different.
Actually.
You're not going to have that money. You're not. Statistically speaking, no one here is going to have that money.
And people will say, "Oh, it's not liquid assets." It's not. It's not like they have $1 billion sitting in their backyard. It's like, right, but you know what they own? They own. Yeah, sure. Maybe some of that is accounted for in the company that they own. Whatever. But
yeah, they don't have it as like straight up cash. No,
exactly. But like their house, all of the cars they own, all of the properties they own worldwide. They probably own overseas properties. All of that is still unnecessary excess. That is still unnecessary excess. That is not required for them to live. That is not even required for them to live a happy life. Statistically speaking, happiness does not raise once you meet a certain threshold. So that amount of excess is not improving their life in really any capacity, nor the lives of others, obviously.
And remember, we talked about the burgle example where you were being stolen the $1,000 that's being stolen from you. And in order for you to become a billionaire, you have to exploit and steal from thousands, if not tens of thousands of people for a very, very long time. That's why, Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates and all these people have those crazy amounts of money, because they're stealing it. They're stealing it from workers. They're stealing it from me and you. It's being stolen from people. And because of that, they need to get taxed up the ass. They need to get taxed like crazy because it's our money, so it should get taken back and put into stuff like public health care, infrastructure, roads, internet, which should be free. Elon Musk as well. Thanks, Luke. Yeah, like it's our money, so it should be spent on things that are profitable for us. Not like, hi, my name is Jeff Bezos, and I can't think of another way to use my money than space travel. Right? which is what Jeff Bezos on camera has said. He cannot think of another way to use his billions than space travel. I have a few ideas.
Solve world hunger, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Just a thought. I don't know.
There's the account like there's a Twitter account called "Has Jeff Bezos ended
world hunger yet?" I follow that account. I'm familiar. Before we get go ahead.
Yeah, what should that tax percentage be for the ultra wealthy? I don't know. I'm not an expert I'm not an economist. Someone else can figure out, is it 90, is it 95, is it 80? I don't know. It should be a lot though.
Exactly.
And maybe we should have a wealth cap.
Right.
Maybe there should be after this amount of money, again, I'm not going to say what that amount is because I don't know. But maybe we should have a wealth cap. After this cap, if you reach this cap, you get taxed 100%. We give you a little gold medal, say you won at having money. Yeah. Congratulations.
Well done.
You won.
Well done.
Now you'll get taxed 100% after this certain you get more money, and then always when it goes above that goes back to the people.
Exactly. Well, before we get into the next subject, do you mind if I take a cheeky little piss?
Of course, go for it.
Awesome, pal. I will be to my chat. I will be right back. BRB.
Hello, Krabs chat. No, it's me. I have control. Unless you can't hear me anymore because we put a BRB screen. But in which case, hello, chat. Have you been enjoying our conversation with Krab, everyone? This is high quality stuff, by the way, FunWithFondue. Thank you. I'm glad that you're liking it. AC, thank you for the kind words. But yeah, Luke, thanks for mentioning Elon Musk. I forgot to mention him. Wonderful Elon Musk. Oh yeah, Turpini, you know about cars and city planning and stuff, yeah. Cul-de-sac. Why don't you come cul-de-sac? Hey! Would make a good longer form vid, in my opinion, but I like watching longer. Yeah, I'm going to put this on YouTube. Don't worry. I will put this on YouTube for sure. Absolutely. It will be very long form. Very nice. But it's been really fun because I did enjoy looking a little bit into, because Krub sent me a bunch of questions why is rent so high? And I'm like, why is rent so high? And then start looking up actual data points to not just me be well, it's high because things are bad. I'm Jordan Peterson. Things are bad because bad things happen. But if good things happen, then things would be good. Hello. And if you don't want to give that money to the state, you can just donate it or do something useful with it and not just... there's an easy way to not reach the wealth gap. Just don't earn that much money, bro. It's super simple. Just don't earn that much. You can stop being a billionaire anytime. You can just be okay, I'm just going to give it away. But then, of course, we have to be careful that because currently philanthropy is like a major bullshit thing. So we have to also be careful of that. Hey, yeah, I guess I'm an actual expert. Bachelor of Arts in Vehicle Design, and I'm doing a Master's Studies in Sustainability. You are actually an expert on this, Torpene. Yes. The fuck? Welcome back.
All right, hello. Thank you for the
welcome back.
intermission. I appreciate it.
Intermission course.
Brother, I gotta find my scene that we're talking on.
That's what God wants me to have with my sister, brother.
Intermission course. All right, chat. That's the end of the collab. Nice hanging out with you.
This is a pro Coomer stream. Shut up.
True. This is a very pro Coomer stream. We are
I
very.
love how you're going. Actually, you're correct.
We're very. Yeah. We're very pro Coomer here. I can't discourage Coomer behavior. So I was thinking about it while I was peeing. Just peeing thoughts. So I guess the argument for not taxing billionaires, the more like good faith argument that isn't like, oh, they deserve it or whatever, is okay. If we do that, they're just going to hide their wealth in offshore bank accounts. They're going to move to a different country and live there. They're going to evade it in every way possible. How do we prevent that?
You mean the things that they already do?
Exactly. Yeah.
They already do all of these things. Like it's not going to change in that perspective. We need to plug those loopholes up. Like that's a big problem of moving money offshore. Like this is a huge problem and that's like actual theft from like the American people or whatever country. If you want to be
international fraud.
If you want to be nationalistic about this stuff, they are stealing from the people, literally. Like Amazon in 2018 didn't pay any federal income tax.
Yep.
0. That is theft.
Yep.
Like they already abuse these loopholes. They already ship the jobs abroad that they can. Raising the tax won't change that.
Right.
Like if they can put it away already now, and if they can avoid the taxes now, they'll do it now as well. Like that's not going to change.
Right. You're not going to.
Those loopholes need to be plugged up, and a massive problem, of course, is lobbying. Like super PACs in the United States are a terribly corrupt thing that should be disallowed. The super PACs basically allow companies and private individuals to funnel as much money as they want.
Yeah.
Into like whatever political campaign or person that they want. There's like no limits.
Yeah, and Risky makes a good point to this. And it's how do we do this? It makes me mad because I see a path forward toward a lot of these solutions as being near impossible in the current socio-political climate. Too much power and corruption and bad actors interested in obstructing progress. So how do we overcome these humongous institutions that protect the interests
Tax the
of a
billionaires
place like
crew,
this?
give clubs partner
There's
badge
more
to
of
the
us
proletariat.
than there's them. Organizing.
Yep. It's
educating each other, coming together. Bernie Sanders has done a huge thing for leftism in the United States. He has popularized ideas like universal health care, applying pressure to politicians, calling your representatives when you find out that they're spending more money on the Israeli military than they are in like healthcare in the United States. You call your representative and you say this is disgusting, and if you vote for this, I will never vote for you again.
Yep.
Like it's organizing, it's militant organizing.
Yeah.
And that's the only way that we can do it.
Education too, like you said earlier. Educating people on these issues is incredibly important.
But
that's why
we're
always
here. Remember, there's way more of us.
Yep.
Than there is of them. That's always the thing. There's way more, and there's good people getting into power now, like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, Jamal Bowman. Like there are positive changes, and they're coming from younger minorities typically because they know how bad it is.
Exactly, because they've seen the structure, the worst parts of the structures and the institutions that we have.
Like imagine like this is a pipe dream, of course, but imagine like in, let's say 3 years, there would be a general strike across the United States where 80% of the workforce in all fields would strike. Imagine the impact that would have. Imagine the change that would push. Like you're saying like, oh, but that'll never happen. BLM last summer. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at how many people went out.
Yeah.
Look at how many people mobilized.
Yeah.
to protest for BLM.
Yeah.
So many people
I think
mobilized.
it was over 1 million in totality over the course of like 2 weeks. It was like over like the first 2 weeks.
But if you look at the whole summer, it's even more.
It's
like
even more than that.
people can mobilize. It's difficult. It's absolutely difficult.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm not saying that
100%.
I'm not saying this is easy. It's a shit ton of work, and it's really difficult. And what the right strategy is, I'm not an expert on that. I'm a political streamer. I don't know that shit.
Right.
But it is possible.
Yeah.
What I know that it can be done. Revolutions have happened in the past.
Yeah. Yeah. It absolutely can.
Remember, we're not at the end of history. There's this perception that we tend to have that we're at the end of history. All the big things have happened in the past.
Right.
And now we just got to vibe and deal with whatever is happening now. It's like, no, we are in the midst of history. Like, what's happening now might have, like, great consequences down the line in 100 years. We don't know. But, like, we had one of the most monumental pandemics in our history. Now, this is, like, literally history book shit. And we're not at the end of history. We can make change. We can support each other, and we can bring forth, positive change.
Yeah, exactly. And follow-up question from my chat. Pessimism. Do we feel that education is still possible? Political ideologies have become so radicalized. As much as we can suggest Bertie and AOC are popularizing progressive ideas, it feels like it's polarizing just as many in the other direction.
Oh, for sure. That is, extreme times tend to polarize in all directions. Right. Absolutely. But there's a very, like, leftism in general is growing on. Like, if you look at social media, there's more people talking about it, posting about it. So these times will polarize people, regardless. People will get polarized due to, late stage capitalism, them not earning a lot of money, noticing how the system is failing them, or because of COVID. It will polarize people, but we have a chance to polarize them in our direction. We have a chance to, share content that we find is pushing for the right thing, promote creators that push the right thing. I mean, hell, one of the biggest streamers on this platform is a leftist political streamer that streams like news 2 to 5 hours a day from a leftist perspective. He's one of the biggest creators on this platform. Like, it's not nothing.
Right.
He has like 20 to 30,000 viewers every day. And during like the big things like the presidential election, he had like 150,000 viewers.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it is heartening.
It is. And to be honest, probably like the big governmental socialist kind of changes, they're not going to come from the West. Like, let's be real. It's very unlikely. They're probably going to come from the global South, Latin America, Africa,
with these
Southeast Asia.
Developing areas. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which the U.S. has sabotaged for a long time.
Oh yeah, I saw your TikTok. That was a great TikTok.
Just Google like Latin American countries U.S. has couped, and then look at that map. It's like six countries that the U.S. has not allegedly tried to coup in Latin America.
It's like the old what was it called? Animaniacs skit where it's like like shows like all the countries. He's like listing all the countries off.
What other points do we have?
So we've been talking a lot about employers unionizing to democratize the workplace, giving people benefits by democratization and splitting the power up. Benefits, healthcare is tied to employment in the United States. 100% tied to employment, directly to employment. You don't work for someone who provides you health care. Good luck getting it. You are going to have to pay for it, and it is absurdly expensive. How the hell do we not have socialized health care? What does it look like in places like Sweden and Finland, and why can't we do it?
Well, to use a Twitch term, it's pog as fuck here in the Nordics. No, it's really good. Socialized healthcare is great. Like, it is not perfect, but I think it is great. Like, I can go to a doctor, and it's like $25 for a visit.
Yep.
To a doctor.
That's what it is here. It's like usually like 35 to 40, which is more expensive, 35 to 40, but that's with on top of paying for your health care of at minimum a couple exactly
extra. I don't pay anything extra for that. It's just 25 that I go. I mean, of course, I pay through taxing, but I go there and then they send me a bill for like $25, and I'm like, oh, cool, thanks.
Yep.
And then if I need to see a specialist, then I go and it's usually the same amount. I don't have to pay anything crazy. Here's like a good one, like that really puts it into perspective. So giving birth in the United States, really expensive, right?
Yep.
Chat. I'm gonna shock chat because I have a lot of Finnish people here.
Fondue giving birth live on stream. Are you gonna give birth right now to prove it? Oh my god!
I'm gonna give birth right
oh my
now
god!
on stream.
He's gonna bust. He's gonna blow. Cooper stream. Cooper stream.
Is it TOS? Who knows?
I mean, depends on where the camera
As long
angle
as
is, right?
Yeah. As long as I don't show my bits, then I guess not.
This is the most progressive baby ever born.
Nolly said giving birth to some facts. That's true,
Oh god.
but yeah, so in the U.S., average like if you give birth, go to the hospital, etc., it's like over $10,000. This will be extremely shocking to Europeans. Like Europeans are like, what? The average in Finland is $300.
That's you said. I'm sorry. I peeked at chat. You said that's the average of healthcare costs per year in Finland.
No, for giving birth.
Oh, for giving birth. I'm sorry. For giving birth, $300.
Yeah, it's $300.
I could adopt a dog for more expensive than that in the United States. I literally I think it would cost me like $500 to get a purebred German Shepherd.
Yeah,
which is absurd.
and like this is on top of like you have maternity leave before that. You get like a package from the government that has like
I've seen that before.
all kinds, the box and stuff. Like it's very eponymous. But yeah, so like that's a great example of like this thing doesn't need to cost that much.
Yep.
Like it doesn't.
Yep.
It's cheap here, and it can be cheap there. It's doable. There's a very simple reason why it's expensive in the United States. It's because the healthcare and insurance industries don't want it.
Yep. 100%.
It is because these industries are driven by profit. And that's a big problem. Because their first and foremost job is not caring for people and healing them. Their number one priority is how can we make as much money as possible? Which you might see that there's a slight conflict there in when you're supposed to be helping and healing people. And they, of course, lobby very, very hard to make sure that the system remains what it is.
Right.
Like, that's honestly what it is. But, like, socialized healthcare it's popular. Like, 63% of U.S. adults say that the government has the responsibility to provide healthcare coverage for all. Like, it's a very popular position. Very popular. It's not like people don't want this. People do want this. Of course, there's still argument. People are like, but people want this. This is a popular thing. It's not happening because people don't want it. It's happening because the companies that run the healthcare industry and the insurance industry, they don't want it because they would lose a lot of money.
Exactly. So there's this popular. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, you're not even getting better healthcare in the U.S.
No.
That's the sad thing. Like, the U.S. spends more on healthcare as a share of the economy, nearly twice as much as the average OECD nation, and yet has the lowest life expectancy and highest suicide rate.
Right.
Like, you're paying more and you're getting worse for it. Like, it's just, it doesn't add up.
Exactly.
And like, again, you mean to tell me that Canada can do it, but you can't?
Right.
Fucking maple leaf on their leaf, and they can do it? They can do it?
Canadians in chat, I didn't say it.
I'm just trying to rile up, like, nationalism, because some people will be like, nationalism, and it's like, okay, here's a nationalist play point for you. How can they do it and you can't?
Right. There you go. Exactly. Yeah, and so Kay just brought up, kind of the argument that I'm thinking, there's the traditional argument that, like, oh, it's going to bring down the cost of care, and, like, or not the cost, it's going to bring down the quality of care.
Oh, yeah, it will.
It's going to bring down the quality of care, which I think we've seen, you see across the world is not, seems to not be the case.
Let's talk about that.
Kind of expounding on that and making it a little bit more, I think, good faith, is there's an interesting argument about universal healthcare often leaving behind those that need accessible healthcare the most: disabled, chronically ill, impoverished communities. So with socialized healthcare, how do you prevent things like that from happening?
Enough funding. Honestly, like, most of the problems that socialized healthcare has is lack of funding. That's mostly what it boils down to. Like, if you're like, oh, there's long wait times. Well, why is there long wait times? Because they can't hire more people.
Right.
like usual or conversely, there aren't enough people and we don't have enough money to train people. It's usually a case of funding.
Funding.
And that's like the main issue because like studies find that like there's no supported claim that the private sector is more efficient, accountable, or medically effective than the private sector. Like that hasn't been found. And most evidence suggests that public hospitals in Europe are at least as efficient or more efficient than private hospitals. So whenever you hear these complaints of like, well, we'll have longer wait times, the quality will be lower, it's funding. Of course it will be bad if you don't fund it well.
Right.
Like, obviously.
Right.
Like, if you don't fund something well, it will suck. It's like not rocket science.
Exactly. I mean, then the argument for this is, well, it's going to make our taxes go up. The amount...
It'll make taxes go up for some people.
It will.
Who are rich people.
And even if the taxes went up somewhat significantly for the middle class, let's say in the United States, the amount that taxes would go up for us each individually, and I don't have stats to back this up, so I'm just saying this from conjecture, but it just makes sense, would ultimately, I think, be significantly less than what you would be paying for healthcare. If I were to get into a car accident right now and I would have a serious injury, probably cost me $20,000 for hospital care, depending on the severity of it. If I got taxed 10% of my income, it would take me 10 years to pay that amount over the course of 10 years in taxes. So it is much more in our interest to pay, if it were to happen, and this is, again, this is not even the proper way to approach it, but even if taxes were raised on the middle class, and that was the way that we did it, it would be less out-of-pocket costs for us than it would be to just be skirting along paying health insurance or having no insurance and getting an injury and having to pay for it.
Absolutely. And like this is the problem with like that we have in Europe is that right-wing governments will put in austerity measures and they'll cut funding from public health care. And then they'll say, well, look at how inefficient the public health sector is.
That's exactly
what... We need the private sector to come in.
Yep.
We need them to come in. Of course it's inefficient because you cut money from it, you fuckers.
Exactly. That's what Kava just said in my chat. They said in the UK, the Conservative Party will cut the NHS and then complain about the NHS for political gain.
They set it up for failure, and then they can bring in the private companies, and they can get money from that. It's a complete like setup. They shoot the runner in the foot and say this runner is doing like shit, and it's like, yeah, you shot the runner in the foot. Of course the runner can't run. What the fuck are you talking about? And then like they want to make it like the U.S. where it's money driven, but healthcare should not be profit driven. Like in my opinion, there should be no private sector when it comes to healthcare.
No, it's just a matter of morality at that point.
This is my opinion because it's not a question of like, should I go get healthcare? No, it's kind of a question of like, I need healthcare.
Right. One of my favorite, this is, I don't think this is a common argument against good faith debaters, but one of my favorite arguments about socialized healthcare is when people are like, well, people are going to go to the doctor more. And it's like, what do you mean? Like, and on top, like, I don't just go to the doctor for shits, dude. I'm not gonna go sit at the doctor for an hour and a half just to, hey, I can't wait for them to put the tongue depressor on. It just really gets me going. I love it. It's my favorite thing to do on a Saturday.
And Americans go less to the doctor than like comparable OECD nations because it costs a lot.
Money.
And you know what that leads to? It leads to less diseases and less problems being prevented early, and it decreases the life expectancy of American people.
Exactly.
So if they go more, their life expectancy will go up, and people will be healthier because they capture problems earlier.
And that costs healthcare more because if people are healthier, you don't have to. It 100%. It needs to be a transition. I don't know how we do it though. I don't know. Aside from, I think the way that it has to happen is, like you said, just education and voting people into power who won't be as receptive to the qualms of the private healthcare sector. But obviously specifically insurance. But I think it's. I don't know how long the process is going to be.
Yeah, that's where the. Some leftists are like, revolution, let's overthrow the government, yada, yada, radical action. Some are like, we need to do it slower. I don't know what the right option there is, honestly. Both have their problems and both have their merits.
I think the COVID testing and vaccines for free was a good start. Yeah, for sure. That was a clear example of, hey, it works. It took like a month for me to get the vaccine when when 80% of the US population, hundreds of millions of people, were trying to get it. So that is proof right there. That is proof right there that me trying to go get my foot fungus removed or whatever is probably not going to be a problem under socialized healthcare, because there are not going to be nearly as many people going for that exact procedure. And no, wait times are not going to be insane for something like that. The demand is not that high.
They only will if the funding is not there.
And if
that's the thing.
Exactly.
That's the problem we have in Finland, where like, oh, there's long wait times in like these small areas because they don't have funding. They can't do it. What are you gonna do?
Exactly.
And you need to fund. Those need to be like robustly funded. Are they going to be somewhat inefficient and spend more money than they probably should? Probably, but that's okay. Yeah. It's fine. And it's necessary.
And if I look at this past year, not just the vaccines being free and the testing being free, but if I look at the stimulus checks that we received, things like that, my taxes didn't go up. I make a lower middle class wage. My taxes didn't go up. What is there to be scared of? There's nothing to be scared of. Your taxes are not going up to fund this. They can fund it. They just proved they can fund it. So what are we scared of?
Yo, look how much money they put in the military.
Yeah.
In the US.
Yep.
Like,
bring up the classic chart.
That money comes up like this. There's never a question in the United States like political landscape, where are we going to find money for the US Army? That money will appear. No fucking problems. Then they're like, oh, but healthcare, where do we get the money? Bitch, shut up. Like, that money exists.
Yeah, if we spent a quarter of that on healthcare, just wow. Yeah, $934 billion from looking at the balance, citing the Department of Defense. $705 billion outlined by the Department of Defense alone. $705 billion.
Yeah, next one. That was in 2020. It was 778 billion. That was the spending. The next country in the list on spending is China at 252 billion.
A third, basically.
Yeah.
Ish.
That's
roughly.
The next one. And then the next one after that is India at 72.9. Like, the US military spending is so preposterously huge that could easily be cut, and then get all those U.S. military bases out of around the world, because the U.S. has a crazy amount of military bases around the world.
Unnecessary. Yep.
And then then use that money for other important things.
Exactly, which leads to other things like housing, for example, affordable housing. Programs like we were talking about UBI earlier, UBI or welfare or food stamps or whatever, to properly fund these programs that are people will complain about not working and not being effective because they're underfunded. Like you said, it's a problem of funding. People will complain. Welfare has all these hurdles to get through, and it's a valid complaint actually. Welfare has a ton of hurdles to get through, and it will actually discourage people from working more hours at a job, not because they're lazy, but because if they make a certain amount over a threshold, they'll lose their welfare benefits and ultimately make less. The reason that those factors are in place is because welfare cannot afford to pay what it needs to actually pay to ensure the welfare of people, because it is underfunded. Yep. Why is it underfunded? Because because of what we just talked about. The United States budget is fucked.
Speaking of the impoverished, that's the next topic actually that we had. We can jump to that one quite naturally here. So like, what can we do to help poor people? It's crazy. Well, paying jobs.
Yep.
That's the first one.
Yep.
Raise the minimum wage. That's going to help poor people a lot. If you say to everyone, like the poor people who are making $725, starting next year your salary will be doubled. Like, that literally will change their life.
Yeah. Yeah.
That will be life changing for people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, absolutely life changing for people. But on top of that, having strong social safety nets, unemployment benefit, food stamps, Medicaid, because if those are not good, then they become poorer and poorer, and they become indebted even more because they have to go to the hospital. Oh, here's 20K debt now. Fuck.
Exactly.
Now you're in the hole.
Exactly. And people will have the complaint, well, if we get these strong safety nets, people aren't going to work. So let's imagine that we raise the price, we raise the price. We raise the pay for most jobs across the United States. We raise minimum wage. And we also implement these social safety nets. People are not disposed to inactivity, right? There's this narrative that people are lazy. People are naturally lazy. When have you ever seen the majority of people tend to not do things, to not do something.
Yeah.
Even someone who you would consider to be a quote unquote lazy person who sits at home and plays video games all day. They are playing a game which gives them fulfillment that they have a stake in, that gives them that idea. If you can make a job provide that same fulfillment through things like co-ops, things like better pay, they are going to find that same fulfillment, and they are going to want to work. The natural tendency and natural intuition of humanity is not like I said, not in activity. I just think that's it's just a bad argument.
And again, there's also like research on UBI trials in different countries and different times. They have not found that.
It's backed up by
they
data.
Have not found that people don't work.
Exactly.
Has not been found. Also, on top, like other stuff that can help poor people is paid time off.
Yep.
So sick leave, family leave to deal with stuff. And because if you have sick leave and you have a good healthcare system, that means that people can properly heal from whatever sickness they have, and they can be more healthier rather than spiral into this worse and worse situation. And then high quality education for children, because the U.S. education system is not good. So having high quality education helps a lot.
Yep.
Ending mass incarceration, that would help a lot. And then when the people who come out of incarceration, reintegration, super important.
Yes.
There's some like getting a job is like so difficult if you're an ex-con.
Absolutely.
Like, yeah.
Absolutely.
And then ending the poverty tax, because if you're rich, you can do stuff like buying things in bulk, which if you're rich saves you money, but if you're poor, you can't afford that.
Exactly.
You can't buy stuff in bulk.
Exactly.
That's not an option for you, so you have to pay more for things.
Right.
And you have to go to
convenient.
You have to go to poor area convenience stores, which are more expensive.
Yep. 100%. Yeah, and that the local, you raise a good point. If people are lazy, I also don't think they should die. Fuck yeah. Because laziness is also probably a result of something else. It's probably a result of depression, which again is probably a result of, whether it's clinical or whether it's induced by the desperation of a person's current situation. If a person is again unfulfilled in labor, or is able to find any labor that makes them fulfilled, or do anything that makes them fulfilled because they don't have the means to purchase things that would allow them to do things that make them feel fulfilled, or have transportation to get to places which would make them feel fulfilled, then of course they're probably going to be quote unquote lazy because they're fucking depressed and desperate, right?
If your argument is that people are inherently lazy, prove it.
Yeah.
Show me the data.
Yep, exactly.
Not your well everyone knows. Well, I have a friend. No, I don't want that bullshit. I want research, peer-reviewed research that has been studied through long periods of time that shows that people are inherently lazy. You won't be able to give me that.
Exactly. No, you're not going to, because it's just not true. Yeah. No. So yeah.
And this brings us to homelessness, I guess, which is a huge problem in the U.S.
Yes. Which
Turpini mentioned that the feeling when almost half of the homeless in the U.S. are actually employed.
That I didn't know that stat. That's insane.
Turpini, do you have a source for that stat? I would love to see the source for that.
That's insane.
I believe it, but I would love to have a source to back that up. But actually, what we should do, instead of saying homeless, we should use the term unhoused.
Sure.
We should shift to that. And I'm not trying to be bad. No, I'm trying to say
good.
We should culturally shift to that, because it describes their situation, and it describes what has been done to them.
Right. Yeah.
Because they didn't magically become homeless.
Right.
Someone said, you can no longer live here. You must leave, or people will forcibly take you out of here. They have been unhoused. And because they still have a home, the city or the state that they're in, that's still their home. That didn't change. But they just don't have a house. One of the... Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just addressing what someone in my chat said. Do you have any studies that show people are inherently motivated as opposed to inherently lazy? And I was referencing probably the UBI studies that you've been talking about, right? People at the countries that have trialed UBI, not directly saying these people are motivated, not lazy, but it indirectly is by giving people the means to survive, and not showing that productivity is not necessarily dipped.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I know FunWithFondue has a link to that, and that's something that I will send to the Discord afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to look. Thanks for the source.
Sorry to
Yeah,
cut you off, by
there's
the
a
way.
lot- No, no, no.
Well, that was a good
I was
point.
just looking at a source from Turpini, but I don't have the time right now to read through it because there's a lot of text. But thanks, Turpini. But yeah, like the main reason for homelessness or unhoused people in the U.S. is lack of affordable housing. Like number one, that's one of the main reasons. Then there are other reasons like zoning laws and the cost of developing and stuff like
Yeah.
that. But like affordable housing, like reasons cited for homelessness in the 2019 survey commissioned by the city of San Francisco include job loss, 26%, alcohol drug use, 18%, 13%, argument / actually by friend family, 12%, mental health issues, 8%, divorce, separation, 5%. In September, the Council of Economic Advisors released a report in which they stated the deregulation of the housing markets would reduce homelessness in some of the most constrained markets by an estimate of 54% in San Francisco, 40% in Los Angeles, 38% in San Diego, because rents would fall by 55%, 41%, and 39% respectively. So in the West Coast, the reason is because it's so fucking expensive to live. Like the median rent in big cities like LA, San Francisco, and New York is like $2,500 a
Which is
month for a single room apartment.
insane. It is insane.
Like if you're working minimum wage, how the fuck are you gonna pay that kind of rent?
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Do you think that's a result of the I guess the argument against that would be like, well, just so many people live there. How do you make housing less expensive? How does that happen?
Publicly funded. That's how.
Yeah. Yeah.
You decommodify it. I'll get to that in a bit. Didn't I put it? Oh no, it's in the housing part. Yeah, I'm gonna get to that in a bit. But yeah, also like because people are like, oh well, the homeless are actually like they come from outside. Not really, no. Like 70% of homeless people in San Francisco in 2019 reported becoming homeless while living in San Francisco. 22% came from another county within California, and only 8% came from another state. So they are from that area. They are people who are from those areas. Sorry, here's the quote from Turpini. Around 44% of homeless people were employed, according to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development's 2008 annual homeless assessment report. The most common demographic feature of all sheltered homeless people are male members of minority groups older than age 31 and alone. Damn. That's fucked.
That's so crazy. 44%. Was that? I'm sorry. Did you say that was in the U.S. or just in San Francisco?
In the U.S.
In the U. What the fuck? That's insane.
Let's go ahead. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated.
40.
But yeah, because like imagine this situation. So you become unhoused. Okay, you're unhoused now because you couldn't pay rent, for example. Because like let's say that's it, or you have a drug problem, or you have mental health issues.
It kind of disappoints me that they separate. I mean, it makes sense.
How do you dig yourself out of that hole? Because you couldn't afford to pay to begin with. So how are you going to have extra money now all of a sudden to pay for more of that? And then on top of that, if you don't have a job, then how do you get a job? Because you have no access to showers, you have no access to clean clothes, you have no access to toilets. How can you go into job interviews and be like presenting yourself in any meaningful manner? And then on top of that, if you have a drug addiction or serious mental health issue, what support do you have? Where do you get support? Where do you get help? Because if you have like schizophrenia and like a meth addiction and you're on the streets, how the fuck are you supposed to get out of there?
Right.
It's impossible.
There is no way. There's
almost no way. Like the game is stacked against you in such a way that is just unimaginably difficult.
You can't get healthcare. You cannot get housing. What are you
gonna
do? What do you do? And on top of that, you're not in the position to go on this intense search on the internet for help to find affordable ways to get around the system, right? You can't do that. You can't do it.
Yeah. So then, housing. What do we do? What do we do about the housing? Well, raising a minimum wage would help.
Yes.
Because then people can pay for housing better.
Exactly.
Universal basic income could also help because if you have like, let's say, $1,500 every month that you get from the government, your rent is going to be a lot cheaper for you because you're working on top of that.
Yep.
Like that money doesn't go away depending on your salary. You just get it. Like it's non-conditional. So the pressure is off of you already a lot. And like, what's the percentage of people that live like paycheck to paycheck in the U.S.? It's like an insane amount of people.
It's absurd. It's super, super high. Let's see. I can look it up.
I'm also looking it up. Let's see this first. It is
78% is the first one I see from Forbes, but then I also see
63% is
3 from CNBC.
So we can say roughly 2/3.
Yep.
Roughly 2/3 of Americans currently are living paycheck to paycheck, meaning if there was like an extra $400 bill, they could not afford it.
Yep.
Like, just how fucked is like that whole situation where you're, and the stress that you must have knowing that you're just barely making it every month. And
Yep.
one small thing can destroy your life and your family's life.
It's crazy how thin the line between being unhoused and housed is. It's
just,
you're one accident away from possibly being unhoused and injured.
Yeah.
On top of that.
Yeah. Yeah. And also people's buying power is stagnated throughout the years, but housing prices have continued to rise. So there's that gap as well. Like, your buying power isn't growing, but the prices are growing, so it's becoming more expensive, relatively speaking. And like, people spend a huge amount of their income on rent. 95% of all U.S. counties can't afford a single bedroom rental on minimum wage.
95. That is absurd, and that's full-time minimum wage work. 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
That's absurd. It's absurd.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you said,
and the main problem.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was saying that the main issue is that we treat housing as a consumer product.
Yeah.
Not a human right. In other words, this means that the main objective of developers and landlord is not housing people; it's turning a profit.
Yep.
And again, this is the perverted priority here. It shouldn't be this way around. Profit should be secondary. The main point should be housing people. And making houses for rich people is a lot more profitable than making houses for poor people.
Yep.
So there's no profit incentive for developing housing for poor people. It just doesn't make sense. It's not good business, you see. But then you're like, well, then all the houses will look the same and everyone will live in gray boxes and blah, blah, blah. No, you are wrong, because I have an actual example of this where this did not happen. In Vienna, in Austria, they started a public housing project in 1923. So it was financed by taxes on the rich, and the housing was meant for working people. But these houses were not drab, poor quality. They were nice, with leafy courtyards, a lot of natural light. They had, like, in the same building, like common laundry rooms, grocery stores, pharmacies, swimming pools, and much, much more.
I'm looking at like pictures of it right now, and it's gorgeous. I'm like looking at this like condominium style place with a giant park in the middle.
Yeah, they were built to be beautiful on the outside and the inside. That was their whole point. They were supposed to be pleasant, and they built a sense of community because you liked living where you were. It was your home, your people there. And the best part about this is that it didn't cost much. So the homes were actually, on average, 4% of your monthly wage. 4%. Okay, that's an easy ban. Anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, just like cool, automatic, cool. Easy.
No, I was talking about the Rothschilds.
Oh,
and it's an easy anti-Semitism there.
Yeah, you love to see the random shadow actor that I hate because they look different than me, so they're bad.
But yeah, anyway, like, just imagine now if you with your current salary, like, listen, viewer, chat, or whatever, if your current salary, like after taxes, if only 4% of your salary was your rent, how much more money you would have.
Can't even imagine.
You've had so much more money. You have so much more money to just spend on so many other things. You could do so much more. And even today, because like that project ended when the fascists took over Vienna, but that stuff still remains for up to today. Like today, 62% of people in Vienna live in social housing.
Right.
To this day.
That's crazy.
And the average rent in Vienna is $400 to $600 per month.
Wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's
So
wild.
this is doable, but again, there's no profit motive for this.
Right. Right. And it's the thing with housing is obviously housing requires, obviously housing requires maintenance, but housing lasts years and years and years. So like you said, it wasn't that expensive, and it's not that expensive to fund public housing like this.
It doesn't need to be.
It does not need to be whatsoever if it's decommoditized.
Of course, it requires money. Yeah, like building housing is not cheap. Like it's a lot of material and building, etc., etc.
Up front, of course.
But it's doable. It
Yes.
can be done if you tax the rich.
Yes.
They're a great source of income.
Exactly.
Taxing the rich, ooh, such a good source of income. Because you know what the rich have? They have a lot of money. So if you tax a lot, you get a lot.
Yeah.
Funny, because the working class don't have that much money. So you need to, like, taxing them is not that smart. But rich people, ooh, they have a lot of money. So, just tax the shit out of them.
Devil's advocate voice. Someone in chat. I had to spend this amount of money in my house and suffer. So why should there be nice, affordable housing for others? How do I get a nicer house? If I want a nicer house, how do I? If with affordable with public, if all housing is public, how do I get a nicer house if I have more money or if I have the means to buy it?
So you are assuming here that most housing is not nice, and that is the assumption that is not true.
Right.
Most housing will be nice. That's the thing. Because great effort is put into having as much public housing as possible and focus on making it beautiful inside and outside, then most housing will be nice.
Yep.
There'll just be different types of housing. Of course, if you have a family of like 5, you'll have access to different kind of housing than, a single person like me.
Of course. Right. Sure. Of course.
Like there will be differences based on that. And of course, different areas will have bigger housing. For example, if you live in more rural areas, you can have bigger housing.
Yeah. And that's how you
Then the option could be, okay, you can have a bigger house. You just need to move a little bit further.
And that would honestly probably help with the problem of how, at least in the United States, how there's a huge issue of in some areas, obviously, a couple of things. Highly concentrated populations in single areas, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but when it's excessive to the point where housing isn't available, obviously that's a problem. But also, it would hopefully help with the issue of there being such a cultural divide between rural America versus urban America. If you have incentives for people to move out into more rural areas, hey, you get more house, you get this, yada yada. You are probably going to get a more diverse group of people living there and a more rich and culturally rich environment out there, which I think is really interesting. And that's I didn't know that about Vienna. So that's a really interest. It's so cool because we are so shielded from these examples in America. You don't see them. You hear about Nordic countries have done it pretty well, socialized healthcare, this and that, but you don't really know
social housing as well.
Yeah, and you don't really know, but we don't get to see it, right? We don't unless we really dig for it. So it's interesting to be exposed to this and be exposed to real life world examples of modern social programs like this working, because obviously the thing that we hear all the time is, well, it didn't work in the USSR, and
that's the only place where it's ever been tried.
Where any kind of social programs like this have ever been tried and implemented. We don't hear about these because they work.
And you know what? Like the funny thing about the USSR is, a lot of ex-Soviet countries, like a majority of people, are nostalgic for the Soviet times.
I was watching. There's a guy named Baldwin Bankrupt on YouTube, and he'll visit like Kyrgyzstan, for example, and he went to a couple of cities, like big cities in Kyrgyzstan, and he was talking to people there, and they were he was asking them. He's like, hey, do you older people? He was like, do you feel like your city is better now, or was it better when it was a part of the USSR? And they'll say, quality of living here, at the very least, was better. It was, and things have degraded ever since. Not to, obviously, I'm not praising, everything about the USSR.
No, that's not the point.
That's not the point. It's like the same thing as saying that doesn't mean we can't acknowledge things that worked, and improve upon them, right?
Absolutely. I think those were all the points.
Yeah, those are the points that I had come up with. I think you gave some great answers. I don't know if you had anything else specifically, any other topics that you could think of off the top of your head.
I'm good. I covered everything I wanted. I used all my sources. This was really fun. I really enjoyed this.
Dude, this has been awesome.
Chat, I hope you enjoyed this. Here's a link to the document that I had all my points in. I posted it in my chat. I'll give it to you as well.
Perfect. I'll throw my Discord post here.
Yeah. So all of the data points there are annotated. So at the bottom you can see all the sources, and you can go to them if you need to. Not the most academic sourcing type, but some kind of sourcing
Sure,
type.
of course, of course. Still, yeah, still sources available. Yeah, I never claim to, we never claim to be experts on this. The absolute
No,
experts, but
I'm not a political expert.
but you don't
I
have
just
to
want
be.
a better world.
Yeah, you don't have to be. You don't have to be
No.
to understand this, and that's another thing is gatekeeping knowledge like that is obviously we need experts. We need people who put a lot of time and
Absolutely.
research
Yeah,
into
yeah,
things. But at the same time, knowledge should be accessible, and knowledge should be.
yeah.
You shouldn't consider yourself unable to participate in the systems that determine how you live your life because you're not an expert on something. Because I feel that way sometimes myself. I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't really want to talk about this stuff too much because I don't know too much. I don't want to sound stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I should. These systems directly impact how I live, how the people that I love live, how the people that are in my community live. I should
Yeah.
say something, and if I'm wrong, and if that's wrong, people should push back. Sure, absolutely. But I should be able to talk about it, and so should everyone else. Everyone else should have the power for that.
Like I was saying, to be honest, majority of politicians aren't exactly political experts either. Yeah, I mean, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene or
Jesus
or
Christ,
Boba
man.
Bird.
Or fucking what's his name? The dude that is going to jail for running a sex ring. I forgot his name.
Matt Gaetz?
Yeah, Matt
Allegedly,
Gaetz.
allegedly.
Yeah. Allegedly, of course, in Minecraft. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Of course. I had a couple more questions from my chat. Hey, that's good. Unless you got
Go for it.
you got to run or anything,
Yeah,
you're good on
no,
time.
no,
Okay,
no,
for
no,
sure.
it's good.
For democracy to thrive, it depends on informed participants. This necessitates availability and free flow of information. However, in recent years, we see a rise of fake news and biased spins to push agendas. How do you reconcile with the desire for democratized systems when increasing falsehoods are informing decisions? Garbage in, garbage out.
That's
Good
a
question.
really difficult question.
It's a hard question.
And I don't have the answer to that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't. Especially because, like, we're living in a new age where information is so readily available and so widely distributable in such a fashion that has never existed before, and the volume of information is also so large that it's a really difficult topic. I
Yeah.
don't know how to solve
And
that.
it-
Like it's like that's what we're trying to figure out right now. Like QAnon is a great example of like
Yep.
misinformation that has basically caused a cult
Yeah,
to form.
exactly. And it's hard to find the
Online
balance of not gatekeeping information just to these higher institutions that
Yes.
say exactly what should be credible, but also not dropping it to any bullshit organization like QAnon
Yes,
can have
exactly.
the power to push a false narrative like that so intensely that it gains validity with a lot of people.
Probably something. Yeah, it's really hard.
It's hard
because
I don't even know that we can address
like
it because it's just
we don't want like I don't want a situation like China where like the internet is highly monitored and
Of course.
like, you can't say certain things. Like I don't want that, but I don't want people also spreading QAnon bullshit around and dangerous information like that. So it's finding a balance. It's really hard.
it's a difficult
and
balance.
It's a really difficult balance. Maybe some part of it is breaking up those big tech companies so that they don't have that kind of power and then nationalizing them. Maybe I don't
Right.
know.
Right.
I don't know. It's so fucking hard.
It is. It is. And then we had another question from Chad. Can we talk about billionaire philanthropy being bullshit?
It is bullshit. Yeah,
Complete-
big philanthropy is an absolute bullshit thing because like Bill Gates on record has said, like he was asked like, would you run for government? And he said, no. Why would I run for government? I have way more power being a philanthropist than I would ever as a politician, and there's no term limit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, does philanthropy help the world? Sure.
Yeah, of course,
It does.
of course.
It can help the world, absolutely. But I don't think that one person should have that kind of power then that comes with it because they give so much money, they get to make decisions on really like world altering things, and I don't think they should have that.
Yeah.
kind of power.
If I give 100 billion to a developing nation that
Mm-hmm.
hey that's close to their GDP. That is way too much power. That is way too much responsibility. If
Yep.
if really their lifeline depends on my philanthropy, that is horrifying. It's horrifying.
Yeah, they become dependent of you, and then you have like really like this one person is like, now I'm gonna decide what the healthcare system of this one country is, and they're like, why should they have that kind of power?
Yeah.
Like why? Because they have a lot of money that they stole from people.
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
But yes, I highly agree. Like philanthropy is mostly just like, and it's also used as a way to avoid taxes because you pump your money into your philanthropy organization, then you don't have to pay taxes for it, and yada yada yada.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many issues that come alongside it where it's not just they're not just a nice person. They're not just a nice person. There are much better.
They don't do it for fun.
Yeah,
I mean they might have some like generally like want to better the world type of goals. Sure,
but that doesn't mean they don't take advantage of the other benefits that come alongside that, or they would just give the money to the government to give to these other to reinvest.
Yeah, exactly.
Which they don't do.
We might have like a benevolent emperor, but I don't think we should still have emperors.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
I don't think we should have emperors.
Yeah.
Even if the emperor was benevolent, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't want to have emperors.
Exactly. It's a power thing. It's not a personal thing. It's just an issue with being in that position of authority, right?
For me, a very important thing is like analyzing, I guess, hierarchies and like kind of trying to figure out if they're just or not, and they should prove themselves to be just, like regularly, like the police, for example, is currently an unjust hierarchy, and they should be put to prove their justness because there's some of that needed. But
yeah, for accountability.
But Musk senpai would treat me so well on Mars. Yeah, sure would.
Yeah, if we were just on Mars with Musk as
no laws,
just libertarian paradise, no driver license. It would be great.
It's always fun to talk about libertarianism because the logical endpoint of libertarianism is neo-feudalism. It's just a new sort of feudalism where everything is controlled by like a few big companies, and then they fight for territory.
Right.
Like, it'll just be feudalism. That's all that it will lead to.
It would eventually spiral out of control into. Yeah, exactly.
Because you're like, well, I would protect my property. And it's like, you would protect your property from Amazon, who owns 1/3 of the United States and has an army. How the fuck your little farm gonna defend against Amazon's army?
A bunch of little, like, they got like the smile helmets on, just like marching with their guns towards you.
They will steamroll over you and say, now this belongs to Amazon Corp. Welcome to the family.
Oh god, thinking about branded armies is putting in incredible images in my head. Just oh my god. But yeah, that's absolutely true. Oh Lord, dude. But no,
I think I'm gonna move on now. This has been a super great talk, by the way, but I want to get to some GeoGuessr.
Yeah, dude, I'm playing Geo. I'm about to go play some GeoGuessr too. So we're
I haven't played it before, so I'm excited.
Oh, dude, go for. I recommend to kind of get used to the game. You can do the normal mode. Highly recommend Country Streak though. Country Streak is a really good time.
Yeah, that's what I was looking. I think because that's the one that you've been doing, and I was like, oh, that looks like fun.
Yeah, that one highly recommend.
I don't want to go for like which street is this on. Like I don't fucking know.
Exactly.
The country is more fun.
It's a lot more fun, and you can get through a lot more. And the streaks are a lot of fun. But Fondue.
Hey, this was awesome. Let me shout you out in my chat.
Yeah, mods. Can we get a shout out for Fondue as well? Make sure you guys.
Everyone, go give Crub a follow. I fixed the link now, so it'll actually take you.
And you also have YouTube, TikTok. You're very active on YouTube and TikTok.
YouTube.com/FunWithFondue. Then TikTok / use. Well, I don't know what the fuck the URL is. I'm FunWithFondue is there as well. But yeah, I'm active on YouTube. I'll probably put this as a segment on YouTube.
Use this for whatever you want. Make sure you can't. Make sure you mischaracterize me as like only take the sections of me asking devil's advocate questions and put them in. I would. That's all I ask.
Can you believe what he said?
Addressing the Crub TV drama live. The thumbnail. You can already see the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. All right, I'm gonna let you go. Thanks again for coming on, dude. This has been a fantastic conversation.
Yeah, this was awesome.
And
Thank you so much.
we'll be in touch, my guy.
We will. Bye-bye.
All right, bye guys. Dude, thank you guys for sticking around and hanging out during that conversation. I think that was a great conversation, and Fondue is a very informed person. Again, not doesn't have a traditional education in politics per se, but that's the kind of person that I aim to be, is a person that is informed as him, and just has a general understanding based on facts-based research of why they believe what they believe. And I try to get there. I really do. I try to get there. But I think it's an important lesson for all of us to have that to really search knowledge in that capacity to kind of justify what we believe. And bring other people on board to make the world a better place whatever you may believe, it's that whatever, however you believe that is the case. Obviously, we'll always have some differences when moving forward and making progress, but the most important thing is that you're geared towards progress, right? As long as all of us are geared toward progress, there's really no way to fail. As long as we're willing to put the work and the time in to become more knowledgeable and informed citizens, and just better our world around us, Fondue has great hair too. Fondue does have great hair. It was fun. Thanks for that, Crub. Dude, yeah, I appreciate you guys sticking around, asking questions, talking in chat. I know that we weren't necessarily obviously engaging with you guys nonstop like I normally do. So during these segments, I always appreciate when you guys are able to stick around, hang out with us, and enjoy it a little bit, because I had a great time talking about this. And I think it's very important. I think it's like I said, I learned stuff. I tend to be a pretty, compared to the average person, I would like to think that I'm more informed. I try and spend a lot of time reading, watching videos, learning, asking questions whenever I can to people that are smarter than me. But there are things that I didn't know, like co-ops, for example, like what we were talking about earlier. That was something that I learned today, being a person who's generally pretty ingrained in leftist ideologies, right? So I think it's really important to have these conversations, and I appreciate you guys, even when you guys, like those of you that dissented, like on certain points, or had questions to clarify things, like I just appreciate the respectful conversation, because that's also what's important for progress. Our ideals would be nothing if they were easily shattered by dissent, right? So it's important that we ask those hard questions, even if we don't necessarily agree with the disagreement, if that makes sense, so that we can better justify what we believe. It's awesome. Thank you for working to bring information to the people. Eggs, thank you for that. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. It's very important to me. Learning is actually enjoyable if you're open to it. Exactly. And it depends on the medium of learning, right? Updated game and title. Going to take a quick break myself. BRB, no worries, K. No worries. I'm probably going to take a quick break to pee as well, before we get into some Goo Guesser. But I'm excited. I'm super excited. And Fondue's going to send me the sources over that he used for today, guys. So I sent it in chat already. I'll send that to the Discord as well, because I want you guys to have access to that as well, of everything we talked about. If you're interested more in an article, or you just want to go back and see what we were talking about, if you watch the VOD back or anything like that, I think that would be it'd be great to have access to that as well. But let me open up the old Goo Guesser here. We just hit 300. We just hit a 300 streak on Goo Guesser before we had this before we switched to some other things on our last stream. So I'm stoked. I'm freaking excited. We've got a lot. We're gonna get to 420. We are getting to 420. I'm calling it. I'm calling it now. Let me turn my music on so you guys have something to listen to while I go pee. I've got a little baby bladder, so I'm gonna have to go pee first. Doing research on these topics usually ends up with a lot of people finding out that the evil vocabulary, like leftism, socialism, universal anything, etc., are actually ideas they agree with. Exactly. It's not what it's been sold to us to be. Hey, you're gonna be placed in a box, forced to wear this exact sort of clothes, etc., etc. It's not what it is. I will run an ad break during the break for non-subs to get an ad. Thank you, Tori. I always forget to run an ad during the ad break, because when we do that, when people are just coming into the channel, it stops the ads for them for a little bit. So we run an ad during my break so you guys don't actually miss any content. So I'll be right back. Tori, thank you for reminding me. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, mods, for hanging out with us and being awesome. It'd be cool if you did like a monthly country cast about a culture and politics. So that's kind of what the plan is, Lady Vader. That's kind of what the plan is. We did that with Cambodia. And today we talked about something completely different. I kind of want to do that, but I also want to kind of have conversations about like social and economic issues and things like that, kind of like we did today. So I'm still figuring it out. That's why I'm doing it. That's why we're testing things out like this. So we're working on it. But once again, go give Fondue a follow, guys. Seriously, very insightful person. Someone I legitimately look up to a lot. Like, I'm very grateful that I share a team with Fondue, because I've learned so much from him already, and the fact that he's taking the time to help educate me and other people every day in his streams is fantastic. So go give him a follow. Go show him some love. He really deserves it. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna go take a quick pee break. You do the same if you've been chilling, sitting around. I'll see you guys in a little bit. Gamers. Gamers. Thanks for sticking around, y'all. Appreciate it. Y'all ready to play some Goo Guesser? I'm pretty stoked. I wanna grind the Goo Guess. I wanna get us to 420. Oh, I think we can do it. I really think we can do it. Oh man, how is your afternoon starting out, guys? What it's like 3 where I am right now. How is the afternoon? What do you guys have planned for the evening? What are you guys getting up to? Gamers! Hi Danny, what's up? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let me throw on some music here. Proper music, there we go. I haven't played this in a while while I'm playing Goo Guess. Reorient my screen here. It's weird switching over here. Hold on, let me go to... Hello! Hello. What's up, y'all? Pop my chat out really quick. Dun, dun. It's been a nice chill stream. It's been really cool just like hanging out here and talking with you guys. I'm really vibing right now. Parisi, good afternoon. How you doing, cutie? Just got off work. Glad to see you too, Krupp. Dude, thanks for popping in, Danny. I hope that the rest of your day goes wonderful. The post-work grind. How you doing, Parisi? What's up, baby? What you been up to? Shout out to Easy Parisi, one of my best pals. Freaking amazing variety streamer. Plays a lot of Genshin on his stream. Used to play a lot of Pokemon. Still plays Pokemon here and there. Awesome streamer. Not doing a shell at the very last minute. Imagine that. I've never done a shell at the last minute. What do you mean? I'm not working today. It's been a very chill day. I needed some groceries eventually. But right now I'm comfy. I don't want to leave. Comfy. And don't want to leave. I feel that. I forced myself to go get groceries yesterday. It was definitely I had to put a lot of effort in to actually do it. All right, where are we, guys? Where are we right now? Sun is in the north, so probably the southern hemisphere somewhere. The climate looks to me to be maybe South American. Maybe we can get an idea from one of these cars. I was off for almost a week, so things were wild today, but I'll get through it. Dude, it's hard to go back, right? It's hard to like that. It's like always jarring. Doing well, homie. Just got that vaccination. Round 1 or round 2, Parisi. Let's go, dude. Dude, I love to see the homies getting vaxxed up. We love it. Poland. Definitely Poland. Poland does lie in the southern hemisphere, right? This could also be Africa. Somewhere in Africa, possibly. But are you confident? Confident? I don't know. I'm trying to come up with ideas. I can't think of it. Where are we? Where are we? I really don't... I don't even know, like, where... I'm thinking Africa, South America. One of the two. If I had to think of, like, guess continent. That plate does not look familiar. I'm not familiar with what that is. It looks more like South America to me. I don't remember if I shared it here, but on Monday I was supposed to get my first vaccination, and then when I got there, the center was just shutting down unexpectedly. It got rescheduled next week. That was a huge relief. That sucks that it got shut down in the first place. But, I mean, good thing you were able to at least reschedule. Libra, probably South American? I mean, obviously, Libra's just a Latin word, but I can't make out that flag. It looks almost a Peruvian. Does the Peruvian flag look like that? It's like, I know it's red and white. Yeah, with like the red on both sides and then the white in the middle. Kind of looks Peruvian, like a little bit. This looks more like South, very confident hamster. I still don't know what that means. That's like a thing on Kay's channel, but I don't know what it means. Hey, dude, DePerson, thank you so much for the host, homie. I hope you're doing well. Gave it a lurking host, don't mind me. Dude, not perceiving DePerson. Thank you so much for the host, though. I feel like African plates are longer. Maybe a pixel. I think you're probably right. I'm getting more of a South American vibe the further we go, for sure. Bro, I got here and they were like, you can use your phone, but no pictures or videos. I was super confusion. I think it's because, Parisi, I think it's like because like the government like technically owns like the vaccine, right? So like, I don't know. I don't exactly know like what the rules are, but like there's some kind of like confidentiality thing, I assume. I don't exactly know. I don't exactly know how it works. Not getting much. Okay, again, but like I don't know if that's a flag thing or if that's just a marking on the car, the red and the white like that. I can't make out the language either. I'm not getting much like anything. I'm not really getting much language, or we're approaching like a little village though, it looks like. Again, definitely Southern Hemisphere. Architecture looks South American, maybe? I love how small they, dude, when the cars get like smushed like that and it's tiny car, that's my favorite. I love tiny car. Tiny car's the best. Tiny car makes me so happy. When we get in one of those vans and doing a world tour, dude, we need to do a world tour after quarantine's over, man. Like, I want to visit so many people, Parisi. I miss the homies, and I haven't even met the homies, but I already miss them. Okay, we're in a rural area, so it's probably safe to assume that these people are locals, and that dress and their ethnicity definitely looks like more South American, Native American area. Jelly Dog, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Tiny car for a tiny crub. Exactly. Short jokes, Loco. All right, are you putting on the short jokes already? Simile, hello, Simile. How are you? Can we get a shout out for Simile, fellow Soot Sprite? I guess fine person. No, if you guys aren't following Simile already, you're missing out. Go follow Simile. Simile's awesome. Grab a 6'9". I'm actually tall today. I wouldn't fit in that car today. That car would take it out of me. Danny, thank you for the host. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Such a bop of a song. Short King, stand up. We already standing. We're just short. But we're gonna say stand up to give the illusion that we're gonna get taller. I love tiny cars. I don't know why, they just make me happy. Tiny cars are very cute. It's just like, yeah, it's something about them, like they're very easily cutified. I gotta get a car with a skylight so I can so Longy can fit in there. Dude, I don't know how I forgot how long he said he was, or if he has publicly. I don't know if he has publicly. I think I know his height though. Taller than me, I will say that. I like how you guys don't know my height yet. It makes me really happy. San Augustine is what that looks like. That says San Augustine, because my real height changes every day, right? So you guys never actually know my height. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Obviously. I'm getting a Peruvian vibe from this climate, from this architecture and climate. I'm gonna keep looking. Loco Castaneda. Something's Beto. I don't know why, but I really feel you're similar in height to me, Crub. You're probably not wrong. Honestly, like you're probably not. Oh, I love it. But it depends on the day, obviously. Because like I said, it changes. It changes. There's a body of water over here to the east. Longy said how tall he was in a recent stream, but there was so much memeing that I can't say for sure which number was real. I think he's told me in private before, and I can't remember. But I don't know if it's public knowledge. Maravlo literally spent 3 hours wondering where chat was until I know that's expand. Did you think I just turned chat off today, Rev? Oh my god, Rev, you've been here the entire time? Rev! Bro, give me a shout out for Ravlo. The world's favorite Thembo. We love Rav. Rav, how you doing, baby? It's good to see you. I'm so happy right now. That's so funny. Shuquido. Obra mejoramiento de la plaza principal de centro poblada de Isani, distro de Zapira, provincia Shuquido. That's probably, the province seems to be the biggest, so I should probably look for where the province of Shuquido is. Maybe in Peru. I don't know if anybody recognizes that. From the internet. Liz, thank you for the shout out for Ravlo. I appreciate it. That's so funny. Oh my god, dude. Well, welcome in, Rav. I'm not welcome in, but I mean, like, you know, welcome to actually talking. Shaquito Puno? It's gonna be hard to find these. Cusco. I don't even know if it's in Peru, so it's gonna be difficult if I need to keep looking, I think. Jeff heard I was talking shit. He knew. Revlo, attorney at law. Hello? I hated that one, Loco. I hated that one. That one hurt. More locals. Again, it kind of confirms their style of dress. Kind of confirms that we're probably in South America. But it's a shot in the dark of where the heck we are. Like, not a clue. I don't have a clue. Some are kind of mountainous, or at least hilly. I think Puno is the province or state. That's what I was thinking too, Zoo. I just don't know where. This game looks really fun. Dude, Jelly Duck, I love this game. It's one of my favorite games to play on stream because it's so much fun. We're just trying to guess like where we are on a map, like just the country. That's it. We're just trying to figure. Oh, Peru, Isani, Peru, and there we go. We were in Peru. I was right. We were in Peru. We are very close to Bolivia. Holy smokes! Like right on the border of Bolivia. So that's stressful. But like rural Peru on the border of Bolivia. Very close. I thought it looked like Bolivia or Peru, but I just wasn't sure. On the map, there's only one body of water that could be. Oh, you're right. You're right, and that's what it is. It's this body of water right here. The Titicaca. Titicaca. How are you? I'm doing good, Fusion. I'm doing good. I'm doing wonderful. But yeah, Jelly Duck, highly recommend giving it a try. It's free for 1 game per day. You can play 1 game of this per day for free. But then you can also do you can also buy it. I think it's like $2 a month, and you can buy it as well. Rural juror. Rabat Mazizil. We are somewhere in Eastern Europe. Let's see if we can figure out where. Let's actually go back this way. It looks like there's maybe an intersection or something up here. Or like some kind of divider in the road, which would indicate maybe a highway. That sounds like Rabat Mazizil. Is that Romanian? I don't know if that's Romanian. It looks kind of Romanian, maybe? Could possibly, but it could also be somewhere else in the Eastern Bloc. How you doing, John, by the way? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing well. Not just once they had Battle Royale. Not just once they had Battle Royale. You play the Battle Royale mode? The Battle Royale mode is a good time too when you get to play with chat. I always have a good time with playing Battle Royale. Rural Peru. Perusing rural peruse. Thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, John. Also, I don't know if I thank Loco. Thank you for the bits earlier, by the way. Thank you for the knocking bits. The knocks of the working class did strike fear into my heart, Loco. I'll be honest. Thank you, Loco. I appreciate you. Where's the sun? Okay, so I know we're in Eastern Europe. It's just a matter of where. I actually don't know if this is the best way. I don't really see any signs of civilization over here. What about the other way? Oh, wait a minute. Kogel Max. Cargo Max. Don't know what that means. Florida, methinks. You think Florida, Abby? I think this is definitely probably Florida. Oh, I don't know if that way was the right way, to be honest. Those bollards look like bollards that I've seen in the... I can't remember which country, though, to be honest. I think I've seen seal on here before. Maybe Hungary. That could also... Hungary it's the right area. It's definitely the right area. Sicil, or there was like a Costa something. I should have looked at the name of the city, but because I forgot. Hello, yes, I'm back. Hello, Kay. Welcome back. How was your... I forgot where you left. Did you get food? Regardless, welcome back. Is this the way I went last time, chat? Did I go this way? Or was it the other way? No, I went the other way last time, I think. Or did I? 85. There's an 85. There's a Route 85. It looks like Hungary's like routes. They've got like the shield. If I can find the 85, maybe we can trace it back to one of these cities. 40 something, 30 something, 63, 82, 81, 83. They seem to actually be in the same. 84. I can never find the one I'm looking for. 86, 87. Anybody see 85? 65, 51, 77, 82, 83. Was it an okay one, K? I hope it was an alright one. K taking a dumpy. Cheeky little dumpy. I can't see shit on the map. Let me zoom in a little bit more. 87, 84, 86. Literally the only one I can't see is an 85. Is it down here maybe? 57, 67, 65, 65, 64, 82, 83, 81. Why is there no 85? There it is. There's 85. It's like a little tiny area up here. Sicil. I need to find like a name of a city somewhere. I don't see Sicil anywhere though. If I follow this over this way, Farad, Cizorna, Coney, Enis, going to the city of Győr. I don't think we're near Győr yet. We would be traveling east if we were going to Győr, though, and we're traveling west right now. So maybe I am going the wrong way. I don't know. Maybe we can find a city here. Oh, no, this is the way I went last time, actually. Rabat Masi Sicil. I think I might have seen the city name we sound. It starts with an R. It's similar. Okay, this gives me a sign that we could be there. Rabat Patona has the same like accent over the A to the left. Rabat Masi, Rabat Basi. Oh, Rabat says very similar. I'm assuming Rabat means like city or something, or like village or something, right? So like there it is, Rabat Masi, and I'm assuming Cizil is somewhere over here as well. But that is where we are. We found the highway. We found the name of the city. Has to be here. Has to be here. We are actually almost exactly where I clicked, which is really funny, right outside of Rabat Masi. So I didn't know. Today, but just want to say y'all love me. Sending care to everyone. Risky. Have an amazing rest of the day, dude. I gotta catch up with you about the new job soon. I gotta check in. I hope you're enjoying it and loving it, man. There's the dick looking camera again. I made a TikTok of that a while back. Kendra was like in our chat, and she was like, "Crub, that camera is interesting looking," and I was like, "What do you mean?" It's a very Sweden, maybe. I was thinking Sweden too, Dino, because of the dotted lines on the side, which are kind of a big thing in Sweden. But since we're in a rural area, I feel like the things might be different. What do you mean? It's a mushroom? Yeah. The magic mushroom that's on top of the GeoGuessr car. Yeah, absolutely. That's what it is. It's definitely a mushroom. Is that a European plate? I can't quite tell. Take a look at the back here, see if I can get a blue marker on the side of the plate. I actually don't see blue on the side of that plate. Could easily be Norway or Finland. I need to see another plate, because that was weird that car didn't have obvious blue on its plate. Where's the sun? Sun is in the south, so that would confirm if we are in Europe. Would make sense. Rural area, red houses makes me think Nordic country as well. The very red houses are common in Nordic countries. Where else are we going? Okay, here we go. Here's some language. Vanvikan, Stadsbygd, Denstad. Is this Finland? Fusion literally said it's Finland. As I said, is it Finland? I actually think it could be Finland, Fusion. I think you actually might be right. I think you might be right. It looks similar to what I've seen in Finnish language before. That's a very small road though, the 715. So like if I maybe zoom in really close, I might see it, but I don't see it. I don't see that style of road. Is there a 715 in Finland? I don't think it's going to be easy to find because I think I have to zoom in. Like, I think it's like a local road, which means it might not show up. Sweden or Norway based on the language. Okay, Norway has those symbols, those white symbols, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to easily find the 715 because it's not one of like the major highways. It's more like a local road. It doesn't show up in Sweden though. Those roads. I'm going to keep looking. Loco road? Loco roadives? Let's keep traveling. Big Dutchmas. Is that what that says? Big Dutchmas? Interesting. Let's keep zooming. Yeah, Sweden's a good guess. I feel pretty good about Sweden, but I'm just not 100% certain yet. Diesel Dutchman. Probably said Dutchman. I don't know why. What did I say? Dutchman? Is that what I said? Why did I say it like that? Let me keep schmooving here. Is that blue on the side of that plate? Okay, that one has blue, so it is European. It is European. Dutchmas. I said Dutchmas. That's what I did. It probably said Dutchman. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it, Katie? If it said Dutchman. Oh, man. Guys, I'm having a small brain. My morning just is basically starting. Leave me alone. I'm not really sure between Sweden and Norway. Wouldn't stand without more iPhone. Yeah, I feel the same way, Dino. I think, like, we're, like, close. But, like, not quite certain yet. Seeing if maybe there was some writing up there. We're still in the middle of nowhere. I would like to find some kind of like civilization. It's weird. It's weird that the car like it pulls into these little driveways and then continues on the main road. Really weird. I don't know why it does that. It's a weird pathing. Let me keep moving. Okay, what do we have here? Big lake, big body of water. Need like a city. Well, we had some city names, I guess. They need pre-brakes too, Crub. Yeah, fair. What? Just peeing on the side of the road while you're driving the Google car in like someone's random driveway. Those are distinctive speed signs. Good to know for next time. With white and black lines through it. True. I haven't really seen those in a lot of other places. You're right, Katie. Another like it's like a tractor. The heck? Okay, I'm gonna keep moving. More lakes. Man, we're in a rural area of wherever we are, so it's gonna be hard to really find much. Okay, curve here. Curve. Curve with not much. Bike ride, do my work. No, you don't, Loco. What do you mean? You're a train. Well, you're just traveling. You're doing fine. Bye, Loco. Wow, Crub, rude. No, I will attack Loco. Loco attacks me, I will always bite back. This Crubwort bites back. Joy! Aw. Hi, Joy. I love you, Joy! Good evening. Good evening to you. How are you, Joy? Oh my god. Guys, Joy is the leader of the Star Spillers, one of the teams that I am so lucky to be on. My first ever team that has so many amazing people on it. Joy is such a great cultivator of community herself. Her stream is also incredible. It's so good to see you, Joy. How are you? Joy, do you know anything about Europe? I am immediately using you as a resource now. Where are we? Joy, you're the best. Joy, how have you been? Joy plays a lot of cozy games on her stream, and it is such a nice environment to just like cozy up and watch. I play a lot of Stardew lately. It's been a good time. I spend a lot of my time in the mornings there. Well, I'm from Europe. This looks exactly in. Come on. This is hinging on you, Joy. The entirety of this run is hinging on you. We're guessing Sweden or Norway right now. It's kind of what we're between. I've got to find some. I've got to find a little bit more information. But Joy, how have you been? What have you been up to? Sebi says Norwegian. I thought you were actually saying Norway, Sebi, and I was like, oh, Sebi knows. Hell yeah. How you doing today, Sebi? How is your Wednesday going? There were road signs with town on at the start. Too bad I cannot remember them for Joy. Hopefully we can find another. I'm hoping we can find another sign. It looks like there's like a town up here. Maybe. That looks like a small village at the very least. I'm hoping we can find a little more language. Here's some language. Let's see. Oh, that's okay. Wait, the AE that's only used in. Is that used in multiple languages? The frickin' I forgot what it's called. It's like the AE. Is it an Ash? Is that what it is? Is it Ash? Or Esh or something like that. Hello, Noe. How are you doing today? Can we get a shout out for Snowy Noe? Snowy Noe, fantastic streamer. Awesome human. How you doing, Snowy? There are a lot of red houses. Let's check for Sweden for me. Yeah, show me a sign and I'll show guide. That's not Sweden. Denmark or Norway? Danish or Norwegian? Okay, so we're not in Sweden. Interesting. I will always do it. Noe, I will. You know this. You know this. You cannot fight the crub love, my friend. How are you liking Resi? How's it going? Goo Gasser! What's up, party? How you doing? Good evening, my friend. Thank you. Your energy is wonderful as always. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. I'm a little sleepy today, I'll be honest. I stayed up too late last night. I always harass my Aussie streamers at night, and I stay up way too late, bothering them. It's a good time. Dollarservice.no. Feel pretty confident on that one. Norway. Service van. Why would it have another countries on it? Lots of bodies of water as well, which I think someone told me that Denmark doesn't really have a lot of like lakes. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm remembering that incorrect. They have a ton of lakes. Denmark's not mountainous though, right? Is Denmark mountainous at all? Because this is a pretty mountainous area too. Or hilly at the very least. I don't really know how to differentiate a mountain from a hill because I live in Michigan. It's completely flat here. Red houses don't quite look Swedish to me. Does Iceland use the AE? No, Iceland uses like this O/D figure. I always forget what it's called. Not at all. I think Denmark is more flat. Denmark has like none at all. Norway rip it. Bet. I feel good. I feel good about Norway. Well done, chat. Well done. Easy clap. 303 streak. And we are up near, this little, like, canal here. Or not canal. This little, like, I don't know what you would call it. In the not north, like, central west area of Norway. Well done, well done, well done. I think Iceland uses AE2, but it doesn't look like this at all. Yeah, Iceland you can usually, like, Iceland, I feel like that's easy. Is that a Russian flag? That's not a Russian flag. That looks like Slovakia or Slovenia. I honestly forgot which uses that crest. Or is that Serbia, actually? Hold on. No, it's not Serbia. It's Slovakia or Slovenia, I think. I think it's Slovakia. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Slovakian crest right there. I can't really make out the flag, though, but I feel pretty good about it. It's Slovakia or Slovenia. That's exactly what I was thinking. I lived in Iceland for a couple of months. Looks like a movie that, dude, Iceland doesn't even look real. I can't believe Iceland exists. Parts of Iceland and parts of New Zealand, I can't believe actually exist. It's wild. We've got a lot of information in our starting area here. That looks like a political sign, maybe? Should tell us something. Matej Melchrik, Doma Dobre, something District 7 or something. I was hoping maybe we have a URL there, but if there is, .sk, which is also, I believe, is Slovakia, which I've already chosen. GG's. I saw it and I was like, dude, I would love to. How did you like living there, Joy? Was it nice living in Iceland? Like, how was the quality of living there? And obviously it's really pretty, but like, does it feel isolated? Not isolated, get it? I honestly feel like 90% confident this is Bulgaria. This is feeling real good for Bulgaria. The architecture, when we're in Europe, but there are these like terracotta style roofs, always makes me think Bulgaria. Not 100% certain, but I feel good about it. This could also be Kyrgyzstan, but I think it's Bulgaria. I don't see red on the side. Kyrgyzstan has red on the side of their plates. I want to go back. I started missing trees though. Is it like really, are there not a lot of trees in Iceland? Is that a thing? I feel very confident. Opie's not here right now. Too bad. Oh, wait a minute. There is and .bg. That's not .bg. That's a Bulgarian uncovered license plate. Look at that. Crub, I'm learning. I'm getting good at this, guys. I'm getting good at this. I know what every country looks like everywhere. I can identify anything from a single image. Easy clap. Every time I get dropped in Iceland in this game, it's always like this is Nordic, but also just a tiny bit strange, right? Like it's like Nordic, but it's like off in like a very unique way, right? Hi, Swoshi. Thank you for the alert, my friend. I hope you're having an amazing day. Southeast Asia, I kind of like not moving until we have to. I'm not going to risk my streak, obviously, on it, but like, okay, I'll look around. You guys tell me what you think. I'm not going to look at chat. Let's see if someone can get the correct guess in now. All right, without me moving. Okay, so I'm thinking Southeast Asia myself. Don't feel not seeing a lot where I could like rip it just from this alone. People, again, you're kind of generalizing, and it looks like we're not in that rural of an area, so I am generalizing here, but people look, oh, wait a minute. I know where we are. Never mind, chat. Never mind, I know where we are. I actually don't have to move. I know where we are. We're in Kenya. Classic snorkel meta. The guys that played GeoGuessr, the snorkel is on the card from Kenya, because I assume it travels through water at some point in its journey. So we are in Kenya. GG's on that one. Well done. Well done. Right outside of Mombasa, the capital of Kenya. Or actually in Mombasa. Like, I don't know, literally right outside. Like right off the little... Mombasa's an island. Actually, is it? It is an island. I actually didn't know that Mombasa was an island. That's interesting. How are you, Co-op, by the way? Good to see you. How are you? How is your evening going? GG's chat. All right, let's see if we can figure this one out without moving. Okay. Maybe not on this one. Sun is in the south, northern hemisphere, and you can tell by the trees as well. That was a pro gamer move. Dude, Sebi, I'm trying to be a professional gamer. I want that to be my, career, obviously. That's why I'm doing this, Let's see where we are. Co-op, how are you guys liking Resi? I want to get Resi, but the thing is, I want to stream it, and I know I can't stream it until I get a new graphics card. However, I can't get a new graphics card because they are out everywhere because of the shortage. Estonia for me. Estonia's not a bad guess. I moved a little bit there, but if I had to guess just based on this alone, I would say Estonia is not a bad guess. You know what? I'm going to take a risk, though. I'm going to say this is not a risk. I'm going to say we're in Latvia. Anything with the bollards, probably K, but I don't know. I don't know this. We looked through your convo earlier. It was so good. Thank you for doing that. No, thank you for being around, Co-op. I appreciate it. We are very torn on. It makes us motion sick, but it's creepy. Does it really? We actually might be in Latvia. I might have got that right. Lilu Pampioli. That 7 is in Latvia and Lithuania. That red intersection or interstate, I should say, is it actually might be in Estonia as well. So I might eat my words here. But that red 7 is in like all of these countries. Although I think Estonia doesn't have a letter before theirs. They just have the numbers. The Lithuania and Latvia have like A this, A that. Did I miss another interview? Yeah, Danny, earlier we had an interview with FunWithFondue, who was a team member of mine, about socioeconomic issues and policies and stuff. It was a good conversation. But yeah, we had that earlier. It was a good time. I'm looking for 7. I don't see 7. I see every highway except the one that I need to see. 11, 8, 9, 2, 1, 5, 3. Keep looking around. If you guys see it before me, let me know. 2. I feel like we have to be in Estonia, though. That was a good guess. Was it Zoo that guessed Estonia first? That was a really good guess. You're insanely good at this. Dude, Boshi, we've been playing this for like 4 months-ish on stream. And it's a lot of just like pattern recognition. You know, you pick up like, oh, this country has highways that look this way. They generally have like, oh, the architecture kind of looks like this. You know, obviously you're making a lot of generalizations, but it's really dope. It was Dino. I'm sorry, Dino. I'm sorry. Thank you for clarifying. I gotta give credit where credit's due. Crow is literally the pro geoguesser streamer. There are people that are way better than me at this. I try and maintain a certain level of ignorance, because when you get like stupid good, I feel like it's not as fun for chat. Because oh, they have like these little islands. I wonder if 7's over here somewhere. Let me see what's included in Estonia. This area? Is there anywhere up here? Is there any other island that I'm missing that's part of Estonia? Small ones, but I don't think they have major highways on them. I'll watch the VOD later. Danny, I think it was a really good conversation. The guest that I had on FunWithFondue, who was a teammate of mine, is very, very, very well educated, and it was a good time. Hey, how are you, Crub? How did the podcast earlier? Enjoy it? Oh, thank you, Rachel. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good to see you. I am doing well. How are you? How are you, my friend? Not me yelling at Dan across the apartment when he's in a meeting. Oh no, Kay. Oh no. Crub says himbo for exactly. I maintain a level of himbosity at all times, because himbosity is what is the lifeblood of progress or something. I don't even know. I just asked if he was making coffee because I smell it. You smell the coffee? What kind of coffee? I don't know why I asked that in such a... I was kind of distracted by the game. And so I was like, huh? Okay, are you okay? Wait, why did you... Oh, you asked if he was making coffee. That's what you yelled about. I was like, why are you yelling about that? Literally, fondue sounds so good right now. Dude, fondue... Have I ever had cheese fondue? I don't think I've ever had cheese fondue. I actually don't know that I've ever had like proper fondue. Because fondue is cheese, right? Not me not knowing what my guest name derives from. Why can I not find the 7? Guys, am I stupid? I've been looking around this map for like 10 minutes, and I've been distracted, and I can't find the 7. There's the E18 and the 7. If anybody sees an E18 or a 7, I'm going to take this off, because I feel like we can see easier if we... Maybe, oh, I found it. Wait, no, it's a 2. Fuck. I thought I saw a 7. I'm going to have to keep looking, because I can't find it. Unless I'm in the wrong country, which I guess is not impossible. Maybe another country has numbers like this and I'm not familiar. But I'm going to keep looking. I'd kill for some fondue. Dude, Noel's... What is it? What is fondue? It's cheese. Fondue doesn't have to be cheese. They have oil or chocolate. Okay, I've had chocolate fondue before. Because I've had like the chocolate fountains, which are technically fondue, right? Wait. R something. That looks like a country tag. Yo!
6
and?
Silly, smelly streamer, man.
And didn't you say I'm also your first ever sub?
And thank you so much for 6 months. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. How are you? I'm so honored that I am the first Thank you, Anne. You rock. Shout out to Anne. Anne made these lovely pieces and makes a ton of other art, but Anne made both of these lovely pieces, which are on our Just Chatting screen. Wonderfully talented artist, awesome human being, and it's good to see you as always. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. We're almost back to 500. I appreciate you guys. Oil fondue with lots of meat is superior. I don't think I've definitely never had oil fondue. Bourguignon fondue is with broth too. I've definitely slaughtered that. RUS, are we in Russia? Fuck, we might be in Russia. I didn't even think about that. The roads in Russia might look like this. Like the 7? In certain areas of Russia, maybe? I've never been in like a rural, well, I've been in rural areas of Russia before, like one time. 1 or 2 times I've been in rural areas of Russia. Usually I'm in a city when we're in Russia though. We actually might be in Russia though. But again, cars move, so that could just be a Russian truck traveling into Estonia. But I know that they're not exactly friendly, so I don't know. That is definitely not Russian, though. Milk. Poggy's milk 3-month streak. You rock, Ann. Seriously, I appreciate you guys so much. I know I say it every stream, and, like, I always will, because, like, obviously, duh, I'm going to. But, man, I really appreciate that fact that, like, this is not my full-time job, but it is at the same time. Helsinki, that's actually nowhere near where we are. Helsinki's in Finland, right? Please, oh God, I'm right? Yes, Helsinki's Finland. No, that is near where we thought we were. Never mind. Finland's in the general area. Makes sense. There's no O in Russia. The O with the I didn't even see the O mark. Finland. Very good call. Very good call. Very good call, y'all. I say it all the time, but I really appreciate that I have the privilege to be on here and do this as a career. I meme a lot, man, but like we just hit 150,000 views on the channel. We're sitting at like 500 subscribers right now. Like we hit 1,000 subs last month with all the celebrations and stuff. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's just really nice. You guys have been supporting the YouTube content and the other content things that I've been trying to do on other platforms as well. And like like the fact that I can go on YouTube and have guaranteed have some people watch my video because you guys are very loyal and committed and will go watch it for me and comment and stuff to help reach more people means a lot. It really does. I can't tell you guys how much I appreciate it. Hello, Jen. How are you? How are you doing, my friend? Shout out to Jen is online. Jen is just such an amazing ball of energy. What is simulacra? What is that? There was a town in it, Pampioy or something, which had the O. To be fair, Finnish and Estonian are within the same language family, which makes sense. They're the Scandinavian language family, right? Whereas the Nordic... Wait, no, Scandinavian is everything. Nordic is specifically not Finland, though, right? No, you, Jen. No, you. Jen, you are fantastic. I haven't been able to catch you in a minute, and it's made me sad, honestly. I've legitimately been sad about it. I'm like... Because I really enjoy your streams. You're fantastic. It was a horror game. You got off a phone with a girl who's missing. You investigate. I liked it. I feel like I've heard of it before, but I just don't know like exactly what it entails. Other way? Oh, Dino says other way. I can go the other way. This way. Well, yes, I think Seb played it. Maybe. Oh, our friend Seb might have played. Hey, Yunuku, how you doing? What's up, dude? Freaking Yunuku, one of our GeoGuessr legends in chat. Everybody, bow, please. Oh, there's a sign. Oh, can't make it out from that angle. I don't recognize the bollards, but I feel like the bollards are unique to where we are right now. Oof, I can't see that sign except from a distance. Maybe we can get something from it. Oh, looks like maybe, yikes, I can't even tell. We're in the Northern Hemisphere, though. Probably, again, Europe. We end up in Europe 90% of the time. So, hey, great to see you on early. Dude, Yunuku, the Wednesdays are the early streams. I'll always be on at noon. It's the one day that I can kind of carve out of my schedule and make it consistent, which is nice. I wish I could stream early every day. I'm going to be putting out a poll, guys, because my boss wants to give me a promotion has floated the idea of a promotion at work to me. And with that, I plan on negotiating a more set schedule, so I'm hoping that maybe I can like do earlier streams more often. Fingies crossed. So I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna see if I can do that. Because man, I love streaming earlier in the day. I'm gonna put out a survey to see like what you guys prefer, but I really like streaming earlier in the day for me. It just it gives me my evenings back, which is great. Language families have different names, but I couldn't say what this one was specifically without googling it. That's fair. I love my dog. I love your dog, Ann. Ann, give your dog a head pat for me, please. Yes, please. That would be awesome. Lopez is being sus. I always know she's up no good when I call her name, and she makes a little innocent mew. What does she do? Does she get into shit, Kay? Yeah, I'm hoping that works out. I'm not in the position to quit my job yet. I like my job too. My job's not bad. It's honestly quite a good job. I'm very privileged to have a decent job with management that I feel like actually cares about me. It's a small business, so it's it's much more I get treated a lot better than I probably would at a larger company. I would like to do content creation. I just need more of a schedule. I just need more of a schedule, you know? Because I usually work during the day until like 5, and then I hop off, get some food, and then stream for like 4 or 5 hours. So it's even though I don't stream every day, it can be a little taxing. Because then on off days I have to do my stuff to set up stream, to make other content, and so I'm always working. Which is fine. Like I don't mind working 12 hours a day, but I just want like evening time where I actually don't have to do anything. That would be really nice. She's just stretching a tear, eating a planner, thinking about pissing on something. It's the worst. Just repeating for Krub's education. Nordic is with Finland. Scandinavian is without. God. Oh, so Nordic includes everything. Scandinavian. Got it. Is that the Polish? Oh. Is that... I was really confused by that language, but that makes sense. You are a hard worker, my guy. I mean, I don't work that much harder than, you know, anybody else trying to do this. I'm not trying to say that by any means, but it is a little taxing at times, you know? Not that I'm not willing to, but the L with the stroke, I think, is only in Lithuanian, but not 100%. That could also be Lithuanian. Yeah. Look at this freaking guy playing more Goo Gasser. What's up, Jamie? How you doing, baby? Jamie Ryan live. Longtime pal, longtime legend. In my chat? The little bitch himself? Dude, where's the Binding of Isaac stream? I'm scared to stream it, Jamie. I'm scared to stream it. I want to stream it, but it's like, it's so different than what I normally do. I'm scared to stream it. I was talking about it earlier, though. Do you like Binding of Isaac? That looked like Polish. Did that look like Polish to you guys? I don't know if you guys recognize the language on that. Let me take a look at this. All of this is making me think Poland. Well, yeah, no, because this is like, this language looks very different. It looks very foreign than other, like, Polish looks very different than a lot of other Eastern European languages, I feel like. My friend started streaming. The only time he has for is after works, and he's tired after work, so he has to push through. Yeah, I know, and that's the thing. That's why I drink so many energy drinks. It's like, I'm usually kind of pooped after, so I gotta keep the energy up. It's hard. Never mind with the L. I was thinking about something else. The road lines, though. Road lines on the sides. Yeah, Binding of Isaac is cool. I got it yesterday. Oh, Jamie, you got it? You ended up getting it, too? Dude, it's so much fun. I really like it. A little boy, let's go. But I'm not sure. Looks pretty Polish. I don't know. It looks, yeah, me too, Nilels. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it looks quite Polish to me. I don't think it's German. Yeah, Rachel, I'd also say probably not German. Probably not German. Let me take a look at the sign. Hold on. Scoot slowly this way. Usluji Bukreski. Again, it looks. When's the D by D stream? Oh, dude. There's so many games I want to play on stream. I don't know why I'm like, I shouldn't be nervous to experiment, but also like I don't want to do like I don't want to do everything. Like I'm a variety streamer, but like I try and find my niches. But I do need to find something besides GeoGuessr that I play consistently, because everything else kind of just do. Give me. Can I get a hot dog in chat, please? $3.99. Can I get a hot dog $3.99 in chat? Can I get a hot dog $3.99? What the fuck is it? It's like inside of a churro. Like, what is it? What is? I know, what is the bread? It's like a churro. It's like a churro. Kay, literally give me a date. Kay, you have to give me a date or I will just keep saying, oh yeah, whenever. I promise you. I want to, Kay, but you literally just give me a date. Say, Krub, I need you this day or this day. Choose one, and I'll do it. Whenever you need, Kay. Because I'll just keep pushing it off. Not because I don't want to do it, but I'm literally just terrible. That's the thing with me when it comes to, I just farted, by the way. That's why I muted my mic. Sorry, guys. When it comes to planning stuff, I'm so crap unless I, like, have, like, I'm just like, okay, we're doing it this day. This day. That's it. I asked you if a day was good. You just win. Win, Kay. Win. Okay, send me a date. Send me a date. I'm sorry. I'm just trash. That's the Red Rocket Dog. The Red Rocket Dog. I just kept cheap bread. It reminds me of Danish hot dogs, which makes me hungry. Are Danish hot dogs like that? Are they like a weird inside of a freaking churro? It looks like a churro. Wherever we are has nice roads, that's for sure. The roads are very well maintained in this little town that we're in. Pretty housing. I like the houses. Hot dog, hot diggity dog. There's a sign. Barka. Poksta. That looks like a freaking. That looks like the flag of Poland, like a Polish post box maybe. I'm like 90% on Poland right now. At least I had some like that. Where was it? Wait. At least I had some like that where it was a sausage stuffed in one of those. And see, like I've had things like that in America. Like I have some in the fridge right now, actually, or in the freezer right now. It's like a hot dog, like wrapped in like a pretzel bun, like where it's like, so like I have those. Here's a picture of a churro Mario. It's called Churio. Jamie, what is this? Jamie, who drew this? Jamie, who drew? Jamie, what is this? Chat, click on that image. I would bring it up, but if I bring it up in my Firefox, for whatever reason, it doxes me because it shows my email that I use for my Discord, which is it has my name in it. So like, it's so lame. .pl and it's a bus. Boom. Click on that link though. You will not be disappointed. I will not have you slander the Danish hot dog cuisine. I've got nothing against it. I'm just saying that one looks weird in Poland. Not gonna lie, anytime someone is like, this is Canada and the roads are nice, I'm like, nope, not possible. Are the Canadian roads also trash? All right, we are in Cambodia or Thailand. I just don't know which. I'm learning. Kujab guest house. That sound yada yada yada. LMP. I think we're in Thailand. I think this is Thai. It looks more Thai than Cambodian to me. But I can't. I'm not gonna rip it just not looking, but I just want to take the guess. I'm gonna say Thailand. The salt destroys the roads. Yeah, dude, salt from this. Hey, dude, try. King, how you doing, cutie? What's up, man? Try. Do me a favor, dude. Send me your new TikTok, by the way. Because I'm not following you on it yet, and I know you've made a new one. If you're using it, I gotta make sure I follow you. Salt destroys the roads. Yeah, it's like that in Michigan too. The salt and the freaking like everything. Oh no, we are in Cambodia. That's the Cambodian flag. On this this school here, we are in Cambodia. Although I'm gonna wait because it's not the exact Cambodian flag. Like it is, but the Cambodian flag has Angkor Wat on the middle. We gotta be in Cambodia though. We're not in Thailand. We're in Cambodia. I should just rip it. We're in Cambodia, right? Like how this is? There's no way this is Thailand. Not a shot. What's the name of the city again? I saw the city at the start. There was the name of the town or the city that we're in. Somewhere. It had they're right here. If that's the name, like it's like Khoun. The KH, Khmer. Yeah, it's Cambodia.
What the fuck's a grub?
Sue. Thank you for the gifted sub to Yunuku. Oh, why did I not read chat more? Oh my god, dude. We literally just did a stream on Cambodia too. Oh, Oh, the irony is so, ooh, it hurts. Ooh, God. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, man. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I can't believe this. Oh, 308. 300. Zoo, thank you for the gifted sub. That red color is the most painful sight, isn't it? Oh. Thank you for the host, Scotty. Hello. Hello. No! FunWithFondue! You're coming into my failure! FBI, open up! Oh no! Hello, gamers! We just lost a 300 plus streak in GeoGuessr. You guys are witnessing the absolute depravity of a man on the brink right now. We had 308 countries in a row, and we just lost it on the border of Laos and Thailand. It wasn't even on the freaking border of Cambodia. I was completely wrong. Oh, this is so shameful. Hello, Raiders! If you were in Fondue's stream earlier, you probably saw a very pixelated version of me talking to Fondue about a variety of things. Thank you guys so much for coming through. I really appreciate it. I'm a variety streamer. I do a little bit of everything here on Twitch.tv, from failing in GeoGuessr to playing The Sims to doing all kinds of different things. I'm so happy you guys are here. Thank you so much for coming through. Despite my absolute pain, this lightens the blow a little bit. Fondue! How was the rest of your stream, brother? What'd you guys do? Did you guys play GeoGuessr as well? Do you guys play GeoGuessr as well? How did it go? We? Look. That we were in this together. Laos map on the wish list. Someone put a Laos map on my Amazon wish list. We have a map from the last place I failed in. Yunuku tried. Yunuku did try. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I let you down. We had fun with GeoGuessr, but then the free to play wall hit me hard. Yep, I get that. I totally get that. I pay for it just because of how much I use it, but I totally understand. Oh, I'm so sad right now. Thank you guys so much for coming through. If you guys do not follow my chat, if you guys don't follow FunWithFondue already, and you didn't earlier, I mean, my goodness, go give the mans a follow. Amazing, informative stream, but also a lot of fun, very entertaining to watch when he plays games as well. I'm a I'll say it, big Fondue shrimp. Fondue, dude, go take care of yourself if you got it. I know it's getting late, so go take care of yourself if you got it. Go vibe a little bit, go hang out, enjoy the rest of your weekend, my guy. So you got the long weekend coming up. Yeah, I know, I should have listened to Yunuko. I'm sorry. This is my first stream, so I don't want to pay. Dude, I totally get it. You got to make sure you like the game and stuff first if you are going to, by any means. Well, chat, what do we do? Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? What do we do? This streak is still amazing and way better than anything I got. I just don't have the endurance in there. Yunuko, with you guys, back to the start. Okay, what do you guys want to do? Do we do regular? Do we start over? You even said that's not the Cambodian flag because they have anchor. I thought it was a simplified version of the flag. Do we go no moving challenge? Do we try and do a no moving challenge, which is what the world record is currently in? Chat assisted world record is in no moving. Or should we just do regular moving? What should we do? What do you guys think? Or should I poll it? Unless I see like everybody wants to do like one or the other, we might poll it. Switch to Sims, easy. Regular. Nicholas, thanks for the prime, homie. I appreciate. Welcome in, by the way. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. How's your day going? What's the world record in no moving? I think it's still active, I think, Fondue, because the person who has it, like, is still doing it. But I think the lowest that we could get is, like, third place is, like, 60. Hold on. GeoGuessr world records. Let's see what we could break. Okay, here we go. A diverse world, which is the and we would have to do a diverse world because a diverse world is basically it doesn't put you in complete BS locations basically. So, okay, it's actually gotten higher. Style challenge country streaks. Is there there's like a no moving. Chat assisted. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Chat assisted streaks, non-moving. So we could get on non-moving chat assisted. What? Oh, in a diverse world at 180. That's a lot, actually. We could do non-moving in a balanced world at 60. I'm assuming that balanced world is harder because obviously there's a lot less. There's a lot more. Poll. No moving is only fun for chat guesser. True, because chat gets to play as well, like directly. Yeah, I need to install chat guesser. I just haven't like gotten around to it yet. All right, we'll do moving. We'll do moving. That's fair. I'm down to do moving. All right, play again, chat. Your best streak, 308, man. It sucks to see that. It sucks to see that and have it not be our active game. Thank you again for the raid, FunWithFondue. What's the world? Oh, I read that already. No move, baby. We'll not move for a second. We'll get our guesses in. But then we'll move to actually get it. All right, what's our first country in the news streak? Time to rise from the ashes, chat. Time to rise from the ashes. What's the first country in the news streak? Sun looks like it's in the north. It's not in the north though. I think that's just the sun must be over here because we're definitely in the northern hemisphere. It looks like the north. That's exactly what I was thinking, FunWithFondue. I think we're in the Nordics. It's just a matter of where. Mailbox is there. Let's keep looking around. Although you know what, this could actually maybe. Could this be No, this can be Australia. Not with that foliage. It looks Scandinavian to me. Show the sign. Was there a sign back here that I missed? Oh, this sign here. See what it looks like. It's like humps. Oh, there's words on it, but I can't quite make them out. Looks like booba. Is that a booba sign? Warning, booba's in road. Road street sign, roof ladder. The road street sign at an intersection. Was there a different one? Further up. I'm assuming further up. This intersection here. Did I miss a sign up here? Let me keep zooming. Oh, here we go. Lemping Kuja. That also, yeah, that definitely sounds Nordic. Most likely Finland. That's Finland. That's Finnish. I mean, we can rip through it because we got a low streak. I'm down to just rip Finland. There we go, chat. We're getting our streak back. Sun is in the north. No, sun is in the more south than north. Those plates look either American or Canadian. I think we're in the U.S. or Canada. It's just a matter of where. American flag, but all blacks, which is a New Zealand rugby team. I'm literally from Finland. That's why I was willing to rip it. Yeah, and New Zealand because the All Blacks is a New Zealand. What side of the road are we driving on? Looks like we're driving on the left, actually. Well, that car's not driving, but it's parked on the left, so I'm assuming we're driving on the left. That car's driving on the left. I think we're in New Zealand. Feeling pretty good. Don't know why there's an American flag there, but I'm pretty sure we're in New Zealand. The sun, I can't tell if it's in the north or the south, but I feel pretty good about New Zealand on that one. Has to be. Yep. In Auckland, or just outside of Auckland, so I guess it makes sense that maybe someone from America lives there or something. I don't know, or they have American family or something. Yo, coolo, cutie. What is this? What is this? Stimulating the economy. Thank you. In the name of capitalism. We both went for the same joke. Coolo. Thank you, cutie. I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the 3 gifties, man. Getting us closer back to that 500 mark. I love you, baby. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for tugging me in for my Net Fusion. There's a blooming Canadian one, too, so that house is a... Wait, cool. Why do you not have a VIP in my chat? Did you have it before? That's so bizarre. I thought I gave it to you a long time ago. Weird. Welcome to the VIP club. You paid for it. Pay for it, and you get the VIP. I love you, homie. Thank you so much, dude. You didn't have to do that. Work got me stressed. Dude, I get it. Rachel, hello? How are you? Uh-oh. Crubs raids aren't working? Wait, what? Hello? Wait, raids aren't working? Wait, what happened? We tried to raid you, but it wasn't working? So my raid won't work? No! That sucks! What the heck? Thank you for the raid, and whatever, it's still a raid. Hello, everyone! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, Sarah's raid! Sarah's raid! Sarah's raid! I'm gonna, wait, can I find my raid notification? Hold on, someone raided earlier, I'll play the raid notification, or this is gonna say Fondue. Imagine it doesn't say Fondue. Imagine it says Rachel. Or, not Rachel. Oh my god. Imagine it says Sarah. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Imagine it says Sarah. Imagine it says Sarah. Fuck me. I gotta go. Oh no! Beeping Pancreas. What is that name? Beeping Pancreas. Bye. Oh god! I'm getting myself in trouble! Vusi, Pancreas, Ash BB, thank you so much for the follows. Thank you so I'm so sorry, Sarah. Rachel's the streamer now. Rachel, please, Sims! I can't believe this. I'm so Hi everybody, welcome in. My name is Crub. I'm a variety streamer. I'm gonna give you guys, Sarah, because I've disgraced your name, I apologize. Well, not disgraced. I don't want to insult Rachel. I didn't mean it like I'm just gonna be on I'm just everyone's enemy. Welcome to the stream where I'm public enemy. That's what happens here. I am the public enemy. Everyone's against me. I'm just trying to make everyone hate me. That's my goal. Thank you for the follow, Amanda, Vusi, Beeping Pancreas, Ash. Thank you so much. Cancel Crub. I get canceled every day, and today's just another day. Welcome to the stream, everybody. My name is Crub. I'm a variety streamer. I do a little bit of everything here on Twitch.tv. I play The Sims as well on occasion. I am not Crub plays Sims, but I do play The Sims sometimes. I play GeoGuessr. You guys came in at the perfect time. I just lost a 300+ correct guess streak on GeoGuessr, so we're starting over. So you guys get to start from the bottom floor, just with us. Catching Crumb, public enemy #1. Hold on, let me give you guys a little treat. Sit because I guess this one works. All right, I'm putting on the hat of shame. Whenever I've been a bad Crub, we throw on the hat of shame. So I will be doing that for you guys. To compensate for the sins I've committed. Crumb for Sim Guru 2021. True. I play The Sims like once a week on stream. I don't see why I can't be some Sim Guru. Thoughts on that, chat? Do you guys think that I could be a good Sim Guru? What do you guys think? Sarah, thank you so much for the raid. If you guys do not follow Sarah Plays Sims already, if you are a simmer, it is actually legal. You are legally required to follow Sarah. If you're not a simmer, you're just gonna enjoy Sarah's content because Sarah's a fun, entertaining, and hilarious person. And you guys should just be following Sarah. Everybody, welcome in. Pink Berry Bear, hello. Freaking PP is here. Hello, PP. Good to see you. Robin, good to see you. Crub is really losing today. I am losing my mind today. Catchy, thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for the follow as well. Perfect timing, by the way. Ken's, good to see you again. Tony, hello. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. Mrs. BB, hello. Everyone else that came through on the raid, I appreciate it. Even though raids aren't technically working, I appreciate you guys still coming through and hanging out. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you. If you guys are curious about what the heck I'm doing right now, I am playing GeoGuessr. So basically, the way it works is it drops you in a random location on Google Maps, and you try and figure out where you are, just the country, based on context clues from around you. So we just landed here. And we're trying to figure out where we are. The really cool thing about GeoGuessr is I cannot keep this on my freaking head. The cool thing about GeoGuessr is you really get to kind of play alongside of us. The only thing that we ask is if you make a guess, it comes from up in the brains, and that you don't just Google stuff. Because it makes it more fun. It makes it more fun just to guess. But thanks again, guys, for coming through. Sarah, I know how it is after stream. Go do your thing. Go take care of yourself. I appreciate you still attempting to raid, even though the raids didn't work. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you, homie. Okay, so we're in a place. I think we're either in the UK, the Netherlands, or Luxembourg. Because it looks like we're somewhere in Europe. And yellow license plates are only a thing in certain places in Europe. Cydia, thank you for the... Hello, young Sonic. Hello, Cydia. Cydia, how are you? How you doing? What's poppin'? How was your day? Thank you so much for the 4 months. I can't believe it's been 4 months already. I'm so sad. Don't be sad. Don't be sad, Sarah. Sarah plays happy. Sarah, it's totally fine. It's totally fine. I appreciate the efforts regardless. Twitch is apparently being a stink bomb today, so like I appreciate it regardless. Before the raid, I mentioned Sainsbury's. Sainsbury's. I believe it's the UK. It looks like I'm seeing a lot of English.co.uk. Feel good about that. Let's rip it, chat. Boom. We are in the UK. We are on a 3-country streak. We just ended our last streak at 308, so we're making slow progress here. You guys are the only place with white front, yellow back. Got it. Sarah plays happy. Yeah, exactly. Guys, do you think I could be a sim guru, by the way? I know we're not playing The Sims, but I kind of want to have this conversation. So I don't have any coding skills. I have no art or design skills. I really haven't done anything related to game development or anything in the gaming industry. But I think it would be Pog if I could be a Sims guru. Thoughts on that? I just like the Sims community. Y'all think I could be a sim guru? I think I could. I think I definitely could. You need to breathe and drink some water, friend. Okay, I'll drink some water. I'm breathing. It's fine. It's fine. There's oxygen in my lungs, probably. Crab, do you want me to teach you programming? Can you imagine how funny that would be, Loco? Loco, only if we stream it. Because I'm not going to be able to keep up by any means, and it'll be kind of entertaining, I feel like. Great, thanks. How are things? They're going good, Cydia. Thank you again for the resub. I sincerely appreciate it so much. Maybe in YouTube on Twitch stream format. Wait, stream on YouTube? Is that what you're saying? You can only be a sim guru if you don't forget to use the cheat sheet K made for you. Look, I know all of the controls in The Sims. I've never had a problem with building in The Sims. The Sims is great. The Sims is easy. Vaseline soap. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome in. Vaseline soap. That sounds quite slippery. I like that, actually. G. Pescoli. So I saw a license plate, guys. That, Era, thank you for the host. How you doing, Era? Good to see you. I saw a license plate that looked like it had blue on both sides of it. And that usually means Italy. But it could also be San Marino, which is a small, like, country contained... I think it's contained entirely inside Italy, or it's, like, near Italy. Yeah, no, San Marino is completely in Italy. So it could also be here. It's probably one of these places, but I don't know which one. So I'm gonna be careful. You could be a sim guru if you don't. Oh, I read that already. Italy. So yeah, I'm feeling Italy too, but the plates are kind of short, which is kind of confusing. Oh, the back plates aren't super short though. There's blue on both sides on the front and the back. I think there's a rule. You'd vote for me? Thank you, Alexa. Guys, can you tweet at The Sims? Hey, would you consider Crub for Sim Guru? I think he's really cool, and I don't know, maybe he could do some like community engagement or something. I would like to get in touch with all the Sim Gurus to become one. That's the goal. I can't. That's not like a country flag. I can't quite tell. I have no idea. We might be in San Marino. No blue and small plates, but it's so small that Italian cars are often there. That's true. That's fair. I've been in San Marino one time, and this looks kind of like it, which is why I'm being careful. But at the same time, we have like a 3-country streak. Does it really matter? Sim Guru Ninja, summoning. Sim Guru Ninja, if you're here, sorry, I don't want to harass you, but also, I can has guru position, please. Oh my god. I don't even know what sim gurus do, I'll be honest. I know they're like game developers, but are they all devs, or do they also are they like Sims staff members as well? Cuz hey, I'll work PR marketing. I'm a marketing professional. I work PR marketing for The Sims. Do some community engagement. Rip Italy. I feel pretty good about ripping Italy too. I think we should just do it. Yeah, we are in. Oh yeah, we're not even close. We're down in Catania, outside of Catania, Italy. Very, very good. Very Cydia. Thank you for the gifted sub to Sim Guru. Okay, guys, if we give subs to every Sim Guru, they can't ignore me, right? They cannot ignore my pleas for my Sim Guru campaign, right? Maybe I should build a Crub Sim White House. Interesting. Where I can be in a castle where I can be in my guru castle, or a dojo if I'm a guru, right? I'm doing good. Got a migraine. It's been going on for a day. I'm sorry, Error. I know, dude, I know migraines are the freaking worst. I count myself very fortunate to not have to deal with them, so I have a lot of sympathy for people that do. I think Across on San Marino are white and blue. Summoning Ninja to the chat. Cydia, thank you for the gifted sub to Sim Guru Ninja. I appreciate it a lot. Hello, Ninja from Fortnite. Would you like to pivot to Roblox with me? I don't think that's the Fortnite Ninja. I'll be honest, Loco, I think you're getting them mixed up. I also love the fact that the kid with the cheat seat is a cheese wheel because it's 100%, 1000% how I would get Crub's attention too. Yes, I literally don't know what the other Twitch names are. Crub and Ninja collab win a Crub Sim Guru altar build next stream. Manifesting Sim Guru. Manifesting Sim Guru. God, I love it. It makes me so happy. German, that's German. So Austria, Germany, or wait, DIE post. That has to be the Dutch post, or the Dutch post. Wait, no, I actually don't know if it's not Dutch. I meant to say Deutschland. Wouldn't that be like the German post? Or no? Maybe I'm wrong. It just says the post. Switzerland. Oh. Die post. It means the post. Oh, it means. I see what you're saying. It literally just says the post. I understand. That took a minute for it to process in my brain. But I get it now. That's vaguely threatening to post, though. Yeah, I don't like. Why are they anti-post wherever we are, huh? I like the post office. Cydia, you rock. You freaking rock. Oh my god. Because the bollards. Oh, you know, you think those bollards are from where? Possibly Germany. We are in a rural area. But wait, no, isn't rural Germany not mapped though? Because it looks like we're in a rural area. Unless we're like somehow on the outskirts of a town and I'm like missing it here. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, what else did the van say? I don't know. But we can look at this one. We'll look at this one. We'll see if we can glean some information from here. I'm thinking Germany. We should be able to get some ideas on Germany if we can see the houses here. The Red Cross and the post truck. Think of the Swiss flag. That's what I was. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. This could definitely be Switzerland. The fact that these look like residential houses and they're not blurs makes me think not Germany. I'm more on Austria, Switzerland. Yeah, because I don't think it's because Germany has like a lot of blurred houses because of their privacy laws. So it makes sense. Kinderborsch something. If I can find a road that uses the Z versus the double S, that would be a good sign. Here are some signs. These AG Wiesbrod. That sounds like very. This looks. I think Swiss is a good guess. I like Switzerland. What do y'all think? Do y'all think Switzerland? I think that's probably what I would rip if I had to rip right now. It's either Zurich. Wait, Zurich. That's Switzerland, right? I hope I don't eat my words there. I remember basic capitals of places. Zurich, yes. Yes. Outside of Zurich. Well done, chat. Well done. 5-country streak. Not bad. Only 303 to go. Oh, man. We got so far to go. Where are we right now? .co.za? Goldfields Logistics. Where the heck are... what's ZA? That's interesting. Pogs in chat, please. Pogs in chat. We never know what this stream is, Nightbot. It's never... Zwede, Africa. ZS is... Oh, ZS is South Africa? Is it ZS? That doesn't really look... Oh, that looks like maybe a .RA, actually? Hold on, can I get closer? .ZA. Zwede, Africa? ZS is South Africa. So maybe Africa? Maybe South Africa? Possibly? ZA is South African? Okay. Does Z is like Z mean like, is that like their word for South? Yeah, perfect. South Africa outside of Peter Maritzburg. ZA. Oh, ZA was a typo. Got it. Zambia was a good guess. That's a good guess. Zambia is not on. To my knowledge, is not on this game though. I don't think. From what I remember, this looks like Vienna. I'll say it right now. I think we're in Vienna. I'm gonna take the plunge. I'm gonna say we're straight up in Vienna. Like 100% Vienna. I'm probably gonna be wrong. Edelbrook. Actually, maybe we're not in Vienna. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. And this might be Germany, actually. I just saw some flags. Those are Luxembourgish flags, actually, I think. I believe. The red, the kind of off, like, teal-y looking blue, and the white. If I were to go to Luxembourg, which is somewhere in this general area, I remember. Yeah, it looks very, very much like the Luxembourgish flag, especially with that weird tinted blue. But you know, we'll take a look just to make sure. The E29 and the E44, do those run through Luxembourg? Let's find out. E29 and the E44 makes sense. Only a few roads will run through Luxembourg too. So, yep, right in the city of Luxembourg, which I assume is the capital. Ooh, oh, fun, cool. We are in some kind of pool complex on Trekker Cam, which means we are going to only be walking around. We're not going to be... Oh, boy, this is going to be rough. Oh, man, this is going to be really rough. Oh, God. Oh, God. Can I... I can go on. Oh, hold on. Ruta de Evacuation. That's either Spanish or Portuguese, I think. Basel Zoo. Dude, this is another Basel Zoo. I don't know. Let's keep looking. Okay, Roberta says Spanish, not Portuguese. That's good. Mountainous area. I'm thinking, let's look at the sun. Sun's to the south. So I think we're in Central America, maybe. Maybe Spain. Maybe Spain. It's not impossible. Yeah, I was trying to get a view of the road sign. We're at like a water park or something. School 1 and 2. Oh, we might be in a school actually. Huge stadium for a school. But maybe it's like a college campus or something. I need to get a sign. Krubert, Maserald, how are you, Maserald? Good after morning, noon. Good. Piscina is pool. That's like the only angle I can see that road sign at. It doesn't really give us a lot. Maserald, Prince Serald himself in our chat. How's your day going, Sari? How are you? We love Sari. Can I get a shout out for Sari Codes? Sari does be coding, but also plays games on his stream, and he's really entertaining. I love Sari. We love Serald. Shout out Sarah plays Sims. Again, we love Sari. Sari and Ser. Ser and Sari. Sari. The French Ser. A dark matter. What the heck is that? Wait, here's some... Alcadia de Medellin? Nikki, does your Spanish knowledge help with that? Does that sound like a city name? Mexico, Fondue says. Mexico? Colombia. Mexico and Colombia? Wait, what's it say? Here's like a sign. Those are like Mexican colors, but obviously... No, wait, Colombia. Medellin is a city? Medellin is in Colombia, says NTA. What's up, NTA? How you doing? What's up, dude? Medellin is in Colombia. It is. It's like it's not the capital, but it's a large city. Well, it actually might be the capital. No, Bogota is the capital. GG's. Try that L like you would pronounce tortilla. Oh, Medellin. Yeah, I'm of Hispanic heritage. What of it? Sun is in the south, which means we're probably in the northern hemisphere. Pablo Escobar was from that. Really? From Medellin, Colombia. Interesting. Nice. Can we get a nice in chat or some 69s? That'd be Pog. That looks like Spanish. That looks like French. Frelu. I don't know that we're in France, though. I actually don't think we're in France at all. Unless it's like really rural France. But that's definitely rude. Well, you might be in. Maybe this is rural French. Because I don't really know where else this would be. Maybe it looks like Romania, but that's definitely Krabazet right for white privilege. Yeah, true. So I don't speak any Spanish. That was indeed French. It's just like But rue is like, that's like a very, like to have that on signs. Like I feel like it's France, not like Switzerland or anything, you know? It like doesn't give me a French vibe though. Checking license plates, please. Oh, Monet or Monet, Willou. Let's see. There's a front plate, kind of a far away. But Switzerland wouldn't have EU plates, which actually that card is not. I don't think I have EU plates. French is the official language of more than just France. Yeah, exactly. I guess that's right. I guess that's true. What other countries have French as the official language? Like in Europe? I mean, obviously you have like colonized French places like Haiti and stuff, but Switzerland has 3 official languages, right? Oh, Belgium speaks German and French, right? Could be Belgian. Those are not. Are there any of these EU plates though? Parts of Quebec in Canada. Yeah, I think this is European. Okay, yeah, they're EU plates. I'm feeling European though. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's an uncovered country code, but I can't tell what it is. It looks like maybe Belgium? Switzerland has 4. Belgium is French and Dutch. Oh, Belgium is French and Dutch, not German. For some reason, I thought German was spoken in Belgium. Whoopsies. Dumbo Crumb moment. Small brain moment. Luxembourg. It's not Luxembourg because Luxembourg has yellow plates, so I can cross that one off too. I think it's French or Belgium. Are those French horses? Let's go ask. Hello, yes. Parlez-vous français? Belgium, rip it? Katie, you think? You think that was a B on the plate? On the uncovered plate? Is Belgium's code just B in, this? I feel like you're probably right, though. But I feel good about Belgium because this is definitely not France. And, like, I don't know where else it would be. Heck yeah! And it's outside of Liège. Liège? Looked like a B. I kind of thought the same thing, but I couldn't make it out enough to like really give a confident answer on it. It's not like we have a big streak to lose. True. I can be a little more reckless, but still 10 takes some time. Okay, Southeast Asian vibe from this. Sun is in the north, which would confirm that we are, well, a lot of Southeast Asian areas are not actually in the hemispherical south. But I'm getting an Indonesian vibe from this, which would also explain the sun being in the north. Although this could also be Central Asia, so we need to look around. Lana Brothers, Rasa, Poljat, that Shabbat, Salsum, Kua, and Goreng. Okay, that's definitely PI-ish language. This could also be, I guess this could also be RP 1.5. That looks like a per batang. I'm assuming that's a price of something. Someone told me what the RP is the other day. It's something rupee something. Something like a like a rupee of somewhere in Southeast Asia. I think it's actually Indonesia. I think we're in Indonesia. RP is Indonesia. No, rupiah. Yeah. It's like a rup something. I think it is Indonesia, which is what I was thinking at first. I think so as well. Let me just look. Oh, that's an Indonesian flag as well. Perfect. Good call. Good call on that, y'all. Boom. We are in near Timor, Kupang, Indonesia. I searched a little, and Escobar wasn't born in Medellin. He moved there, and he was young, created the Cartel de Medellin. But he died. Oh, he died in Medellin, though. That's so interesting, because he did most of his business in Mexico, right? I did not know that Pablo was Colombian. It has to be Monaco from the flag. Freaking yeah, Monaco looks exactly. Don't they have almost identical flags, but Monaco's a slightly different color? Yunuku. I've been to Monaco. Beautiful, but also kind of disgusts me because of how excessive it is. The mountains there are freaking gorgeous, though. He did everything in Colombia. Really? Oh, I always thought Escobar did a lot of business in Mexico. Wow, I'm ignorant. I'm completely ignorant then. Interesting. I never knew that. I always thought Pablo Escobar was Mexican, and that it was everything was done in Mexico. Wow, I'm being educated today. Look at that, Roberta. You're teaching me things. I'm learning. I love learning on this stream. I always learn so much. Looks like a small town here, but like I don't know if I'm gonna get much of anything. Sun's in the south, so we're in the northern hemisphere. Been watching Narcos lately. That's on Netflix, right? Maybe I should watch that. Getting an Eastern European vibe from this, and Plastimes sounds like it matches up with that theory. Let's take a look. Where else we can look around here? Did you watch Narcos? Really good, really good. Okay, for sure. I'll look into it. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Narcos as a show. I already got very good reviews. Let's keep zooming. Hold on, let me keep flying around here. Let's see. It's like a town. It's hard to navigate though. I can't like go certain places. Is it not gonna let me go down there? Weird layout for it's like all residential. Like it doesn't look like we're ever gonna we're really running into any like non-residential areas if we go this way. I'm gonna keep looking. Do you still have to wear the shame hat? Yeah, I think I do. I'll wait till it falls off. It keeps naturally falling off because I got a big fat head. So I'll just wait till it naturally falls off. The shame hat will choose when it decides to when my time is up. Rachel, are you thinking about El Chapo? Maybe you know what? I think I probably am thinking about El Chapo. Yeah, because I'm like revisiting it in my head, Zoo, and I did not make any distinction between the two of them, Pablo Escobar and El Chapo, being any different whatsoever. So yes, I think you're correct. I think I did make that mistake in my head. El Chapo being Mexican. The single dot on the E is just one country, I think. Really, Yunuka? What country? What country? Oh, you don't. But I don't know which one. Fair, valid. That's honestly understandable. I get that. Here is a major. It looks like a major city sign though. Palanga, Sulai, and Elizadai. Let me look around. Let me look around the Eastern Bloc here. I'm feeling like maybe Hungary? No, Hungary doesn't have the thing over the S. I don't think many countries have the unique this shaped thing over the S's. Siulai, Liai, Palanga, and Elizadai. If anybody recognizes El Chapo's Mexican. Honestly, same card before I watched Narcos. Dude, really, okay, Dino, I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one, and that gives me some peace in my brain, and that I'm not uniquely stupid. I don't mind being stupid. I just don't want to be uniquely stupid. That's the problem. Like, it's okay to be ignorant, but if you're uniquely ignorant to the point where like you're way behind basically anyone else, you know, you gotta be careful. Sarajevo, I'm not seeing these anywhere. And I would assume they're larger cities because they are like super far away on the map. So I assume they're bigger cities? Or on the sign, I should say. They're quite far away. Especially CLI and... Oh, you know, are we up here? Are we up in the Balkans? Balkans are up here. Jenny! Jenny? Hi, how are you? What's up? I feel like we actually might be up in the Balkans. Siulai, there it is. Siulai and Palanga. Lithuania. Yep, it's there in Lithuania. Yeah, Baltics. Baltics are up here, Balkans are down here. I always get it mixed up. Every time. Always get it mixed up. Crub, I'm gonna need you to not perceive the fact that I wasn't... I love that you have a bit badge. You have a bit... Jenny, I love that you have a bit badge, but weren't... And a sub! You have a bit badge and a sub, but you weren't following. That makes me incredibly happy, Jenny. I hope you're having a good day. We're in this area up here. It's just like the middle of northwestern Lithuania. Guys, I'm getting a little hungry. I also have to go. I'm buying a coffee table off Facebook Marketplace today. Very pog. So I gotta go do that in like an hour, and I gotta clear up my car to do that. Don't call me out like that. 2-month sub and didn't follow you yet? Yikes. Yo, what's up, Yo, dude? How are you? We started a new streak. Sandwich! Thank you, dude. 11 months.
The most amazing human
dude,
being.
no, you
awesome,
rock.
bro.
You're awesome. You are awesome. You are all awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I had a great day. Talking about, the more serious fun stuff earlier. Talking about, yo, Jess, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. How you doing, Jess? How's your day going? I had a great day hanging out with you guys today. Today has been awesome. I love the early streams. The early streams are my absolute favorite. Sandwich, thank you so much again, man. I just appreciate you so much. Give me a shout out for FHM Sandwich. But I'm getting a little hungry. I need to go pick up a coffee table from Facebook Marketplace. Finally getting a coffee table 6 months into my apartment lease. Don't perceive me. Finally furnishing my home properly. So I'm gonna find somewhere for us to hang out if that's cool with you guys. Somewhere where we can park our dumpies and hang out for a little bit. Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, I already know where we're going. Easy. This is an easy pick. Hateno Crossings, our fearless leader of the Sid Sprites, is doing a 12-hour 1-year anniversary stream right now. For 1-year stream anniversary. I love Katie so much. I never get to rate. I literally don't think I have ever rated Katie. I don't think I have ever one time rated Katie. Bro, what am I looking at? Wait, what is this? What is this, JB? Is this me? Or is this someone else? What is this? Oh, dude, it's Sushi Dragon. Dude, I know Sushi Dragon. Sushi Dragon is sick. Dude, I freaking loves it, dude. The way he like runs his stream. I don't know how he does this. It's incredible. I freaking love Sushi Dragon. But let's go hang out with Katie, guys. She's playing Devour right now with, I think, friends. And Devour looks hilarious. I have been wanting to play this game forever. So there's her link. Come along in the raid, but make sure you guys click that link or click on her profile picture once we get there. To make sure it counts as a view for her. She deserves it. It's her freaking Twitchiversary. Katie is one of my best friends, though, and is such a wonderful human being. I'm literally so excited to go that we get to raid her. Thank you guys for being receptive to different kind of content, new content today. I'm always nervous trying new stuff, but I'm really happy that I got to try something with you guys. Thank you guys. I'll be live again tomorrow. I'm gonna try and get chat guesser set up. What's raid message, guys? What should the raid message be? What should the raid message be? You know what? Let's do this. Hi, Nami. Nami, it's so good to... Wait. Gotta shout out Nami first. Hold on. Nami, the team leader of the Star Spillers. Also an amazing streamer. They are wonderful. Hello, Nami. So good to see you. Let me throw my Discord link as well. If you guys have not followed the Discord already, make sure you go check it out. Also, go check out the other socials. I'm working on a big YouTube project right now. And my TikTok is also super active. If you want specific links to those, there they are. Let me give you guys a raid message. Yes. Wait. Post the new emote. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do. Boop. Weed. Hold on. We'd like to park our dumpies here. Okay. There it is. I got the raid message, guys. There it is. Copy that one. I know it's a little late. Copy this message. This one.